that. Yeah.
Okay,
Go ahead.
have you ever heard of when the mob somebody commits a crime and then they'll have somebody take the rap for it? Somebody owes them or something or whatever, and they'll have them take the fall for it for the crime.
So you're saying Jesus was a mobster, and he actually went around talking about love and loving your neighbor and
No,
taking care of and living holy,
no,
but then
no,
the mob,
no,
he came in and
no,
gave
man,
somebody else up.
no.
That's what
No,
you're
I'm not
saying?
saying he was a mobster. I'm saying he could have had someone else take the rap for him. I didn't say anything about him being a mobster.
Well, who, Judas or Jesus? Who are you talking about? Judas?
Dude, they have a little gang of Christian people, right? They got a little Christian gang people thing going, right?
Okay, yeah.
In this Christian gang of people they got, they say, well, we can't let Jesus take the fall for this. Who wants to take the rap? We'll make sure your family's looked out for, whatever. Like you act like it has to be Jesus up there on the cross, and it doesn't. You don't even know if he actually died that day.
Well, he said he was going to give his life up. So that would also go against what you said because he said, I'm going to give my life. So now, well, I'm just telling you, you're going to have, I'm conceding. I can't concede because I'm going about what the scripture says. So Jesus says, I'm going to give my life up. But in the last moment, Jesus says, nope, guys, I can't take the rap. Or Judas comes up and says, no, Jesus, you can't die on the cross. Actually, Peter actually said at one point that Jesus shouldn't die. And he was going to take up swords to defend him. So, but Jesus says, no, he said, put the sword away. So that still all that, your argument, go ahead. Somebody else want to say something? I can ramble all day.
I was wondering how we got into this part. We were just talking about the validity of the Bible as a story.
Well, this is part of it. And these are a lot of these kind of objections as people make to say that the Gospels or that Jesus really didn't die, or Muslims make that claim.
Yeah.
People make this claim all the time. So this is still connected, still valid.
Well,
you don't know if he died.
And Jeremy, certainly many Christians believe that Jesus died and rose again, to the point that when the Roman soldiers came and say, repent and deny that Jesus died or else you get killed, they said, I'm not going to deny that, and they were killed. So that's strong evidence that they at least believed that Jesus rose from the dead.
Yep, I agree. Stephen was stoned in Acts, and for his faith.
Like I said, you guys want to believe that shit? It's dope. It's a good. I have no issues with the Bible. I'm not crazy about the story. It's a little fucked up, but whatever. I mean, that's your thing. If you want to believe in it, go ahead. Just know that you can't validate some shit, anything that it says.
What would
validate how? When you say you can't validate it, you say how can you? Would you want it validated?
I don't know. How can you validate it? Because it's in a couple books and some guys wrote it down thousands of years ago. I mean, if that's what it all takes for you, go ahead with it. That's fine. I don't think that's a good validation.
It's about philosophy and metaphysics.
I wouldn't run my whole life on some shit that went down like that, though. So, but I mean, it's all good.
Isn't life about figuring out where we came from, the philosophy, the metaphysics, and then finding patterns, and then we can see intelligent design? I mean, it's not circumstantial, right? Like, I mean, reincarnation would be just circumstantial. They're like, okay, on to the next thing. You're just a soul transferring energy from one body to the next. I mean, there's not much to that, right? So is it like, what's the contention? It's not the validation of reincarnation versus Christ. It's the idea of what you could adhere to as a possibility. You can't adhere to the idea of a paradise on earth with there's no pain and suffering, and you get to live for 1,000 years under the rule of Christ and 144,000.
Usually concepts based around reincarnation are usually that it's not just randomly reincarnating just to live lives. There's a journey of learning and karma and lessons that you're going through. Like, let's say you're stealing from someone in one lifetime, and then if you didn't, learn that lesson, maybe in the next lifetime you're getting stolen from, now you have to feel what it's like to be stolen from. And there's a process of learning, how not to steal from people through essentially trial and error through a multitude of lifetimes and experiences to go through all of these different layers and levels.
But there's no, you have anecdotal people who collect past lives through stories and visions, right? I mean, that's essentially the anecdotal evidence that you present. See, with
No, I
Christ,
have
there's
not
actually
presented
evidence
that,
the
so
guy
don't say what I
walked on.
presented. Ian Stevenson is a researcher who has researched
That's what
thousands
usually-
of cases. Many of them have been empirically
Sure.
validated in the physical world. They're not just memories or stories or visions. Information that these children
So
have
they're
about their previous
reincarnated
lifetime that
into-
has been validated in the physical world with the people that he was in the lifetime previously.
Okay, so in the same essence, Bible is valid in the same manner, right? It's just which is going to hold more validity in your perception. This is what I find really interesting, is that you can adhere to a concept that's outside of Christianity, but yet not apply the same logic and reason to Christianity as you would reincarnation. It's really interesting.
You're breaking up, but I don't know if that was a straw man or I don't know what you said there because it was broken up. But
Do you know how I
Well,
would,
you would
and
hold,
my,
you would hold validity in reincarnation because of this one guy's report. Well, I can assure you, just from the amount of institutions that have studied the Bible and the texts, there is a multitude of people that have the same evidence and same claims, but I think even more abundant than reincarnation. So what I'm saying is, you believe that guy is possible because of his evidence, but you don't apply. It seems like you don't apply the same amount of trust, if you will, in another institution that would have more evidence, especially this guy who walked the earth, right? Like,
right, but it's a
whether
straw
it be
man because I didn't say
for-
that guy, that Ian Stevenson's empirical research is something that I'm blindly believing in just because he did that. I didn't claim that. I
didn't
have
say
had
you
my
blindly
own.
believe.
I have had my own personal.
I said you don't.
Yep, go ahead. You're breaking up a lot, so I don't know. It's tough to do this.
Do you
I
think
mean,
you
in
apply
one like extreme example with there's their children that have past life memories, and Ian Stevenson, meets with them and so on. This one child, he was like 7 years old. He was having all these memories of his previous lifetime. He literally took this researcher to another city, hundreds of miles. It was like 1,000 miles away from where he was born in that life, to this other city and literally took him to the house. That just all through memory. This child had never even been to this other city. All through memory, took him to this other house where there was a woman who lived there whose husband had died. And this child, the minute he met, the child in this life, the minute he met that woman, they were just crying and they had all these emotions. They both had this resonance that it was the same soul and so on. So there was already that component. And then the woman said to the child, she said, well, when my husband died, we don't know where the will is. Where did you put the will, basically? And this child, who again had just met this woman, walked over to a corner in the house, broke open a floorboard, put his hand all the way deep into the under the floor, and pulled out the will. Just absolutely, totally transcending the physical reality. I'm not saying that's proof that he was that husband in the past life, but I'm saying that is very striking. I mean, that's more empirical, hands-on evidence than these historical narratives.
Well, this is what I'm going to ask you, because it seems that you apply more believability to this claim, but you don't apply the same believability in the other claim when they're both based on beliefs and anecdotal experiences. While you think they can be rationalized, or at least one of them can, and it's because of time, history, like you just don't trust history, like you trust the history of the story, right? You trust the anecdotal experience and the telling of it. Do you apply the same plausibility to the other one, or do you just favor that plausibility? Like to me, reincarnation or this thing they're both plausible, but it would come down to the best philosophy of what happens in afterlife.
I mean, I don't base any of my spirituality on historical narratives or stories of other researchers. I don't do any of that. So for me, I don't. If you're, it kind of seems like you're strawmanning that I'm doing those things, and I'm not. I don't base any of my
What I'm saying
spirituality on
is
these things
you
at all.
give the same. Okay, so both are plausible, right? Technically, both are based because they're based on beliefs, but one will hold more weight. See, I believe that reincarnation is plausible, sure, but the better philosophy and metaphysics comes with what happens in the afterlife, right? That's what you'd want for yourself, is the better story, wouldn't it? feel like you'd want the better ending of the story of your existence. Wouldn't you agree that that would be the goal in philosophy of metaphysics, is if you were to die, that there would be a promise that would be greater than anything you've ever thought of, everything you've ever seen, and everything you've ever heard of? I mean, that's the best philosophy of metaphysics.
I
In my
mean, it
opinion.
sounds
It
awesome,
just doesn't
but
seem like well,
it
that's
sounds
the
awesome,
idea.
but
He
yeah, but
he
it's
says
not.
there's a house built. He says there's a house built for you. He has many rooms in this house, and it's beyond anything you could have comprehended, anything you've ever seen, and anything you've ever heard.
Who said that?
God has promised.
God said it.
Who do you tell? Who do you tell that to?
Anybody who believes in his son.
Like I said, it's a cool story. I hope that's what it is. I hope we go live somewhere forever, and it's all ice cream sundaes, butterflies, and rainbows. That'd be awesome.
I was gonna say, I know you guys. It doesn't matter how much scripture is read to you, you're not gonna believe it. And what you want is physical, empirical evidence. The best empirical evidence that I can find would be the Shroud of Turin. It's very controversial, but when you actually do a deep dive into the shroud, at first I was very skeptical. After studying it out, it's definitely legit. And there's a face cloth that goes along with it, a completely separate cloth. They've compared the blood. They've done blood analysis of both the shroud and the facial cloth that Messiah was buried with. They both have the same blood type. They both have the same patterns. Like it was the same person, the same burial. And what's recorded on the shroud is nothing short than a miracle. It can't be
And I think,
replicated. I'm posting
I
some
think
images on the live stream text, but there's so much, like the pollen that was on it was analyzed, like the 3D imaging that they were able to extract from the shroud shows this body, but the body, like it's not like when you're laying on the bed or on the floor or not, like he would have been buried on a rock surface. Right, he wasn't actually buried. It was a sepulcher that he was put in, but it was a rock surface. Like, not to be grotesque or anything like that, but like, I don't have to go. I'm not gonna go to the gruesome part, but his butt would have been flat, like on a glass pane, right, where you put your cheek up against it, it gets flat. What's recorded on the shroud, the body would have had to have been levitating.
actually one of the things I've heard too. I'm skeptical about the shroud too, but I have heard of it about that they're almost like there was a photos like it almost like there was an image. The image was created by some kind of light.
Radiation.
I can't remember. Yeah, there's something. So
from away from his
yeah.
body in all directions. But the thing is, like, bro, like I posted a link to this video. If you have any doubt, just watch this video, bro. What they break down is ridiculous. Like you can't, like people have tried to denounce the shroud as a hoax, like, but it's really like they're stretching it because they're lying to try to push their narrative because they don't want Jesus to be real, bro. So they have all these people trying to. It's propaganda, bro. That's what it is. Because they've tested the shroud, right? And the carbon dating is the only discrepancy, but they completely discount all the other evidence supporting the shroud for this one discrepancy, which seems to portray the shroud to be a Renaissance forgery or hoax. But the thing is, like carbon dating, when it comes to the fabric, it's been repaired. Plus, it's been through volcanic eruptions, through fires, through ash. That's gonna throw the carbon dating off base. So it's like you can't use carbon dating on the shroud to try to prove it's authentic. But anyways, yeah, what were you gonna say, Gio?
Well, we were talking about this earlier. I don't know if you were here, but it was just when we were talking about it. But it's just what I was going to say is that even like whatever empirical evidence in terms of that, in terms of that, if Jesus or Yahweh, whatever terminology, Yeshua, and so on, if he was, if he lived, I do think he did, and like just because he lived and maybe even did fantastic things doesn't necessarily mean that the rest of the narrative has to be true. Like, for example, that he has to be a son of God, or that he has to have died for people's sins, or that he has to be someone that people all have to get on board with, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, just because he was a being who lived, I think it's a huge leap to then claim that he has to be connected to all these other narratives that he may or may not have even said himself.
Understood. But what we're talking about is evidence for the resurrection, and the shroud of Turin and the facial cloth, which is called the face cloth of Oviedo. It's literally the facial cloth that was wrapped around his face, and the shroud was wrapped around his body. When he resurrected, he must have levitated, because that's what the sign shows. He must have levitated, and light radiated in all directions from his body, right? And
Even if all that's true, how does it have to be a son of God that everybody else has to worship? Even if he did all that, that's amazing. He's a really old soul. He's a really old soul that is able to do psychokinesis and various different things. Like, okay, that's amazing. It's metaphysically profound, but why does it have to be that
you think it's
No, you don't have to believe in none of that. I'm just specifically talking about the resurrection, that there is empirical evidence. If you humble yourself and just look at it for what it is, right? Neutral, just look at it. You're going to be surprised, bro.
when you say worship Jesus, see, I don't look at it like that. I see that pagan Christianity looks at it like that. See, I look at him as the Messiah, the Son of God. I worship my Creator, my Heavenly Father. So I don't understand. Because I do understand that the pagan Christianity of this system is corrupt, and I totally agree with you when it comes to the the way they make money in the industry, right? It's just very seedy and it's just like as you described it. So, but do you understand that there's a difference from this pagan Christianity to just Christ's teachings? Because like I said, Christianity is not a religion; it's a way of life.
Yeah, Lion gets that, man. I would say even as a believer, knowing people who are non-believers, it's not going to be great. It's not going to be convincing. Even the physical evidence that you have. You could show them Sodom and Gomorrah. You could show them the sulfur. You could show them the water right now springing out of the desert, right? You could show them that coming out of a rock and just shooting into the sky. You could show them thousands of prophecies which were written about hundreds of years ago or hundreds of years before, and then coming to pass, and that being recognized by the world that it was actually a prophecy, right? You could show them all those things, but that's not what's going to convince people. Even all you Christians out here, or people who go by the book, it has to be the Father who draws them, and they have to want to, right? And it has to be a relationship they experience. It's not solely based on evidence, right? I mean,
but many will not have that. Everything you're sharing is a small fraction of humanity that has even had that type of experience.
Exactly. And that's the way I want it. And that's the way it has to be if God is a God of love. If he's a God of love, right? And he's all-knowing, he's all-powerful, and he's just, right? If he's just and he's loving, then most of people don't need to make it, Gio. And this is another thing I see. Another thing I see is some people have this idea that Christianity teaches everyone's going to heaven, they're going to live in a paradise, and everything's going to be gravy, everything's going to be cool. No, even the text that they speak of, when he comes back and he sets up his kingdom, the whole world isn't going to go by what he's saying. There's a whole 1,000-year period of people learning and people disobeying and people dying. There's more dying, there's more death. Now, for some, just like you pointed out, the text says that there'll be no more death. But for the rest of them, there'll be death unless they learn and they turn from wicked ways and do righteous things. And that's what people should mean when they say, repent of sin, follow the master, and he's the master because he mastered in all things. So just stop doing wrong, stop doing other people wrong, and just live right. And if you do that, right, you will have a relationship with the Father. You'll have that with the Creator. because he has created things with a purpose, right? So that's just objective, man.
I mean, I'm wondering how much he loved us when he killed all the humans on Earth except for like 8 of them, Noah and a couple of his people. Was he
All
loving
the
us then?
humans,
We could
all the
talk about it.
humans.
Animals, humans, he flooded the whole Earth. Everything died, right?
Yeah,
But
but
do
you
you know
said
why?
Not in the
then you
ocean.
said- one second. You said humans, then you said humans and animals. Now think about this. What does the text say again? There was genetic manipulation, not only with the sons of God and humans, but also with bestiality, right? Creatures of the sea, the creatures on the earth. There were those things too. And all of that was corrupt. So, and it explicitly says that. So since the text that people are going by should be what you're aware of when you're arguing things like that. You just need to
I'm
be
not
aware.
arguing it. I'm just asking, is that the God that loves us so much, the one that killed everyone except for Noah and his couple of his peoples? That God?
Well, I'm answering your question. So just to answer your question is wrong in the sense that it's not taking into account the information that was conveyed through the text by the God that you call God about creation and about humans and animals and what was going on at that time and why it was done. Those things are the things you need to familiarize yourself with before you ask the question, why did it happen? When you ask a question, why did this happen? There's all kind of variables you have to look at. You can't just say, oh, he didn't love us because he killed all those things. All those people and all those animals.
I'm not worried
There's a lot
about
of
why he
people who
killed all
kill
those.
people. I love you, man. And if someone's hurting you, I'm going to kill them. That's what I'm going to do.
All right.
If they're hurting
Okay.
you to the sense of you're going to be put to death, I'm going to end their
Yeah.
life. Right?
I'm not wondering why he did it. I'm
That's
just
a sin
wondering.
in itself.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
psychopathy, actually.
So if someone's
not-
murdering someone and you kill them, that's like psychotic? What
Correct.
did you say?
Absolutely.
And why so? What's your evidence for that?
Because I would say it's always
psychotic not to. You're going to allow someone to murder someone in front of your face and do nothing about it?
well, you could try to stop them in other ways, but to kill them, I think killing another human is always wrong. Always.
What if that's all? What if that's your only way out of that situation is to take that person's life from them? Because that's been done many a times, Gio. Many times have men died, and that was the only way out, man. Because they would have kept coming. Many a times, bro.
What's your question? Okay, what I'm saying is I think spiritually it is always wrong to kill another human in every scenario, no matter what. Meaning, even if you're sitting in your house, you don't have a gun, you got nothing, you're just sitting there, enjoying your life. Someone comes in with a machine gun and they're just absolutely, if you kill them, it is wrong, in my opinion. It's absolutely wrong to kill another human in every scenario. Now you could try to block the bullets, you could run out of the house. There's many things you could do. You could try to protect your family in various ways, but if you strike out and kill that human, I think that is a wrong act to do. I think karmically it's problematic. And if it means that the only solution is you have to die, that is actually the right thing to do, because reincarnation is real and karma is what ultimately is the ultimate decider. So there's some scenarios that doing the right thing is not the thing that makes you survive.
So we don't punish people who murder? Do we let karma take care of it, or do we punish them? And if so, what's the punishment that you would find just? I would punish someone who stood by as a man killed a baby, a wife, and a daughter of the man, and the one person sat by and did nothing, just sat on the couch. I would end that person's life publicly. I don't know why, I could tell you that's how I feel, and that's my whole ideology. But I would say, what is your punishment for someone who did such a thing? What would your punishment be, and would it be spiritually right to do so?
Yeah, I don't think it's right to ever punish anyone. I'm not into punishing anyone for anything.
So you would let a murderer walk out of your house after murdering your child?
Well, you brought up a couple scenarios. What's the scenario we're on now? I'm not clear on what's the.
Let's just say you're the man. You're the man in the house sitting on the couch. The man has walked in and he's killed your child and he's killed your wife. Now I'm coming to the house, right? And I'm saying, Gio, where did the man go? And you say to me, well, I let him walk out because karma's going to take care of it. Is that going to be your answer?
I wouldn't necessarily just say because karma's going to take care of it, but if somebody came in and did that, yes, I would absolutely let them go on their way, and then I would deal with the fact that my family was killed, and I would actually I would actually give compassion to that man who killed these people because he has extreme pain. I would understand that there's deep karma going on between him and these people that he killed and all of those components. So no, I would not have any desire to go and kill him or trap him or imprison him or any of that stuff.
So what's karma mean to you? Because you say karma is going to, correct these things. And, when I'm asking you, you're going to let him walk out the door and let karma take care of it. I mean, that's basically what you're saying. There's no other way around it. But, I mean, what is karma to you and how does karma act? What is karma?
I mean, I would say it's one of the most transcendent laws within this entire human realm. And it has to do with action and reaction and processes that individuals are going through to learn how to treat others and how not to treat others. And yeah,
right,
it's at a higher level than any one individual person. So it's not up to me to go do something to someone who did something wrong necessarily. It's not my cross to bear.
So karma is you get what you give, right? And so whatever you put out, it's going to come back to you, right? So if you put out murder, you're going to get murdered. Is that wrong for karma to do that? Is that spiritually wrong? No. It's if there is this karma, I hope karma kills the murderer. Let's just say that. I hope they get what they got coming to them, right? And if so, if karma is not actually if it's not physically able to, do this thing or capable of, killing the murderer, I'm happy to be an instrument, man.
Okay, well, I mean, if you're into killing people, that's your thing, and but I mean, I don't think it's up to me.
Emphasis
the thing about karma,
on murderers,
just
right?
real quick, just
murderers.
Murderers.
Emphasize the word murderer, Gio. It's not killing people. It's murderers. It's people that harm other people, right? Like those payback movies, like Mel Gibson, Payback, and John Wick, right? When you get after bad guys, that's the kind of karma. Do you believe that karma is righteous?
If it's karma, man, it's spiritually right because they're getting what they got coming to them. And I'm just telling you,
but you have to deal with your karma though of doing that to them.
Like no, you won't. You'll have to deal with more karma of not doing anything about it, Gio. That's the point.
Yeah, because
how many men?
Hold on, karma is not necessarily an eye for an eye. That's not the same thing. Reaping what you sow is different than an eye for an eye. So if somebody kills people, they may have someone coming to kill them at some point. Like they may attract that karma. They may be in that. But the ultimate resolution is not for, let's say a creator who is building karma just to make sure that person is killed. It's not just eye for an eye. There's ultimately that person who's killing people is in a process of learning that it's wrong to kill people. So whatever processes they need to go through to build compassion and to understand it's wrong to kill people, they will go through. And if the creator orchestrates a situation where they are murdered in some way or killed, then that could be part of that. But if I were to go kill them, then I would now be doing something wrong. So I would now have my karma to bear for that. So,
but if you've seen the guy walking out of your house,
one second, let me just give one example. One example, Gio. Let's say you got a hunting rifle, right? And let's say you're about 800 yards from your wife and your child, right? And you can look through the scope and you can see them, and they're in the backyard, okay? And then you see 2 or 3 guys coming into the yard. They take your wife's life and your child runs, right? And you got them in the scope. They've already taken your wife, her life. Now they're going after your child who's running away. Are you going to aim for the legs, or are you just going to try to hit wherever you can just to put them down? And if they die,
I'm not going to shoot another human ever. I will never aim a gun or shoot another human under any circumstance ever in the history of my existence, ever.
Okay, man. That's I got your opinion, and you've got mine.
Would you? Fight?
I might run out into the yard in that scenario. I might run out into the yard and try to. I might try to get in the way of the bullet if he's going to now shoot my son or something. I might try to jump and get in the way of it. I might try to go grab my son and run away. I might try to shield or
You're
my son.
800 yards away.
I'm not going to
Yeah.
strike and kill another human being ever.
You're 800 yards away, Gio. You're not going to make it. You're not going to run to him. You're not going to swim to him. You're not going to jump on a bike. There is no car. You know, this is 800 yards between you and the child. And so we could go over many different examples, but I get you, man. You're not going to take anyone's life for any reason whatsoever. I get you.
Well,
and I'm not.
how do you?
I'm not jumping on you about it, Gio. I understand. It's cool.
I'm never going to strike
do you
or
save
injure.
someone's
Strike
life,
or
though?
injure. Have to do with
How do you-
striking another human. I'll never strike.
How do you
another.
save someone's life? Like, for instance, what's happening now with a lot of handguns is what's happened forever. But there's people just walking in, robbing, and shooting people that own the stores. Do you think that somebody has a right to save another life that way? Because when it's saving another life, isn't that the purpose of like doing what's right and what's good and what's righteous is to save a life? Can you not?
Not by taking one.
Wait a second. So you can't save a life by taking one. Well, that's the whole point. Is the person that's trying to take a life has no regard for life, and he has no regard for even his own life, I would imagine. That's why he's taking lives, right? So you'd be okay with not saving a life if you have the opportunity?
Well, okay. Now you'd have to say which scenario you're talking about. Now you're talking about there's a store full of people. A guy comes in with a gun. He's shooting people. You're over in the corner. You have a gun. You could shoot him and stop him from killing others. Is that the scenario you're saying?
Well, that would be saving a life, right? You could save multiple lives in that scenario, but just saving a life. The concept is you're saving a life.
How are you saving a life by killing someone?
You're preventing the person from killing more people.
Well, you don't know that he'll do that. You're just assuming he's going to keep doing that, so you're killing him on those grounds.
Well, if you have the evidence he shot one person and continuously fires into the crowd and other people, and there's like now 3 people dead, the chances are he's going to keep doing that process. So it'd be a good indication to save lives by preventing more harm. So want to prevent.
It's kind of like the scenario, like if you could push a button and kill one person, like let's say there's a person who's like killing a lot of others and you could push a button and kill them, would you do it? It's also like links into like capital punishment and all of these different.
No, I'd rather take in a real scenario like a school shooter or something like that, because the idea is that you would want to save lives by preventing the school shooter from shooting kids at school, right? At least I clearly see a distinction between direct murder and saving a life.
We have to protect the innocent, bro. It's the higher calling. That's what it is.
Would you give your own life for a child's life? And if so, would that, be spiritually wrong? Just let the chips fall where they may? Or how are we living? How are we living?
I mean, I think it's like starting to get uncomfortable. I know what I would do. Gio knows what he would do. You know what you would do. I think if we press further, we might get into a judgmental type situation.
Yeah, you might be right. I would just say, examine everything that you believe, myself included. Everyone heard the conversation.
I mean, in my viewpoint, karma is like an organizing, orchestrating law and principle that allows each individual human to go through all of their own, processes, whether it's desires to do something wrong or, and so they do that act or et cetera. And then there is like a reciprocation process, like reaping what you sow. And the way I see it is like each of us is in our own, like the captain of our own ship in a sense. But the laws of karma are already built into it. Like that comes from the creator, from the higher, layers. And so we're just here. We're in our own kind of karmic ship, basically. We're navigating it, but we're the only one in the ship. We don't have a bunch of other people. So even like a book or another man or another figure, or they can't actually solve your karma for you. They can offer wisdom. They can offer knowledge. You may be able to glean and learn something from others, but I don't think it's up to anyone else other than ourselves to transcend our own process, our own karma, in the way of like learning the lessons, going through the processes that we would do to better ourselves or to get out of that pattern. Like if you're stealing from people lifetime after lifetime, and then you're getting stolen from, at some point you'll have to learn that it's wrong to steal, and then but then ultimately also having, once that's completed and you stop actually stealing, I also think there's a deeper layer to it of then having compassion for others that steal. So instead of condemning them or imprisoning them or trying to go after them, actually having compassion, like, okay, I understand why they steal. They have that impulse, and having that level of compassion. So like we're all like the captive of our own karmic ship in that way. And, we all have to go through that. And so we test things out, I'm going to test this, push, trial and error, so, and
I
there's
would
a
have a
higher
hard
organizing principle that's guiding you.
Some people
I would
believe,
have a-
that everything you just said, and they also believe that everyone is God at the same time. They want to be individuals when it fits them, right? And then they want to be everyone is God. And I'm not saying that's you, Gio. A lot of people feel the same way you do, and they include that everyone's God. So if God is taking care of God and God is everything, and He's seeking equilibrium and working things out, and everything's being worked out, then it's all good, man. It doesn't matter how it happens because it's all God. And there's so many things that we could say about it, but I want to say that I do agree with you in the inherited memory. I believe memory is inherited, and I believe that a lot of times that's what deja vu, when you experience what people call deja vu, I believe that's what that is. And there's other factors also that can, play a role in that, but I believe that's a big part of it.
Well, there's two factors. I want to say something. I'm sitting here watching my 3-year-old. She's swinging on a swing off our back deck. And if I found someone that wanted to harm her, I would have a hard time having compassion for them. Hard time. So, or if she was molested or hurt or anything, you would have a hard time to get compassion out of me for the person that did the work. And the other side of this,
that's why that's a very advanced soul lesson. It's a very advanced level to get to that point.
well, and the second part is justice. I don't hear that we all long for justice, whether you acknowledge it or not. If you're wronged in any way, there has to be something like atonement for that, in a sense. I'll use the biblical term, atonement for the wrong done. And that's the term where justice is in play. That's why. No, she's coming over here. It's right there. It's over there. She's wanting a Gatorade. And karma doesn't deal with justice. Like, if somebody smashes my car and just totals it, I can forgive him for smashing my car, but guess what? My car's still totaled. Somebody's got to incur the cost of fixing my car. Who's going to do that? Who's going to incur the justice or the pay the price that all the wrong was done? How is it resolved? It doesn't seem like it ever gets resolved in my mind. And if somebody kills my daughter, how do I get her back? How do I get her back? I can forgive him, but how do I get her back?
Well, you're not going to in this life.
Exactly. Oh, in this life. So I might randomly run into her sometime in the future. She might be on the other side of the planet, and I'm over here.
Well, yeah, I think we're eternal. I think we're eternal beings, and so another soul is eternal. So your daughter's soul and your soul, I would say, are eternal. So she's not really going anywhere. Maybe a temporary, if that happened, a temporary disconnection for this lifetime in that way. But you're not really separating from her in any permanent way. Might even reincarnate with her in the next life, maybe in a different scenario. Maybe you'll be husband and wife, or you'll be father and daughter in the opposite.
Oh no!
your
You
father.
shouldn't have said that. Now you're going to say I'm going to have incest with my daughter. Oh goodness gracious,
No,
Gio.
it's not incest. It's not incest.
Well,
It's this.
technically it would be.
It would be the same
Spiritual incest.
soul. No, it would be the same soul who's incarnating in a different lifetime, in a different scenario. It's not incest. Souls incarnate together all the time, in my understanding and viewpoints of it.
I mean, I was watching Coast to Coast one night, and they did have a guy on there who said he was Tesla reincarnated. I think. Did you guys see that episode? No, it's not. That.
I don't think I saw that. What did he say?
It was kind of like the story you just told. Like he met up with his wife from his past life, or I don't know. I can't remember. I'd have to go back and listen to that episode. It was like 30 years ago. I listened to it. 20 years ago, at least.
Hey, what do you guys think about the?
I think it was when George Norrie was doing it.
Sorry, Jeremy. So, what do you guys think about the blood and inherited memory? I'm sure everyone's heard of, that's a rabbit dog, or that's a coon dog, or that's a deer dog, and people ask, well, how do you know? And they say it's in their blood, right? So, do you believe in inherited memory? From your ancestors, and how far back do you think it can go?
I would say, yeah, definitely. Absolutely, yeah. People have had experiences reliving memories from their ancestry. Yeah, the question of how far it can go is pretty interesting, but it can go very deep.
Yeah, that's one of the questions I asked years ago. My father taught me this when I was hunting at a young age. But he told me if you're gonna walk out in the woods like a predator, everything's gonna sense it, right? So you can test this out for yourself, and you can be standing at the window of your kitchen, and you can see the neighbor's cat maybe 60 yards away. If you look out that window and you don't say a word, and you just think, "I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you." You just think that cat's gonna turn around and look right at you. That's what's gonna happen. So I often wonder, how far does that go? That communication without any audible sound. How far can that actually go? Can we go thousands of miles, right?
Did it? I mean, intention. Oh, it's hot, Mike. My bad, guys. Intention, I think, is an actual thing, and that actually does have physical effects in the real world. So
One time I was sitting on my sofa thinking about a girl neighbor of mine that I hadn't seen in like 4 or 5 years. Hadn't seen her or thought about her in like years. And I was just thinking about her. I hear a knock on the door. I go to open it and it's her. I shit myself, dude. I was like, what are the chances that this girl would show up to my house? She moved away years ago. And I was just randomly thinking about her. And it's not like I think about her every day. I'm telling you, I don't just ponder about this girl all the time like that. It was like the weirdest synchronicity. And it happens like all the time. Like people that I haven't talked to in a long time, I'll just be like in deep thought and meditation about a certain friend of mine that I hadn't talked to in 3 years. And he hasn't contacted me in 3 years. And all of a sudden he'll call me like as I'm thinking about him. But you could just reduce that to just pure coincidence. But at what point is it is a coincidence become synchronicity.
When the cat turns around every time and looks right at you.
That's what I'm saying, bro. And like you feel people looking at you, you look back and they're looking right at you. I heard that I don't know how true this is, but the Native Americans have a better sense because they have long hair. Or if you have long hair, you have a better
Yeah.
sensory perception because of the ether. Something to do with the ether, bro. But I don't
Not
know.
only that, it's not only that. It's being in nature, being in the woods. I don't know if any of you can do this or aware of it, but you can smell different ethnicities. Like you can be in the woods for many days, and you can smell what a deer smells like. You can know when it's a deer coming. You can know when it's a bear coming. You can know when it's a Asian person coming, or a European person, or what people say African American. But you can kind of differentiate those smells, and yeah, it's amazing, man. But yeah, when you get alone, you get out in nature, it's getting more in tune with everything.
White people smell like onions. I only say that I feel like I smell like onions. I'm Puerto Rican, but I look white. And then like I have black friends who have slept over. I've even given them my bed and I'll sleep on the couch like when I was younger. And then like the next day they leave like a certain smell. And it's not because of the cologne they wear or anything like that. They literally have like their own smell. But not all black people smell the same, but this certain black people have like a musky smell. And then like I don't know if it's Indians, but they smell like turmeric a lot. Maybe it's because of the food that they eat. Like I smell like Indians always smell like I don't know, whatever.
Lon, I'm sure you've seen the videos of the water shooting out of the rocks in the desert, right?
Wait, can you repeat that? You broke up a little bit.
I'm sure you've seen the videos of the water shooting out of the rocks in the desert recently, right?
Yeah, yeah. In Saudi Arabia, I think.
Yeah.
Would you consider that prophecy coming to pass?
I think there's a lot of things that man are doing, and a lot of things could be prophecy, coming to fulfillment slowly. One of the reasons I say that is it could be man. I'll just cover the man part. We all know that water seeks level, right? Water's going to run downhill and seek its level. So we have systems within this earth where we have rivers drying up in certain places. So water's disappearing from certain places and being forcefully pushed out of other places. And other places are flooding. And that's what's going to happen. How long have we had the infrastructure to solve the problem of drought or of flooding? We've had that infrastructure ever since we've had infrastructure. So to say that, we can't stop a lot of drought or stop a lot of flooding or inhibit it, but we could certainly do so. That wouldn't be a problem, and the cost would be efficient, much more efficient than letting all the farms flood out or the drought to set in and everything just burn up and dry. So yeah, there's a lot to do with water, man, but you could say some prophecy is slowly happening, but if you want to put it in order, as in what the text says, you might have problems with some of the things that's happening, now, not just the water coming out of the rocks, but other things going on also. So I wouldn't answer either way on that, at this moment. Is anyone speaking right now? Because I'm not hearing anything.
No.
Hey, Gio, I wanted to know what you thought about that, man. You know, flooding and droughts in different areas, and what we've come to realize about the earth. And realizing that the roads, the ditches, infrastructure, pipes, all these things are here for us to, you know, pump water to other states, so we don't have flooding, and pump water back if we need some water because we're in a drought. We could actually do a lot of things that would be more efficient, more cost effective than letting the drought set in or let the flooding happen, don't you think?
I posted a graph since everybody's not talking. Earlier, we were talking about the sun's speed in the southern hemisphere versus the northern hemisphere. And is there any evidence to support any amount of time dilation? Right. And I said that there's up to a 15-minute discrepancy between the north and the south, 16-minute discrepancy. I posted a graph this is called the equation of time. And above is positive and below, but above that red line is positive and below that red line is negative. And you had 360 days you have. So at the beginning of the year, right, it starts off negative. Now, clocks have been standardized in recent times, but it wasn't always so. Solar noon could differ, you know, in a state, in a town, in a city, it could differ, right? Depending how big the city is, 12 o'clock noon is not going to be 12 o'clock for everybody, even within a 50-mile radius, right? And even back in the day, when you had all these church steeples with these bells, you had all these churches, depending on their longitude, they would ring their bells at 12 o'clock solar noon, when before time was standardized. And then you'd hear bells going off basically all day long. Until time was standardized. But even with that, like the red line is standardized time. And then the yellow line is a deviation of real time, like in real time, like right now, like on Earth, as the sun moves, you know, between the tropics, the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. There's literal time dilation. And I've tried talking about this before, but I never had like the actual data to present. I was looking it up today. So this is between the sun's irregular behavior and then the standardized time. And you could see that towards the end of the year, you have a plus of up to, it says here, it's close to 18 minutes, but I would say 16-minute deviation. And if you look at the beginning of the year, which would be around March or April, you have a negative 16 minutes. So between negative, that's about a 30-minute discrepancy between the beginning and the end of the year in real time, in our actual day. Not related to the inaccuracy of clocks, but in like just talking about the sun's movement from evening to evening or from twilight to twilight. So either the Earth is spinning faster or spinning slower. If you're on the heliocentric model, in the geocentric model, the sun is actually moving faster, but it's not actually keeping perfect time. It's not keeping a perfect 24-hour bracket, 364 days a year.
Somebody tell me if my sound is coming through okay.
Loud and clear, brother.
All right. Thank you, brother.
So there are things like the sun's eccentricity, the obliquity, the equation of time, the curve of obliquity. These things are not ever really spoken of. But it's extremely fascinating when you go down this path, because just from following the sun and tracking the sun on my sundial, most sundials that people have only really track the hours in a day, but sundials can be used to track the months, the weeks, and even the years. They talk about the sidereal year. I've tracked it, but it doesn't match up with what NASA's pushing out, or what time and date is pushing out.
If you want to try something fun with time and date, pick one longitude line and pick the and look at different locations along the one longitude line from south to north, and look at the declination of the sun as it changes. Azimuth and declination change as you go along that one longitude line.
I'm not following the declination of the sun. What's that? What's that
Well,
mean?
if you're interested in the sidereal day, the motion, you talk about the objective. It's the equation of time, essentially, what you're talking about. But if you go look at time and date and pick one longitude line, start in the south, pick a place there, look at the declination, the azimuth and declination of the sun, then move north, or whatever you're doing along the longitude, go from south to north, and look at at the rate of change at each place along one longitude line.
What are you seeing? If you just want to
Well,
to the chase.
what do you, we'll just go look at it. Just tell me if you noticed anything interesting with declination, the azimuth, and the declination angle change per latitude along one longitude line.
All right. Why it actually I'm assuming it matches the geocentric model, right?
I've never seen any model represent the data that's there.
All right. So I have a
So
quote from a book. The book's called The Sun and the Church. It's by J.L. Hilbrun. Because back then, you had the Jesuits following the sun's path, and they had their own sundials, these obelisks all over the place, and like. But anyways, it says here that as the locals became good at congregating around town, sundials, and making sure their watch time and the sun time aligned, they would notice that during 2 periods of the year, the shadows of the sundial would move faster, and in other times of the year, slower than the hands of their clocks.
you should just go look up the equation of time because that's what you're talking about.
No, yeah. This is all. Yeah, I am. That's what I've been researching. So, let me point this and give me 1 second. I'm about to post something. The photos that I posted there are from ancient cathedrals and churches where they would have like a little pinhole in the ceiling somewhere, just enough to allow a light ray to penetrate, and it would usually be pointed um wherever the sun would be at its zenith. So that it would shine its light through there, and at its zenith, it would measure where the light ray would hit the floor. So they would have like markers on the floor, and this is called a meridiana or something like that. Instead of a gnomon or a wooden peg or an obelisk like most sundials, they would use a light ray to keep track of time, and they would measure this light ray from equinox to equinox, or from each revolution of the year, and this is how they kept track of time and how they would calculate the time differences between the year. It was very precise.
Yeah.
More
Well, I was.
more precise than our clocks, I would say that. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, I was a Navy SEAL.
and
And I was also the governor of Minnesota.
all right, what's that have to do with this?
How do you explain Building 7?
It was inside job, bro.
I'm down here. I live in Baja, Mexico now. I'm not even in the continental United States no more.
You sound like you've been smoking crack for 30 years, dude.
Hey, I got more freedoms in Mexico than I do my own country. I'm okay as long as I got my locals and I'm over here in Baja.
Right.
I bet you never thought you talked to a governor.
I don't know if you're serious. You sound like you're trolling.
I fought Hulk Hogan in front of 80,000 fans. What have
Do you have
done?
any pictures of that?
What have you done? Have you served?
Yeah,
I don't.
I was in the Army National Guard. I actually,
Oh, really?
yeah,
Oh, really? Well, I was a Navy SEAL. I was Navy
that's
before there
that's
was
cool.
Navy SEAL. I was in BUDS, underwater demolitions.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, I know how buildings fall. Building 7, inside job. The government. You ever been to Plum Island?
No,
Don't do it. Don't put fucking words in my mouth.
take your meds, old man.
On the movie The Predator, I took a real bullet.
I think he's getting Jesse Ventura mixed up with Ace Ventura.
What do you like better?
What do you know?
I know nothing. I'm a nobody. I'm not a governor. I'm not an actor. I'm nobody.
Nobody's a nobody. Come on down to Baja and beat somebody.
The only reason I would go down to Baja is to drive those doom buggies. That's it.
And freedom. You all ever hear Iron Man? Hi.
How did the ancient sailors do it, Matthew?
They looked at other stars. I'm just saying they didn't use that as a North Star.
Sorry, say again?
You can still do celestial navigation with other stars. I'm just saying that they didn't use Polaris as the North Star.
Okay. So you think, like, let's say the ancient Romans or the Greeks or the Chinese, they used another star?
They used other stars for navigation. They used constellations. They had names for all the constellations, but Polaris wasn't directly in the north. 2,000 years ago.
Really? As soon as 2,000 years ago, Polaris, you're saying, wasn't there? Really? Yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, we can see it moving even within more recent recorded history, right?
Well, it kind of wobbles a little bit, but it does it really move that much?
Yeah. If you're curious how much, you can look at 48 past the hour in the live stream text.
The Small Dipper, yeah.
Yeah, you can look at the reading from 1850 and look at the reading from 2000 and see how much it's changed in 150 years. And then if you go back 2,000 years, it's even more.
So what is it in the last 200 years? You know it off?
In the last
offhand?
150 years, yeah, it's right there. It moves about 200 milliarc seconds per year.
200 milliarc seconds.
Right.
And they're able to measure that?
Yeah, use photographs and just compare it to the background stars. You can get pretty precise measurements.
200 milliarc seconds. You realize how small that is, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Were you here before when we were talking about magnetism
No, I wasn't.
and compasses? Well, I was making the observation that a compass, wherever you are on Earth, regardless of the location, it always points north.
I'm in Los Angeles. It doesn't point north.
Your compass doesn't point north? To magnetic north?
Oh, it points to magnetic north, but it doesn't point north.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant, obviously.
What do you mean, obviously? They're two different...
Not geographic north. Yeah.
Right. They're different, right?
But
geographic north is different than magnetic north.
absolutely. Yep. But I was referring to magnetic north. Are you aware that compasses, no matter where you are on Earth, point to magnetic north?
Yeah, that's the definition of magnetic north, right?
Mm-hmm. The Earth, how many poles does it have?
It has two poles. If you're talking two geographic poles, the North Pole and the South Pole.
Magnetic. How about magnetic poles?
It has two magnetic poles: the North Pole and the magnetic North Pole and the magnetic South Pole.
Okay. So when you're in the south, where does your compass point?
So compasses always line up with the magnetic field lines, and so they just line up. The north part points towards the north, and the south part towards the south, no matter where you are on Earth.
Mm-hmm. But how does that work in with a regular magnet? If you put a compass close to one pole, and then you shift the magnet around, or you move the magnet, do you know what happens to the compass?
Yeah. As you move it around, it keeps lining up with the magnetic field lines. Whatever the field lines are, it just lines up.
No, I'm saying if you switch poles, say you have a bar magnet,
Oh, I
you
see.
put it
Yeah.
next to a compass.
Yeah, if you twist it, then
So
you're
if you
changing the
switch the
magnetic lines.
pole,
Right, it'll switch around.
okay, so if you have a ball magnet and you switch it, like you reverse the poles, because ball magnets work the same way, right? North and south. So if you switch the poles on that, what do you think will happen to the compass? Or if you move the compass
Yeah, it'll switch
around the
around.
other side?
Because a compass always just
Okay, does
follows
that happen
whatever
on
the
Earth?
strongest field lines are.
Does that happen on Earth?
Well, it would be hard to switch the poles around, right? You're not going to switch Earth. It's just we can't control
Yeah,
where
but you
the
can switch the compass. I'm not saying to switch the Earth. You can switch the compass, which would be the same thing, no?
What do you mean switch the compass? The compass is just going to follow whatever
Like if
field
you go
line.
from if you're in the north, right? The compass is going to point north, right?
Right. Well, I mean, what do you mean point north? It
Right.
points south at the same time. It's not pointing. It's pointing two directions. It's a line that lines up with the field line. The north side points toward the north. The south points towards the south. It's not pointing at a specific thing. It's pointing along a line.
It's pointing along a line, huh? You think you
Right.
can recreate that? You think you can take a bar magnet or a ball magnet and show me what you mean? Like bring the compass around the other side, the other pole, and show me that it doesn't switch. Show me that it follows the, what did you call it? The lines?
So I have no
Do
idea what
you
on earth you're
understand what
talking
I'm
about. Like
saying?
compasses are lines, right?
Do you have a compass in your home?
I do not, but I can show you a picture of one.
Okay. Let me post a video to show you what I'm talking about.
Okay, so I posted a picture, 56 past the hour, shows what a compass looks like. It's a needle that has a center point, and then it's a I mean, you know what a compass looks like. It has a line, and it sort of lines up with the magnetic field lines.
Right. I posted a video, short video that I made, so I could explain to you what I mean. Can you please have a look at it? It's like 20 seconds or so.
Okay, yeah, I watched it. Yeah, so that compass is lining up with the field lines that it experiences now because you have a magnet that is stronger than Earth's um, magnetic field lines. You're changing the local field lines, and it's attempting to line up with them. Now it keeps spinning, so there's some inertia there involved. So that's why it's spinning. But basically, it's being drawn to be lined up with the field lines.
It's not the field lines. It's
What are you
north
talking about?
and south of the magnet.
No.
North pole and the south pole. Okay, I'm gonna have to drop you another video because you're not getting it, obviously. This is a visual representation of the lines you're trying to talk about. But watch in the beginning how they flip when he changes it. And I hope you get it watching
Right.
this.
Yeah. No, that's exactly the same kind of thing that I showed at 59 at Pasteur. So that bar magnet creates magnetic field lines. Those blue lines, wherever you put the compass, it's going to try and line up with that blue line.
Did you see the flip of the compass?
Yes.
Tell me you saw the flip of the compass in the beginning. Okay.
Yeah.
That is what I'm talking about. Not how they align with the lines. I'm talking about the flipping. When one pole is closer to the other, it flips. I mean, I don't know how else or how more clear I can be. That is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's following those blue lines. When you flip it around, it flips those compasses.
Does that happen on Earth?
Yes. This is bizarre. I mean,
No.
compasses work like along field lines. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, what are you even asking? There's no argument here. It's just
When you take a compass from the north to the south, does the compass flip, or does it continue pointing north?
it continues pointing north because you haven't flipped the magnetic poles of the Earth. They're still in the same place.
All right. I guess we're done here. There's no other simpler way I can put it. So, yeah. If you don't understand that, if you're closer to the south pole should have greater polarity than the north pole. There's no other way I can explain it to you. I showed you a video. I showed you one that I made.
That's just false.
I showed
What
you
are you
another
talking
one.
about? At any one point,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's it. You're not getting it. So
the magnetic field lines, the strength of the magnet is a number, a single number, and it's the same strength to the north and to the south. It's it's directional, like magnetic field lines are directional, and they have a direction and a magnitude, how strong it is. That's all they are. That's what compasses do. They line up with the direction, and then you can use other things to find the magnitude.
do you not understand that if you switch the magnet pole from north to south, that the compass also switches?
Yes, of course.
You do not understand that.
I understand that.
Okay, so why does that not happen on Earth when you go from the North Pole to the South Pole? Why does that not happen on Earth?
Because you're just traveling along the field lines and it keeps the same orientation. You're not flipping the pole.
My God, man. My God, you're just not getting it, are you? You're
No,
not flipping the pole. You're
I am the
moving
one who
closer to
understands completely.
the other pole. You're flipping. You're moving. The pole is not moving, Matthew.
Okay, so
You're the one that's moving closer
Yes.
to the other pole, Matthew.
So if you're standing at the equator and you're facing north and you're holding your compass, and then you yourself turn around, then yes, then the compass flips around from your perspective. So of course it flips around.
But it doesn't, Matthew. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. In the real world, the compass always points north. Wherever you are
Yes.
on this beautiful... Yes. So how is that possible?
Because that's what a compass does. It always points north. Doesn't matter where on earth you are.
Okay, Matthew. You're not following. You don't see that it's behaving like a monopole?
It's not behaving like
You don't get that?
Yeah, the compasses aren't monopoles. There is no such thing as magnetic monopole.
That's my whole point. So why does it always point north? If you have a dual pole magnetic system,
You keep saying that compasses
why
point
is
north,
it when...
but they don't. They point north and south at the same time.
Okay, Matthew.
One end of the compass points towards
It's
the north.
obvious
The other end points towards the south. A compass has 2 points, one towards the north and one towards the south, and it always lines up with the magnetic field lines. That's all it does. It's really simple.
You're right, Matthew. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yep. Do me a favor, please buy like a compass and a magnet, very cheap, and just play around with it and be amazed.
No, I have done that before, and I know exactly how it works.
So then why are you having issues with what I'm saying?
I'm not.
Why don't you understand that when you move closer to a certain pole, a certain thing happens? Why do you not understand that?
Because it doesn't. It just follows the field lines. You're saying that are you saying that a compass should point towards the south when you go in the South Pole?
Didn't you just say yourself that you've gotten the compass,
Yes.
you had a bar magnet? Now
Yes.
what happened when you put one pole of the magnet next to the compass? What happened?
It points towards the magnet.
What points towards the magnet? The compass, right?
The compass points towards the magnet.
Let's say the blue, the red part.
Right. And then you flip around the
Okay,
magnet and it turns around, and then the other part of the compass points towards the magnet.
Right. So it flips. The compass flips, right? When the stronger pole goes to, it flips. Okay, we established that now, right?
There isn't a stronger and a weaker pole. They're equal. There's only one magnitude.
Not stronger. I mean, when it moves closer to the magnet. When either pole, when one pole is closer to the compass, it points one direction. Then when you flip it in the same direction, when you flip the other pole around, right?
Right.
Now that pole, the south pole, instead of the north pole, is closer to the compass. The compass flips, right?
Right.
And it flips because one pole is closer than the other pole, right?
Not because it's closer. It's just the field lines are going that direction. But yes, the field lines are going that direction because that other one.
Call it whatever you want. Call it whatever you want. When you flip it, the magnet flips, correct?
Right.
I mean, the compass flips, correct?
Yes.
And it happens every time, correct?
Every time.
Every time. Now, does this happen on Earth when you go from the North Pole to the South Magnetic Pole? Does your compass flip in the same manner? Yes or no?
It depends on your perspective. If you're standing, holding the compass in front of you, looking north, then it points north and south, and it's pointing towards the north. And then if you turn around 180 degrees,
Didn't ask you if you turned around. Didn't ask you that. Compass is the same heading. You go from the north to the south. You do the exact same thing as you did with the situation that we were talking about. But you, instead of moving the magnet, you go to the poles. Does that happen on Earth? Does the compass flip? Yes or no?
No,
And why is that?
because you're just following along a magnetic field line. You haven't flipped anything. You're just moving from one pole
Okay,
towards the
me
other.
and you are not communicating, so yeah, I'm gonna disengage now because there's nothing else I can tell you.
Good idea. It sounds like you're not very good at explaining it. So.
Nice talk. No, well, bro, you have no clue of what you're talking about.
I
You
understand magnetism way
agreed.
better than
It
you do.
happens in this manner. You just agreed twice with me, twice. And when I tell you does it happen on Earth, you say no. And when I ask you why, you start mumbling.
It does
And you
happen
tell me
on Earth
I'm
when you
not
turn around.
explaining it good. Excuse me?
It does happen on Earth when you turn around 180 degrees. That's how you flip the poles on Earth.
That's how you flip the poles on Earth, by you turning around.
Right.
By you turning around, the poles on Earth flip.
From your perspective, yes.
Wow. And what does that have anything to do with what I told you?
Everything.
In the slightest bit. I told you if you move from one magnetic pole to the north and you go to the other pole in the south, I asked you, does your compass flip like the other example we agreed how magnets work and compasses? And you said no.
Because the
And then when I asked you why, you told me because you flip around.
Yeah, because the poles aren't changing. If you go from one to the other, the pole isn't changing. The magnetic north is still there. The magnetic south is still there. Nothing flips. You're just getting closer from one pole to another pole, following a magnetic field line. Then the compass is just going to keep following that line. When you're flipping a magnet on the small scale, you're actually changing where the magnetic field lines are. It's pretty straightforward. All a compass does is follow a magnetic field line. That's it.
You think you can reproduce that and show me? Get a compass and a magnet and show me? Because obviously you have no clue of what you're talking about.
But no,
Pretty obvious.
I understand what I'm talking about very clearly, and I understand magnetism better than you do.
Okay, you think you can reproduce this then? Since
Back
you're
that
the smart
again.
one?
I mean, you could get
Around
a 12-inch.
5,000.
Yeah, you could get a 12-inch globe and put a strong bar magnet in it to reproduce it, and then move a compass along the surface of the globe, and you could see what it does, and you could reproduce this.
Okay, so you can do it easily, right? Okay, go ahead. I've been asking. First of all, Blue told me he's going to do it, and Kosho told me he's going to do it, but so far we haven't gotten anything. You think you can do it?
I'm saying what would happen. I'm not going to do it.
Oh, so you're just going to make up a story, right? Of how
Right.
magnetism works in your mind
Based
after
on
agreeing that.
based on my superior understanding of how magnetic field lines work, I have come up with a description of what would happen if you put a bar magnet inside of a 12-inch globe, and I've explained to you with the prediction of the correct version of how mathematics and magnetism works. I've told you what's going to happen. I don't feel the need to prove it with an experiment.
Can I ask a question?
Okay, so you're just making stuff up. Okay, fair enough.
Right.
Fair enough.
That's what proper science does. I mean, if you have a good understanding and it's correct, then you can make predictions.
Can I ask
How?
a
You
question
just
about you guys?
contradicted yourself, science guy. You contradicted yourself.
Go ahead, Fundy.
You want me to tell you how? I will, if you want. Here it is. You agreed with me how magnetism works. We went through it with the north and the south, how the compasses work. Then I tell you, is this the same way it works on Earth? And you said, no. So somehow you're the smart one, decided that magnetism on Earth doesn't work the same way as a regular bar magnet, like the way we discussed. And you're telling me, oh, I can take a plastic ball, put a magnet in it, and bingo presto. So if you think that's sufficient, okay, good on you, bro.
I've always said the same thing. Magnetism works the same everywhere. On a plastic ball, on the Earth, with these little toy magnets and all that type of thing, a compass always lines up with the magnetic field lines. That's it.
Okay, show it. Show us that you can put a compass from north to south without it shifting. I'm calling bull on it, and I don't think it's possible. No way. You cannot show that. Impossible. Because what you're describing is a monopole magnet, and monopole magnets do not exist.
You're right. They do not exist. What I'm describing is that compasses line up with field lines. And that's always what happens.
Sure, I heard the mantra before.
'Cause it's
Kosho was
true.
preaching it, Blue was preaching it, and I challenged them like I'm challenging you. Show me this happening. Show me. All it will take you is a compass and a magnet. That's it. Give me a PO box number. I'll ship them to you gladly.
You said you have a bar magnet and a compass, right?
I do.
Yeah, so just try it. How long is your
I did. I
is your
just
bar
showed it. I
magnet?
just posted it to you, dude. I posted it to you.
Yeah,
What I'm talking about, I made a video and I showed you. I have a little ball magnet. I'm turning the poles and the compass is turning. Plain as day. As plain as a fly on a, how do they say it in the South? As plain as a fly on a horse's butt in the sunshine.
Right, and you're doing it on a flat surface. I say move the compass along a spherical shape and see what happens.
Show me, brother. Do it. You're
Well, there's only one way
you're
to
the expert. You're the
there's only
professional.
one way to
You
settle
claim
this, guys.
superior magnetic knowledge than me. Go ahead. Show me.
Fundy, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Well, I have a vague memory of something I heard maybe once or twice, maybe on Globe Busters or something like that. But it was about how like compasses need to be like they're not going to give you the right reading south of the equator, and you need to like make adjustments instead of just like taking them at face value. Have you guys heard something like that?
Yeah, it's called magnetic declination, and so for every point on Earth, there's a number that shows how much the declination is.
Is it worse in the
Yeah, that
south
has to do with
than
true
the
north.
north? Not necessarily. There are maps that show it's only a few degrees.
I mean, I understand the difference between like true north and magnetic north, but that's not what I remember hearing. That like your compass just isn't going to point toward like straight towards magnetic north when you're the further south you go. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I mean
Actually, it
that's not.
always points north. That's the funny thing about it.
Okay, I mean yeah.
No matter where
it's
you're
fine.
at.
Well, it always points north and south, right?
Right.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, let's just say like magnetic north and true north were in the same position, and so
Like Miami, for example. They are in Miami.
What?
Miami happens to be a place where magnetic north and true north are the same direction.
Oh, I don't understand. Isn't like magnetic north like changing its position little by little always?
Yeah, but in Miami currently, it's about the same. If you look at the map I just posted at 17,
Oh,
they are
okay.
everywhere along green. It's the same.
I see what you're saying. Okay. It's the magnetic north is like tilted away from true north in the direction of Miami. So it's like true north is behind magnetic north
Right.
from that direction. Okay.
I think it might be the opposite. But,
Or yeah, whichever way.
So Matthew, are the magnetic field lines or the magnetic fields, are they equal in the north and in the south magnetic pole? Are they spread equally around the globe?
Well, the strength of the magnetic field is a function of distance, so there's probably some variation. But at any point, anywhere, the magnetic field is just a number and a direction. So basically, it's a number. How strong is the magnetic field, and then second, and then the compass lines up its points to the north and south. I mean, it has 2 points, right? One points one direction, and then 180 degrees points the other direction. So it points north and south at all times.
That's not what I asked. I asked you, is the field uniform and even in the north and in the south?
Not exactly, no. There's some slight variations.
How slight?
I'm not sure, actually. You'd have to look up a map.
I thought you were an expert in magnetism.
Yeah, I'll find
Have
it.
you heard of the south? Go on.
Yes, I've heard of the south.
What south? I wasn't finished. What were you going to say?
I was going to show you a map that shows how strong the Earth's magnetic field is.
Have you heard of the South Atlantic anomaly?
Yeah,
being the expert that you are.
Yeah, it's a part where there's the magnetic field strength is different.
Yeah, not uniform. A lot weaker.
What's that all about? This anomaly.
Okay,
Who knows?
if you look in the chat, there's a picture of what it looks like. It's that blue section is the South Atlantic anomaly.
Mm-hmm. So not uniform the way they show us when they show us the picture and the aurora borealis, and they show how even the lines are and all that, right? Not like that, right?
Yeah, not exactly even.
Is that just like a permanent feature? Like it's consistently like always like that throughout the year and stuff? There's just like this week.
I think it moves slightly around.
Yeah,
Not
it moves
exactly
a little
sure,
bit, but not
yeah,
much.
Huh. That's weird.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird things about about what they tell us they know and what they actually know.
What would that like relate to? Like a misshapen mantle or core or something? Like like the core is kind of like it isn't like a spherical core in the sense. I don't know. That's complicated.
Well,
I
they
don't even
have
know.
to say that it's not uniform, that the core is not uniform, and you hear them say that the crust is different. There's different amounts of rocks and all kinds of crazy explanations. But when they show it, it's all uniform. The magnetic field is perfectly uniform, like a bar magnet.
I mean, what would that say on a flat Earth though, as well? Like that's just strange either way.
I think it's so if you think about what causes a magnetic field being like the movement of the fluids in the convective, or what do you call it, convection currents or whatever in the upper core. It's not exactly it to me. I give the analogy a lot because of the weather. You know, like the weather is probably one of the most unpredictable things. You know, outside of 2 weeks, like 2 weeks in the future, it's not very easy to predict the weather because there's so many, you know, non-uniform variables, moving parts, and the inside of the Earth is probably not very different. Where there's probably regions that you know are somewhat consistent, you know, throughout the times or whatever. But I don't think that it's something that you know you can use to make exact predictions because it's not like a uniform temperature and composition. So you're going to get these irregularities.
So are you saying there's slower flow of the mantle, like, or you know, what is it? The outer core, there's like a slower flow of that liquid beneath that spot. Something's
Convective
messing up its flow.
convective currents are like, I don't know if you know what a thermal is on the atmosphere, but either way, it's like a
Athermal.
yeah, thermal is like when there's like a warmer. They're like columns of warm air basically, and
Sure.
they do these sort of spirals upward. Um, and yeah, so in the outer core, it's the same sort of thing. There's a lot of these upward columns of hot you know, of hot regions of this liquid magma. They have these like spirals, and so they're not like they're not like fixed or anything like that. So they're probably moving.
You're basically calling this like the eye of Jupiter or something like that, relating it to
No.
weather.
I mean, like I said,
Like,
I think of it a lot like weather, but I don't know if I would. I mean, you can think of it like that, I guess. I mean,
it's just so permanent, man. You know, what you're comparing it to sounds like something that would like work itself out and maybe like pop up in another area like tomorrow or a year from now. But these guys told me like this is just a very consistent thing as far as anyone knows. There's just this like.
Well, I heard you ask that question. The answer to that question was actually it's not consistent because it's like consistent for the local time, but that not or that
Everything will
South
change
Atlantic
eventually.
thing. Well, yeah, but it's changing all the time, and actually they say that's caused by the changing poles because the poles are always shifting, and they say they're gonna reverse or something like that. But at any rate, it's not a regular magnetic field. Like it's not like a perfectly structured magnetic field. It's got a lot of irregularities, and I've seen that South Atlantic anomaly be described as like a knot in the magnetic field. Like it's like this twisty, contorted like
I mean, that's got to
area.
correlate to something physical,
not.
though. I mean, that's got to correlate to something physical, and it's like what physical like hindrance could be happening there? Like I was saying, the flow is just slower in that area. It's not circulating as well. There's a cold patch. I mean, there's some obstruction in its path. Yeah, it's like, what does that even correlate to? And what physical
Correlates to
thing it correlates
model
to?
error.
What physical thing could it correlate to that is as permanent in its like physicality as the field is consistent? I mean, I don't know how long it's been around, but let's just say even just a year. It's probably a lot longer than that. It's like, how could there be a knot in a fluid for a year? And like I said,
Been
you know,
way longer than that. It's been
sure,
way
sure.
longer than that.
But I mean, I know you guys say that the eye of Jupiter is a storm, and it's just this storm in the same spot for, you know, thousands of years or whatever, or who knows what the estimate is. So it's like, you know, you guys believe in these like things that should seem to like disperse and even out, but somehow stay knotted through some means. I guess that's your answer to this
So how's the
anomaly,
model
maybe?
coming along, Costa? Oh, sorry, I thought you were done, bro.
Oh, I am, man.
Oh no, I told you. Actually, I misunderstood you earlier. I understand you now. Actually, Matthew understood you immediately, but I feel like when we were talking to you earlier, I was under the impression that, because I was weird, because I know you're a smart dude, but it seemed like you didn't get it at all. But I think that you just were describing something that has no relationship with the Earth's surface. That's why I posted that picture again, and I heard Matthew describe it exactly how I had come to understand. But like that picture I posted with the magnet, this is what you're describing. This is the issue that you're describing, and this is not the issue that you would experience on the Earth at all.
What's
Even
the
though,
problem?
Why not?
What are you guys
well,
what are you guys talking about? I think everyone else is lost.
SC could try to describe it, but to be honest with you, when he describes it, it doesn't make sense. I don't know. Maybe you'll get an intuition for it. I didn't for a long time. So
You want to fill me in, SC?
Yeah, it's very simple. You have a compass, right? You get a bar magnet. That's what they say the Earth is. If you take the north part of the magnet and you bring it close to the compass, you're going to see the needle right away turn towards it, the white part, right? Now, if
Okay.
you flip the bar magnet, just where it is, just flip the pole, you're going to see the compass just flip back, do the same thing. Very simple to understand.
Okay.
You with me so far, Fundy?
Okay. Does everyone agree this happens like on a table or something?
on a table, yeah.
Okay.
Every time, without fail.
Okay.
Okay. So now they say, now I'm not saying I believe this, but they say that the Earth functions in the same way like a bar magnet, has the fields
Okay.
of line that go in from the top. You know how they make that circle? They show it on
Yeah. Into
the
the
iron
top, out the
filings, right?
bottom, toroidal around the outside. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So you have a north pole and you have a south pole, just like a bar magnet, right?
Okay.
So if you have a compass and you're in the north, it's close to the north pole, it points one way, right? Now when you bring the same compass down to the south and it's closer to the south pole, what do you think should happen?
Okay. Well, there's the whole Earth in the way, which is like the difference, right? It's like it's like I would like to see the video where someone takes like a glass bowl and sets it on top of the bar magnet laying on the flat table.
Okay, so I
Right.
posted a video where it does exactly what Say was asking. It's like 35 seconds if you watch, starting at second 25.
What does it do? Does it flip over?
It does. The north points towards the north, and the south points towards the south.
So it does what we're saying, what I just explained,
Yes.
what we just agreed.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so does that happen on Earth?
Yes. The north points towards the north, and the south points towards the south.
Oh my God. Bro, are we talking the same language?
I think so.
Seriously.
If you would please watch the 35-second video, I'm curious if it is what
Okay,
you're
hold on.
talking about.
Okay.
I
okay.
understand. I understand
watched.
what. Sorry, go ahead.
I watched the video and it did what SE was talking about.
Yeah,
So where do we go from here?
the issue that I didn't pick up on until I was thinking about it later was on Earth. Like if you have a compass, you have the red side of the compass. It's called the north side. Whatever. It's pointed to the North Pole, which is really the south side of the magnet. Regardless, if you're only worried about where that north side is pointed, the red part of your compass, it's going to be pointed. It's going to be following the field lines pointed towards where the north pole on the Earth is. But if you notice that these magnets on a small scale, they're not really behaving in that same kind of way. Like they're not behaving the same way that you would expect a single compass to behave, because a single compass, if it were to behave the way it's behaving in these videos, then it wouldn't really be pointed north when you're closer to the South Pole. It'd be pointed like out like in the
Yeah,
videos, they're pointing
yeah.
like outwards towards the.
There's a big issue applying this video to reality and the compasses we use, because I don't like, he had his on like a gimbal, right? He had a bar magnet response like as his compass, and it was on like a what do you call, like a two axis
it
gimbal,
can point
right?
3 dimensionals. Yeah.
And so the only
Yeah,
way
but
that
you see how it's flipped over,
it did flip, yeah,
just like.
yeah,
Yes. Yes.
it did flip,
I mean,
and
he
so
didn't realize what he showed. He just made my point.
right. I mean, what needs to happen then is
Then we
like,
agree.
well, not quite. It's like,
Matthew, you're not. Oh
does
my
anyone
God.
own a 2-axis gimbal that can show like the closer to the north you go, the more the magnet stands up vertically, and the further south you go, the more it also stands up vertically, just an opposite orientation. It's like the only compasses I imagine any of us own are like disc shaped, where the needle is kept on only one axis of rotation.
Well, yeah, you just turn that same compass vertical and see what happens.
I'm not sure it's that simple. I mean, if you're going to post the video
He
with the guy with
really
the
doesn't
2-axis
get it.
gimbal, I mean, it points.
So
If even that compass, like even a disc one, like a typical compass as we imagine it usually, it's like, okay, so you're going to take it to the South Pole, and you're going to hold it horizontally, and the north is going to point to the sky. That's
if
what
you
would
get that
happen.
far south, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
if you
hard to
get to
get that close
Antarctica,
to the north or the South Pole. So, but the
the
farther north
white,
you go, yeah.
and then you're. I I don't know, man. We got to get some footage of someone in Antarctica with a compass where the north points to the sky. Because that's the video you showed. That's what would happen, right? We agree. That's what SE was saying. I think, right?
As a matter of fact, I'm going to keep this video. Like, this is the best representation of what I was talking about. Like,
So this is what I
it's
thought. I thought we were
unbelievable. Like, to
agreeing.
me, this
I
is
thought
like
we were agreeing the whole
astonishing to me.
time. So I think we were agreeing the whole time.
Matthew,
This is what I was trying to describe, and this is what you were saying.
I don't know, Matthew. I think we're just not communicating.
It could be. Yeah. So, and he has a 3-dimensional gimbal there. But if you put that magnet along the surface, as long as it's not too far close to the north or too far close to the south, it would basically just point north and point south. Like along the surface, you're still going to be able to figure out which way is north and south.
Here's a problem. You're
But
gonna have
don't you
to
see
use
by your
a
own
really
example?
lightweight magnet. In real life, you're like, if you want it to be affected by the Earth's magnetic field, you're gonna have to get like a hair width thin compass needle, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And you're gonna have to like suspend it inside of a vacuum in the center of a sphere to let it
I don't think it has to be a vacuum. It just has to be shielded from wind.
Sure, vacuum would be best, of course, but who knows? Just to allow it to. Oh, yeah. I guess it would just take more time for it to get where it's trying to go. But yeah, I mean, do we have that? I mean, do we have nothing to really present on that matter? We got this video of what it should do on a globe, but then we don't have any evidence or footage or whatever of someone using that type of 3-dimensional compass.
No, they make those.
Yeah, but we don't
They
have
make
footage, or we don't know anyone we can talk to, or we're just kind of stuck here at this point.
they make those, and I've seen them used. Like those ones, they're basically like you said. It's like it's not really a sphere, but it's a 3-dimensional glass with fluid in it.
You've seen a 3-dimensional compass point north to the sky when the further south you go?
I've seen it point not horizontally. I wouldn't really say like vertically, but
okay.
Let me see.
Well, that's something. Yeah, that's something, I guess. Don't take it into that South Atlantic anomaly, though.
Matthew, do you understand the implications of the video that you showed? Is exactly what I'm talking about when you
Yeah, that's
go
what I was.
from
That's what I was trying to
one
describe the
pole.
whole time.
Let me, but I didn't finish.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
When you go from one, no worries. When you go from one pole, right, and you go
It'll
to
flip.
the other pole, and you bring, yeah, if you bring it closer to the other pole, closer to the pole, which it's stronger. The closer you bring it, then it flips. That's
Okay,
exactly the point.
let
That's
me just say this
exactly
real
what I was
quick.
trying to tell you.
Let me just say that Kosho introduced us as if he didn't know what you were talking about, and that there was a slight chance I may be able to understand you, but that wasn't complicated. And
No.
do you still not
I
What I
tried to
said to you,
explain. We
what I
had this
said to you
combo
was,
before, Fundy.
SC. I can speak for myself. Thank you, sir. What I said again was that when Essie had brought this up earlier, I misunderstood him as being confused, completely confused, and it took me
Okay.
until IB had posted this picture earlier that I looked at it and I realized that this was an instance of what actually Essie is talking about, because it doesn't represent how you would imagine it on Earth, because the field lines, like I said, if when you don't even have to be that close to the south poles of these magnets for the north part of the compass to be pointed, like I said, towards the sky if you imagine that as Earth. Anyway, so we were
Oh, my
describing.
bad, dude.
Yeah, we were
My
just
bad.
describing it to SE. We're trying to explain it, and I was thinking he was completely confused, but he was just imagining this strange scenario.
Yeah, same thing. I think that I was misunderstanding what he was saying. But if we can agree that that's how it should act, like the video I posted, then I think we were on the same page, but sort of talking past each other.
So,
And then you
so
were
if
asking,
you're agreeing that it flips,
right?
oh,
Yeah,
sorry, I
great
thought
video,
you were
man.
done, man.
Yeah, and so I was going to
Great
say,
video.
as far as the video, if you want to see a video of a three-dimensional compass kind of lining up with kind of pointing higher in the sky, you can look at the video I just posted, starting at 26 seconds.
Hell yeah.
Because it turns out,
And
and
what
this
does that
makes
have
sense.
to do with what we're talking about?
Oh, the declination that you were talking about. Is the farther on Earth, the farther you go south, the more tilted the magnetic field lines are.
Does the compass tilt
It
when you
does.
bring it south?
In the second one, what they
No,
did,
it
and this
does
is
not.
what they
It
did, and this
does
is
not.
really. Did you watch the video?
I'm talking about a regular compass and what we were talking about before.
Yeah.
Do you
So a
want to
regular.
switch the conversation now? Do you
No, I'm
want to
saying
admit that you were wrong about that compass?
in a regular
Yes or
compass,
no?
you're right. In a regular compass, you're right. That's why you need a 3D compass, like the second video I posted.
So I'm right in a sense that it doesn't flip like it should. If it was like a magnet that it, north and south. Is that what you're saying? That it
I
should, but it doesn't do it on Earth?
I think that we
Or
were
what
saying the
exactly
same
are you
thing.
saying?
I think we were saying the same thing the whole time. I mean, I'm still like bizarrely confused about what we're talking about here, because I think that we were trying to say the same thing the whole time.
Hey, man, that video doesn't show anything pointing up towards the sky. That's
Yeah.
just
The
that's just left
angle.
and right.
No, it's not. It's not exactly horizontal is the point in that video.
I mean, it looks like
He's
it.
trying to change the subject now, Fundy. He's trying
No,
to
it's the
change the
same.
subject.
This is the same thing. We're talking about the magnetic field lines. If they do what is in this, in the first video I posted, it shows the compass, the 3D compass, kind of following along those curved field lines, and in this second video shows that the same thing happens on the surface of the Earth.
The one, I'm sorry, maybe I didn't know you posted two videos. I'm watching the one where the guy's at different airports and he puts two small magnets on the sides of a metal ball, and of course the metal ball, balances with the two weights on either side of it, like being horizontal to each other. It's got like equal weight on both sides, and then it always turns in the same direction, but it isn't tilted. It's not like pointing up into the sky or down towards the ground or anything like that. It's just
Well,
turning.
it's not exactly horizontal. It's a little bit tilted based on his latitude.
It's like 30 pixels high. Like how could you determine if it's it looks level to me. I mean, it's such a small object on screen. I don't know how you could think that it shows any amount of tilt there.
Well,
And what does that have to do with what I was talking about, the original convo? Absolutely nothing.
yeah. When I heard Matthew speaking originally, I mean, even still, it sounded like he, like I said, he was describing exactly the scenario that you were describing, SC, and I felt like he had understood you where I initially didn't. But regardless, there's not really. I don't see there's not a conflict here. Like there's not like a disagreement. It's like
I
we're
agree.
all we're all agreeing with each other, and I think that was the part that confused me earlier as well. SC was the part that you were disagreeing, but there's not really a
we all agree,
disagreement
though.
here.
What are we all agreeing on? Just to be
We-
clear, what are we all exactly agreeing on?
We all agree. We all agree that on a globe model, the compass needle should flip, just like you explained with the bar magnet and the compass, where you put it on either side and north points away instead of pointing towards. You know, like the table example, that it should work the same way north and south on a globe.
Right. And when I asked him, Fundy, does that happen on Earth? What do they tell me? Go on, guys. Tell me how we agree on this.
They say yes, it should.
And when I asked them, does it? What do they say?
They said it does now. You just need a 3-dimensional compass.
Yeah, but we're not talking about a 3-dimensional compass. We're talking about a regular compass that everybody uses. See, they're going to get triggered now. Does the compass flip?
Yeah, SE's saying when you get closer to the North Pole, it points north. Then when you get closer to the South Pole, it should point south. That's not what happens on Earth, though.
Well, that's not what they're saying. With like I don't know, what do I call it? A classical compass? I mean, what do we want to call it? The where it would be apparent is like a needle, you know, a magnetic needle and whatever for a compass hanging inside of a sphere by like a 3-dimensional gimbal axis.
Fundy's got it, man, because that's really where you're gonna see this realized.
Got it.
No, that's where you're gonna see that realized with on Earth. Like if you had a 3D compass like that, then you would get the sort of effect that you're talking about. SE, if you took that same compass both places, you would see
or a disc magnet held vertically. If you went to Antarctica and you had a regular old compass and you held it vertically, north should point towards the sky. Same
See,
deal.
they got you saying all kinds of crazy things, bro.
No, that's not crazy at all.
No, it's not.
That's exactly what you're saying, man. I fully understand.
It's not crazy. That's why I was posting this picture, SE.
They think that the north side of the compass should point up towards the sky if you hold a regular compass, not flat, but vertically.
Well, it's just that the needle itself, the thin needle is going to follow the field lines, just like Matthew was saying. It follows the field lines. So if you're somewhere near the equator, those field lines are more or less horizontal. So a horizontal flat compass is going to, it's not going to surprise you or whatever. But the closer you are to either of the poles, those field lines are, more and more vertical. So, for that needle to follow those field lines, you'll need like a 3D compass.
It's unbelievable the stuff you come up with, man. Somehow they got you believing, Fundy, that a 3D compass works different, right? It's unbelievable. Listen, dude, you got north and you got south. and that's all there is to it, right? You move closer to one, it's gonna flip. You move closer to the other, it's gonna flip. That's it.
Well,
There's nothing that you can't change physics.
well,
You
here's the
agreed
thing,
to it
man.
before, but
They
somehow you want to
they didn't
convince
put any of
people that
the.
it doesn't work like that on Earth.
I just want to say that no one put any of these ideas in my head. The record will show that I basically didn't let them speak or hear anything from them, and I was the one who stated all these points independently. Like this is my opinion on a globe. That's how it should work, and then they only agreed with what I said before they even shared any of their thoughts. So I mean that's honestly how I
Have you
think it
ever
would work on
seen
a
a
globe.
3D compass?
You know
Have you
what?
ever heard about a 3D compass?
Well, I think it'd be very revealing if they passed those around and sold them at Walmart or whatever. So, but no, I've never seen one.
Yeah, so they told you 3D compass, and somehow you believe that
No, I
this thing
invented that
He
will work
in my
actually
head.
differently. Well, it
he actually
doesn't, bro.
described it.
It doesn't.
He described it before we ever said that, though. He made up. He described it in a weird way, where he said if you had this ball with a vacuum in it or whatever, and this very thin needle, but I mean that's the same idea, right?
It's all coming from me, man. Just don't tell me they're putting any ideas in my head because I'm literally immune to that. And also, the record will show it's recorded that I said all of these things before anyone even said anything similar.
Okay, fair enough. Let me ask you a question, Fundy. Do you
Sure.
believe that a 3D compass will behave differently than a regular compass?
Well, with the Earth being flat and all, no. But on a globe with some sort of magnet in the center of it, yes, that'd be the same as the table example that you showed.
So you think that a 3D compass will not always point the same direction as another regular compass? You think it'll point in a different direction?
Not in our reality, but in the fantasy of the globe, yeah, with a magnet in the center of a ball, it would operate differently than a typical compass. Of course,
Yeah, but we're talking about reality now. We're
yeah,
not
in
talking about
reality, yeah.
fantasy.
In reality, I just hang or well, I got my own opinions on the shape of the toroidal magnetic field on even on a flat Earth, and maybe even you, who knows. On the extreme, honestly, on the extreme, sure, a three-dimensional compass would point if you go to the North Pole on the flat Earth, yeah, a three-dimensional compass would start pointing downward.
Well, as a matter of fact, they say that the compass in the north, that's what I was trying to explain to you guys before, but I couldn't get in. They say that the compass in the north points down. Okay? So now the way they counteract that is they put a weight on the other arm, on the other side. So that's how they counteract that.
Now that I think about it, I'm not sure there'd be much of a difference at all in either model.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. A magnet is a magnet. It doesn't matter what surface it's under. It's going to behave in the same manner. And as a matter of fact, when they show the flux lines on the Earth, they show it like a bar magnet. The same loop on one side and the loop on the other side. So they agreed to everything. They agreed to how magnets work north and south. But somehow on Earth, it doesn't work that way, and they don't see it, and they say, "Oh, I'm the one not thinking clearly." No, you guys are not the one. And by the way, you guys said you're gonna show me how it works. Both Matthew, Kosho, and Blue.
Yeah, but
I'm
dude,
still
listen,
waiting.
I understand this as we're agreeing with each other. I don't want to call you confused, but I think that either you're not seeing the fact that we are in agreement, or I don't know what it is, but there's nothing to show you. Like we're showing you what there is to show you, and we were all in agreement. But yeah, I don't get what the point of contention is at this any longer. But But before you say that, I just want to say I was doing a lot of research into the poles, the movement of the poles today, like the magnetic field. And I came across something which might not be news to anybody else, but it was news to me, and I feel like it's never been expressed to me before. But you know that Carrington event that happened in the 1800s? It was that event that there was a solar storm, and it was witnessed as far, like the aurora borealis was as far south as Texas, and
It,
there
it
was
shocked people on telegraph lines and all that.
that's right, all that stuff, yeah. Hey, but you know what's interesting is I was looking at the data about the poles, and they have data. The NOAA has data for like 500 years of the, where the North Pole was, and the furthest south it's ever been, according to that data, was on that same year. It was like 69 degrees north. The North Pole was. I just think that's interesting. That it was either that's a coincidence or I don't know what the deal with that is, but yeah, it was the furthest south, 69 degrees north, on that same year when that event happened.
What was magnetic north?
Yeah, magnetic North Pole. Yeah.
And just snap back into place?
No. If you look at the data as a progression, so it was progressively getting that far south, and then progressively moved further north. It wasn't moving abruptly. I think most recently, it's moved more abruptly than any other time. But that was like I said, that was the extreme. That's as far south of it as it was.
Jeez, that's really low.
Well, yeah, but it's just I don't know if there's some relationship between that event and that fact. It's interesting. Yeah, Matthews posted a picture of of a map here.
It shows where the
What year was
magnetic
that?
pole, 1859 looks like is when it was the lowest.
That's what it was.
Who is keeping these records? Like, was there some sort of government institution like keeping track of these things?
Well, it's really important for navigation. So you need to like know exactly how much magnetic declination there is at any city, and from those records you can figure out where the magnetic North Pole was.
Whose records are you looking at?
I think they were looking at the mariners' records for magnetic declination, or they used to call it magnetic deviation or variation.
Ancient? I thought this
Well,
was like 18 something.
1590 is when this map starts.
Yeah, it starts 1590. But yeah, I mean, I would imagine that's about the
I thought you
time
were talking
that.
about the Carrington event.
Well, yeah, that was 1859. But still, through the last 500 years, when I had first saw that it went back that far, it kind of makes sense that that's about how long, serious records would have been kept, for that reason of navigation.
Okay.
So they knew about the molten iron core in the 1500s. And
Oh no, they
1600s?
knew that the magnetic North Pole was different than the geographic North Pole.
That's
I'm
fair.
sure they did. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I was just wondering, like, whose records showed state that is at 69 degrees.
Well,
on
both
that day.
Matthew posted, and then I got my data from NOAA.
Is that
so
a 200-year-old institution, or are they like getting their stuff from someone else?
So they're historical records of navigation logbooks and that kind of thing. And in order to do proper navigation, which is super important, if you had the British Empire, for example, they would have to have really accurate records of magnetic declination. From the magnetic declination of at least 3 or 4 cities, you can deduce the location of the magnetic North Pole. So
Sure.
in 1859, they had lots of records from all over the world about, the magnetic declination for lots of different cities.
What a funny job that no one ever thinks about. I'm the I'm the magnet tracker. I log it on the hour every hour, like my father did before me.
Well, they probably updated it every year, or not too often, not every day.
Who knows? It's just, no one thinks about these things really.
But it's actually pretty easy to do. I mean, it's obvious which direction straight north is. Then you just get a compass out and see what the reading is. Then you're
Right,
done.
right. Someone's been doing it.
I'm reading.
Yeah, you whip out a compass and you say it's pointing that way.
Uh-huh.
How hard
Okay,
is
so
that? But
should the
some people
compass?
say, you know why it's pointing that way? Because deep down, 4,000 miles that way down, you know what? There's a molten iron core that spins around really, really fast, right? And causes this magnetism.
Doesn't spin
And
that
people
fast.
say, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, okay.
Well, even if they had in 1590, I'm sure they didn't have that idea, but they didn't have to know why something happened in order to accurately measure what was happening. Those are two different questions: what and why.
Good,
Do you
good
think
point.
lightning storms fuck
Exactly
that
my
up?
point. Yep.
Do lightning storms fuck up the readings?
Maybe, but you just wait for a clear day and write down, oh, it's 13 degrees. Okay.
Put your feet out. Do lightning storms fuck up what readings?
Magnetic
The
compass
magnetic
readings.
declination magnet tracker job and his readings he's
It's a
doing.
good question. We know that lightning strikes definitely fuck up gravity, the rate at which things fall, right, Gojo? What's that place called?
I forget. I forget. It's in
Right,
England
James.
now. But this place is also in England. This data, I don't know. I forget what the place is called, but it's a gravity research place. But I saw the data the NOAA gets is primarily from the Royal Society, but also it says also a collection of. It says the greater part come from a collection of mariners engaged in merchant and naval shipping. I guess they just
But did
collected
we
a lot of
ever
data.
get the thing sorted out where it's supposed to? Did we ever get the thing sorted out where you get closer to one pole, that's where the compass points. Then you get closer to another pole, that's where the compass points. Then.
Yeah.
No, they shift it around. They're bringing 3D compasses, bringing water from 20 different wells, anything but to answer that.
Nope. We answered that question.
Yeah,
If
if
you
you're
look
curious,
at the
at 28 past the hour, the video that I posted is a pretty good explanation.
Didn't the first video you
No, it
posted
isn't.
show the thing that SC's talking about though?
Yeah, the first one at 28 past the hour it shows this guy with a little sponge globe with a magnet in it and a 3D compass.
No. The first video? That's the first video you posted showed.
28 past the hour. The little sponge
What was the
globe.
first one though, where SC was like, "Oh, that backs up exactly what I'm saying."
Yes, and that's why we think we're all agreeing here. That's what we think should happen. That's what Saint Montreal said would happen, and there's maybe it's just
So we all
easier.
agree on.
Yes, and maybe it's just easier to describe if you see a video of it. That's why I posted a video.
So we
No,
all
they agree
then,
that
SC,
that's
right?
what should happen.
Yes.
No, they don't. They agree that that's what should happen. But when I ask him why doesn't it happen on Earth, then they go blah 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 blah.
That's
Ask
So if
him.
that's
Try
what
it,
should
Jeremy.
happen, if that's what should happen, and you get closer to one pole, another pole, and that's where the thing points, why does that not happen on Earth?
We say it does.
It does. You're telling me you cross the equator and it starts pointing in another direction?
All compasses point two directions. What do you mean another direction?
Oh, Blue Marble. Blue Marble just got in your brain, didn't he? It always points two directions because of north. The stick is really long, and then that's north and south on there.
Yeah, if you have a stick, there's two directions. One direction, then 180 the other direction.
The Chinese army, the ancient Chinese army used to use this wheelbarrow they would carry around that always pointed south.
That's what's up. Hey,
I forgot the name of it was.
Probably called the Big Dumb Stick. But I posted this again just as I wanted to make it clear that even though this is not to scale, well, maybe it is, I don't know. It's not 100% accurate, but it shows you what the field lines are doing on the Earth. And if you're basically anywhere on the Earth, assuming that it's uniform and not sloppy like it is on Earth, but let's say it is uniform and they're going directly from the North to the South Pole, the lines, then basically anywhere out of the Arctic and Antarctic, the below the 60th parallel and above the 60th parallel, everywhere in the world where most people live, the field lines are more or less horizontal. They're maybe slightly like they might be slightly angled towards like the sky in some way, but you're not going to really experience that sort of like vertical field lines, the extreme thing that Essie's talking about, unless you're like, really close, like 30 degrees near the poles or something like that, where they start really angling. And that's where I would imagine that you would have that issue of if you have a needle and the south end of the needle is pointing to the north end of Earth's magnet, then, if it's a rigid needle, obviously the other end of it is not going to be pointed towards, the South Pole. It's going to be pointed towards the sky more or less if you're closer to the poles. But, right, you have to be pretty close.
Essie, do you have the video of the magnet where the guy has the compass and it's pointing and he brings it towards the north and it's pointing on one spot towards the north and he brings it to the other south pole of the compass of the magnet and it's pointing in that one?
Yeah, bro, I posted them all kinds. They saw them all, Jeremy. They saw them all. And they tell me, yeah, that's how it works. And then
That's
when I
how
tell
it
them,
works.
okay.
That's not how it works on Earth, though.
That's consistent with what I just said.
Exactly.
Consistent with what I just
So we
said.
all agree.
Because if you have, let's call this guy God, or whoever you want to call him, Jesus, giant Jesus, and he's outside of the earth, and he has a magnet. Okay? If he has a magnet, or he has a compass, if he's able to put his arm all the way around the earth, kind of like in Essie's videos, then yeah, it would behave like that. That's how it would behave. But no one's really traveling, we're not traveling in this way, like from the north to the south pole, the same compass and everything. So it's just, you're not going to experience this. And if you wanted to really experience that, you'd probably need a 3D compass.
We're not traveling from the north. Why would a 3D compass? I feel like this is the 3D compass thing is a giant red herring and has nothing to do with anything that we're talking about.
No. Oh, the 3D compass, the reason why it would more give you this display is because it's not restricted to being horizontal. Or if you decide to like,
Does the 3D does the 3D compass point in a different direction than the regular compass?
it's just free to move in wherever it's free to align with the field lines, however they're oriented. So
I know, but it points in the same general direction, right?
yeah, but if you're
Maybe
carrying the compass,
it may be angled up or down differently, but for the most part, it's pointing in the same direction.
like I said, if you're carrying a compass, even if you don't have it horizontal, you're still restricted to one plane, like one axis. So
if you have a 3D compass and I have a regular compass, and somebody tells us to go north northwest, are we going to basically be going in the same direction?
I mean, if we have the magnetic declination down, and it's just you would have a harder time. That's all.
Yeah, but we're both going to be going in the same. This is about which direction the thing's pointing. I don't know. It's not about like the angle or.
It's not really about which direction it's pointed. It's about which direction the other side is pointed. Because ultimately, that's what Essie's talking about. Because obviously, the side that's pointed to the North Pole is going to be pointed towards the North Pole, and the side that's pointed to the South Pole, if you get closer to the South Pole, is going to be pointed towards the South Pole. The problem is the part that's pointed to the South Pole. If you're close to the South Pole, the other side of it is going to be pointed out in the air. Like it's going to be pointed. It's going to be pointed up in a direction that doesn't really correspond to along the surface of the Earth, and that's why
I feel like you're missing. I feel like you're not getting Essie's argument. Maybe I don't know. Cause I feel like I have a grasp on what Essie's trying to say, but I don't think you're getting it.
All right, Brett, lay it on me then, dude. Because I've been thinking about this all day.
A video might help us. If you want to see what Kosha was talking about, there's a 3-dimensional compass. 6 past the hour.
That's pretty cool. Like I said, it's really just thinking about if you're on the equator, the field lines are going to be more or less horizontal. And so, assuming that the north side of your compass is pointed towards the North Pole, you can be sure that the south side is pointed to the south side of the pole, or the South Pole. Like the opposite end of that needle is pointed to the South Pole because it's horizontal and the line's going along the surface. But if you're somewhere where the needle is more and more vertical than horizontal, then you can't really say that anymore because the needle's not necessarily pointed along the surface on the other side. It's pointed like towards the sky more and more. So it's following the field lines, but it's not really following, the surface.
This is some serious mental jiu-jitsu you guys have to go through, man. To understand a simple thing, I just don't get it. You can't change how magnets work.
Yeah.
They either work that way or they don't.
Show you again where the compass flips.
Say again?
SC, post a video of a compass flipping.
I just did. The one with the ball that I made, or the one with all the little compasses? You seen that one? Go to 4 past the hour, Jeremy.
Hold on, I'm driving home. I'll be home in a second. I'll check it.
All right. Yeah, you see it yourself, Kosho. You see yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know.
That's why I was able to express it to you just now. That's what I'm saying. Like we're saying the same thing, but
Does that happen?
Yes, but the problem is this visualization is an extreme example, and you're not going to experience it the same way as you're experiencing it on this image, and that's why I described it the way I did.
Why?
If you wonder,
Why
because
not?
Because what I said about the field lines. They think like look at any of the pictures with the field lines on the Earth. They're more or less parallel with the surface near the equator or halfway from the poles. But more and more, they're going to be, perpendicular, especially at the poles where they are perpendicular, right? So, when you're at the equator, the needle is going to be pointed at both ends, one end to the north, one end to the south, and that's fine. But if you're closer to those poles, yeah, one of the needles will be pointed towards the pole, but the other needle's not going to be pointed along the surface. It's going to be, because it's getting more and more vertical to align with the field lines.
Okay.
So it's going to be pointed up in the air.
All right, so we're all looking at this blue one with the green circles with all the compasses on it. Is that the one we're looking at?
Yep.
Depends.
Okay, so in this one, pretend that circle of compasses is the spherical Earth, and those are the poles, right? You would start getting towards the
Yep.
south. Yeah, you would start getting towards the south, and then the red needle would point towards the South Pole once you got to the south. But then when you got to the north, the red needle's not pointing towards the north anymore.
That's what I just said.
That's correct. Now I was going to say that's what I said. Now
That's
next question,
that's
Jeremy.
literally what I
Watch how the
just
loops
said.
around.
I literally just got done describing that.
Okay, I'm agreeing with you, but I'm saying next because I know what.
Why do you
gonna
say like,
say
oh,
now.
he's gonna say like he just said that? If you agree that I just said that, then what's that comment for?
You'll see now in the next question.
So why doesn't it do this on Earth?
You're near the equator. The field lines are more closely to being parallel to the surface, whereas on this image, you can't really. There's not really any. None of those compasses are depicting that because these are so close to the field lines are so close to the magnet, and these compasses are, right on top of it. So all the compasses are basically pointed towards the poles, and there's none that are aligning with the, that you can imagine being at the equator. So the problem here is it's just a small, small version of it.
So we all agree?
That's what I said, but he says no.
I don't know. I don't know, Essie.
I'm fucking dying. I'm biting my tongue. I'm dying. My cheeks are hurting.
Why are you
I'm
biting your
turning
tongue?
red. This is too good, man.
Just don't bite your tongue. Just say what you have to say. Because I say that we agree, Essie, and if you're saying something else, then
Look,
So
Jeremy, you
according
got a
to
taste of it.
hold on. According to this picture, we get towards the South Pole. The fucking red thing's gonna point. The red needle, the part of the needle that's red, is gonna point towards the South Pole. Right?
sorry,
You guys hear me?
person. Yeah, sorry. The answer I think is yes. I wasn't listening, but yes.
And then when you get towards the North Pole, the red one's pointing away from the North Pole.
That's right. But those are, like I said, those and on Earth, those are more extreme regions. Whereas in this close magnet on the table thing, that the whole thing's local, and so you're going to kind of see that exhibiting everywhere. But on the actual Earth, most places that people live, the field lines are actually more closely parallel to the surface than they are, perpendicular to it. Closer to the poles, they are more perpendicular to it, but
Okay, so you're telling me if
not
we
many people
back,
live there.
all right, so you're telling me if we backed all these compasses up 2 feet, it would act like, how far away do we got to get these compasses for it to act like Earth?
I'm not sure, dude, because I don't know if it's a question of distance from the compass, as it
Well,
would
you
be.
said it was all local. The whole thing
Yeah,
was
I know, but that's what I'm
distance.
saying. I think if you have maybe smaller compasses, but then again, I don't know. I'd have to really see the field lines on that bar magnet.
Tell me if these drawings help anyone out at all. I did a table and a globe to show how they compare to each other.
Maybe they're magnetic at a point. Is this a point thing?
Good one. Single point magnetism. Yeah, I like that one.
This is the green arrows are just reflecting the north pointing side of the needle. You see how in the north it's pointing towards the north, and then in the south it's pointing into the sky. It flipped.
If we had a spherical magnet, like a giant fucking softball or basketball sized spherical magnet, and we got a compass and traversed along the surface of it, would it do the same thing Earth does?
What's his name posted one? Matthew.
Does it
Matthew,
do the
you have
same
that
thing Earth
video?
does? Did it do the same thing Earth does?
Wait
I
till
don't
you
want to
see
watch
it, bro. You're gonna freak.
28 past the hour.
So it doesn't do what Earth does.
You gotta watch it, Jeremy. It's a 20-second thing.
He doesn't watch 20-second videos, man.
All right, fine. If it's not 5 hours, it doesn't count, but I'll watch this one real quick. 28 past the hour?
Yeah, start at second 25. That's enough.
Hold on, man. Bro, it's 11:17. Can you just repost it? It's like an hour. It was like 50 minutes ago.
Is it the one with a sphere ball?
I just now
Here we
He
go.
just posted it now.
Thank you. Okay, I watched the video. That's not what happens on Earth.
Nope.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about that's not what happens on Earth. The video, it's pointing at the North Pole when he's on top, and then he goes down to the South, it's pointing at the South Pole.
Talking about the guy with the little.
Do we agree? We
So
agree now?
we all agree.
You know, he's not
we
using
all-
he's not using a compass as we normally talk about. He's using like a free hanging like 3-dimensional compass. So you can't say that's not what happens. That's what happens until we see some footage of someone using this same type of magnet.
Which
or
I
the
just
same
now
kind of
posted. I just now posted at 18 past the hour. These people are at University of Vermont, and which is pretty far north.
Yeah, that's my neighborhood. What are they claiming happens?
It just shows that the field lines are not horizontal there in Vermont.
Yeah, of course. It's up high. And Vermont is a bit to the side, so but you guys are failing to see the point. I don't know why it's such an elementary thing. Maybe it's because it's too simple. Maybe we should write a mathematical formula or something, and you guys will get it then, with a lot of numbers and symbols and.
And so let me ask you, where do we
This is
disagree?
how-
Where do any of us disagree?
Well, how about this? I'd say, I mean, it does seem a little steep, the angle in the video. I don't know, but I haven't done the math. But as far as my view of the flat magnetic field, I say the same thing would happen. Maybe not the angle I
So
see
you're
in the
thinking
video,
shape, Bundy.
what?
You're thinking shape and the difference between the shape. We're not thinking shape. We're just thinking how magnets work. It's independent of shape because they're both based on a bar magnet.
Sure.
In other words, they say that the Earth functions as a bar magnet, not the way you drew it, going around that way. The other way,
It's close.
like yeah.
It's close to approximation for it, but as we were talking about earlier, I actually did a lot of research today based on what we were talking about earlier, but because Wizard had brought up, you know, how they're not antipodal to each other. I always found that interesting, but we were talking about how there's like a lopsidedness to how the core is formed or how it solidifies basically. It's really interesting, but based on how it's forming lopsided east to west, it actually there's like basically you can imagine one side of it being slightly more massive, at least for a short amount of time, because it balances each other out, but it's solid faster. Anyways, the point is that causes there to be like this like banana shaped pole. You know what I mean? Like it's like a curve, like it looks like a curving pole almost. That's why they're not exactly antipodal.
Have you been drinking, Kosho?
No, dude.
A banana
Just what we were
pole.
talking. Yeah, I mean, I'm just giving you a shape of the pole. It's just not a vertical pole. It's like a curving, curved pole. I'll show you an image. Hold on.
I think you come up with crazier and crazier stuff by the day. Like, I don't know, man. This is a simple thing, north and south, bro. It's not complicated. And I'm surprised Jeremy didn't take a swipe at you there with a banana-shaped pole. Must be tired.
I mean, I'm just glad we all agree for once.
Yeah.
Here's the article we were talking about earlier that sort of described the lopsided nature of the core or whatever. Once the picture loads, you'll kind of see, that blue part of it that sort of represents part of the lopsidedness of the mass in the core. But as you can see, that basically the consequence of that is this, like I said, curved magnetic pole. Is that crazy?
Hold on. That blue in the middle is the mass, you're saying? Where the
Yeah, more or less. I mean, it says it on there.
so what kind of swirling? There's supposed to be magma there, molten.
Yeah, but this is
swirling
basically
around. No,
that's representing the both the liquid outer core and the the solid inner core, and the discrepancy. The reason why it's got this lopsided nature of it is because one side actually cools faster, so it solidifies faster than the other side. So even though it balances itself out and will ultimately be mostly spherical, it doesn't necessarily happen at the exact same time. I think it grows. They said it grows by a millimeter every year, or something like that.
these are like really fanciful stories, bro, man. Like
Yeah.
4,000 miles down, and yeah, they've only been down 7.8 miles.
Beauty to
and
these
they give
stories,
these
though, man.
detailed things.
Yeah, it's like solving a puzzle or solving a crime, or almost every detective that's on duty was never there when the murder happened, and even still, a lot of them will solve the crime, right? And it's kind of in this case, nobody died. It's kind of fun trying to solve these problems, like how does the magnetic field of this massive Earth work, and you get all these evidences, and you just try to make sense of it. And so far, it's making sense.
Look at fundamental go. What do you got there, bro?
That's just showing how literally it doesn't matter which difference we're talking about. A three-dimensional magnet would work the exact same way. In the south,
A little bit matters. Sorry, go ahead.
Just saying, in the south, it would point up towards the sky, and the north would point down towards the ground. Anywhere between, it'd be more or less horizontal.
There's a couple of issues. I don't want to tie you to the, hold your feet to the fire or whatever, but obviously one of them, like that thing you drew, it's got two sides to the plane. So there'd be like a bottom side to the plane.
Like above the ground and below the ground?
Yeah, but I mean, below the ground. Is it below the ground, or is it like a two-sided?
Below the surface?
It seems like a two-sided, flat shape, right?
I mean, okay, I'd have to draw another thing to deal with this. I think I know where you're heading.
Hey, Fundy,
Yeah,
I posted something for you. I knew I had it somewhere. There you go, bro.
Okay. I'm just
Posted
gonna.
that, man.
A 3D compass.
Posted the video of the guy using that.
Yeah,
Pretty
it
much those
doesn't
plots are
change
probably
nothing
cheap.
though.
Oh, it would give you.
Yeah.
It would it would give a more It'd give you more of a display of exactly where the field lines are. Yeah, because like that compass is actually going to follow the field lines more precisely than trying to do it with a regular compass.
Sure, it'll work like it won't have the bending down issues that the other ones have, or it'll even out or something. I would imagine. I don't know. I want to
No,
get
no,
one actually. It looks freaking
that's what I
cool.
mean. Yeah, no, me too. Me too. Probably it looks like they're like $10 or something, but I never seen where to get them. But no, but like that thing inside, when you see the guy using it, you can just rest it on the table, and that ball inside is more or less going to orient itself, like basically matching wherever the field lines are, which is what a regular compass tries to do, but it's fixed in a single axis, right? So it's not gonna be able to have as much freedom as one of those do.
All right, there's my
Yeah, but they
response
both
to
point the same direction, right?
It depends, but yeah, I see funny.
this is where I think you were heading. Like the moment you dig a hole, does the magnet flip direction or something? And it's like, well,
No.
no one. It's like, well, it depends on where like the center of the bar magnet, whatever is this Mount Mare or whatever. Maybe it's underground. Just that. I mean, does this address what you're gonna say? I don't think you actually finished because you're
Not
saying the
quite.
bottom.
I was just
Okay,
thinking
go
like
ahead.
like if there's a two-sided magnet, then it'd be a two-sided surface, like two surfaces basically, like a coin or something. Most people, like most flat earthers, I'm not gonna hold you to this, but most flat earthers, they sometimes describe the Earth as like the floor of the universe. I joked and said like the basement of the universe or something, but it's
Yeah, but we
basically like
don't.
the ground level.
I mean, some people want. I mean, everyone knows we run into the same problem when addressing cosmology in any sort of model. It's like, well, how far does it go up? How far does it go down? And then if it has a limit, then what's on the other side of that horizon? You know, what's outside of space, right? So none of us have the answer to any of that. And so this is where we all have an issue when it comes to trying to understand the nature of reality. It's like, if reality has a finite space, then what's that finite space inside of, unless a different kind of finite space, like a room that it's inside of, you know what I mean? And the answer has to be some sort of weird, transcendental, indescribable thing that none of us have any fucking clue about. So if you ask, like, how far down does ground go beneath our feet? You know, I got no clue, man. I got no clue how, like, if you had some sort of amazing drill or whatever, how far could you drill down? Could you drill down forever? Is there just more and more solid matter the further you go down, and it just gets tougher and tougher, but there's no limit? I mean, that seems to run into an issue, like, logically. Like, what kind of material is that going to be? Super diamond or something? I mean, it's the same issue for any model ever proposed. Like, pushing the envelope. Where do what happens if you travel one direction forever?
From where
If
I
you
am, if I were to go 7,900 miles straight down, I would end up in the southern Indian Ocean.
sure, I mean, but then you just push that same problem just further out, whatever the edge of space is. Edge of space. What's beyond it? Some other kind of space it's inside of. Language fails us. Our ability to, like, rationally problem solve fails us. We're in a mystery that it's literally impossible to solve. There isn't an answer that can be put into words or even knowable about this, like, You guys know where you're at, right? You guys understand like this unsolvable question that will never be solved?
Well, I think it has been solved, and I think I have an answer. I don't think that you would agree with my answer, though.
Okay, so does I mean, forget me repeating it in simpler terms. Where do you want to take this? What's the answer you think? I'll give it an honest shake.
Sure, I would say that if from my location in Los Angeles County, if I were to go straight down, the direction that a plumb line hangs,
Yeah,
and
pop out the other side of the sphere.
I think on the other side it was the southern Indian Ocean, and then keep going that direction and go higher and higher above the ocean, and then out into space.
Yeah, same thing as just going straight up out into space.
Right.
Which is infinite, finite.
I see what you're saying. I think it's probably finite, but it's pretty far.
Okay, finite. Then, so space is finite, and so you're saying there's like a volume to existence. Well, a volume can only exist rationally inside of a larger area volume that it could potentially go into. But if we're defining space as like something that volume is like resting upon, just like philosophically, then what is a time before time? What is a space outside of space?
Right.
We don't have language or reason to assist us in this matter.
Right. We can use analogies. So one answer would be that it's curved upon itself in another higher dimension, like a fourth and the fifth dimension or something like that. An analogy would be if you take a two-dimensional surface, say there's a balloon, you're blowing up a balloon, and there's an ant on the surface of the balloon. And let's just say that all of reality is just the surface of the balloon, not the interior of the balloon, but just the surface.
Yeah, we already failed trying to compare it to reality because in that analogy, there's the space the balloon is inside of, which we don't have anything to compare to. Like I said, it's just some sort of transcendental.
Right. That's why it's an analogy.
Space. Yeah, space. Well, there's no need because all we have is space beyond space. Okay, fine. For whoever else.
Yeah. So let's just say that all of existence is only the surface of the balloon, not the air inside, not the air outside. And that surface of the balloon is curved upon itself in a third dimension. But the ant is just walking around on the surface of the balloon, and all he knows is if he walks straight in one line, he'll kind of like come around to where he was before. He's like, oh my gosh, how did I come back to here? And he never left reality. He never found an edge. He never found the end of existence. So that's the best analogy we can do. So yes, there's problems with every analogy, but that at least hopefully gets you somewhat towards the answer.
Yeah, I mean that's one idea you have that will surely fail to, ever prove itself.
Right.
Because I mean, just think like, can we all just be honest about where we're at? Like, we're inside of a mystery that can't be solved rationally.
Right, but it is
showing that'll ever apply to it. We're in a giant conundrum.
The purpose of
an answer to it.
Sorry. The purpose of that analogy is to show that it is rational to say that it could be that the universe is curved in on itself and in a fourth dimension, and if that were true, there would be no edge to the universe. It's to show that that's a rational mathematical idea. It doesn't mean it's true.
Sure, a Pac-Man pocket dimension, but a pocket dimension has to be a pocket of some thing it's inside of, and so it's like, okay, what's it inside of? Some other transcendental space separate from our pocket dimensional space, and we're screwed. There isn't an answer, and so every model.
It's hard to think of the answer. You're right. Just like it would be hard for the ant to understand the third dimension if he only knew two dimensions. It's hard for us to think beyond that.
I mean, I can totally imagine what you're saying. Grass looping upon itself, try to get to the end, but you just end up right back where you started. Sure, but that has to take place inside of something larger. But then, of course, it's just an infinite regress problem where it's like, okay, well, that space would have to, where does the buck stop? And if you're relying on like rationalizing this and trying to figure out an answer that can be put into words or described at all, and get to some sort of conclusion, you know that's a hopeless endeavor. That'll bear no fruit. The answer to our question isn't something that can be spoken, because your pocket dimension is going to be inside of this other dimension that allows it to loop inside of itself inside of that larger one. But then, does that universe have an end? Well, that doesn't rationally make sense, because it would have to be inside of something else if it has a finite edge inside of a larger volume for it to have an edge inside of. Like I said, a time before time, a space beyond space. That's the best we can even hope to pretend like we have a clue.
Yeah, but what does it all mean? Is that
I think that's been not acknowledged all along, that at some point we're going to come to the boundary of human understanding.
And who knows? Maybe we already have in some areas.
I was only saying this because Kosho is saying, like, oh, you think that the flat Earth like is a coin with a top, like a top surface side we're standing on, and then there's a bottom to the coin. And it's like, well, it's same problem for anyone. It's like, what happens when you go, as far as you can in any direction? Every model falls apart at that point. No one can address it.
I don't really think that's a fair comparison, though.
I do.
Well, you're sort of arbitrarily putting the cutoff point of human understanding right here on Earth, when we do know enough to understand it, right? And you're only doing that because you acknowledge that we think there may be a limit way further out there, right? It's sort of a convenient excuse to avoid the problems with the flat Earth.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to be part of the crew that digs a hole as deep as possible when we have technology that can get past 7 miles. But yeah, I have an issue. I mean, the world has a bit of an issue. I mean, or anyone who enters this idea, yeah, we have a big issue. We can't back up any speculation. We can speculate all day. What happens on the flat Earth? Assuming it is one. How deep does it go? Is there a bottom? Some people might say yes. Some people might say no. Who's right? I think you can't I mean, there's only one way to find out, right? I don't think the technology exists.
There's a lot of ways to find out.
Yeah, I guess I'm saying to understand our Earth is within the realm of human understanding, and that's why he's asking those questions. Because then you take the question and you mold it and play with it and see what sort of answers our current understanding provides, and if they make sense or not.
Well, I think you know where I stand, but I'm not here to hash out all of my opinions versus yours tonight. So you'll just have to accept that I'm at where I'm at, and I'll do the same for you.
It's clever people, I think, are pretty clever. Those guys, seismologists, just because they use like refraction and shit like that just to not only like get a picture of the shape of the Earth, but get an idea of the contents of the inner Earth, which is crazy because no one's ever been down there. So I think that kind of stuff's kind of crazy. But they the things with making those types of observations or those types of assessments is the first time you you take a shot at it, you're probably going to be wrong to some degree, but it's going to be based on actual observations. But the longer and more observations you do and the more assessments you do, the more refined your answer becomes, right? So I think it's pretty cool. That's kind of where we are now. Like, we're refining our answer for what the inner Earth is made out of, and a lot of confirmations.
I'll just say I am interested in figuring out what can be settled, and also, dividing that from what we can acknowledge can't be settled.
Okay.
And
Well, what can be settled? And I know this for a fact because I've done it professionally, and I know hundreds of people who have also done it professionally. Is use water level to create straight, horizontal, perfect lines on the same level every single time, no matter what. It's a no fail case.
Absolutely, brother.
Not a single time has it ever failed since fucking like ancient Egypt. So you can ask these dumbasses what they fucking think, but they're here every day just to gatekeep.
Yeah, stop with the dumbass part, bro.
Yeah, I would say a water level is a very potent instrument in many ways.
I'm curious about, because I just walked in on the conversation. You guys are still talking about magnets and magnetic fields and stuff like that. And it seems to me, and I tried to sort of boil things down last night with Whit about the assertion. And what he finally said was that he doesn't think magnetic declination is real. And to me, it sounds like another base statement can be made from that, and that's that the Earth does not have a magnetic field. And so is the argument now that because things about our understanding of the or things about our magnetic field seem off, that it doesn't exist?
Well, we're talking about two different things now. And I heard when Whitsitt said that, and he said what you said, but in your model. I heard him say the words in your model after that. So, but we're talking about something different.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you can ask him.
I did hear that.
This guy basically came to us and said, Witsit doesn't claim there's magnetic declination. Tell me what you think about that. Why don't you ask Witsit, not us?
Okay, so
Yeah, exactly. He's not here right now, so.
Right, but the only reason we're talking about it is because it's been a topic that he covered and it carried over into conversation here in this forum.
Well,
but what
I'm not sure if you'll go ahead, man.
Hey Neg, why don't you bash us some more for reaching out in terms of research and looking at the rest of the world? I think it's bullshit that you're fucking attacking us for caring about finding an anomaly. And then of course, yeah, we're young in the research of it, but we've found anomalies.
Dan, I don't think you're part of that we, and I'm really talking to the people that are part of that we. And I'm not doing it on the grounds to bash Austin. Obviously I'd rather him be here so I can talk to him. But you guys are talking about it, so I'm curious, do you think there is no magnetic field at all?
Well, I'm not sure how much it's pulling from Ken Wheeler, but as far as Ken would describe magnetic fields, he'd say all fields are ether perturbation modalities, and the ether would be like universal, like omnipresent, right? And so even on the globe model, it'd be like it wouldn't have its own isolated magnetic field. The magnetic field would be as universal as the ether, right? So I don't know if that's where he's coming from, but it's like the magnetic field is just as vast as the ether itself, and like the magnetic field would just be areas of perturbation within it, which would be everywhere, and maybe just like hot spots. So if he was going to put it into words along that model for your globe, he might say that the Earth is an ether perturbator, something like that, and like the magnetic field as it's represented as a perturbation of the ether, like would be particularly perturbed or like more strongly perturbed in the area of where the globe is in space. Maybe that's where he's coming from. I don't know. I mean, that obviously that's not where he's coming from because he's not talking about globe. But I don't know. I'm just trying to see what I can offer here. Why he would say, I don't know. Does anyone else remember him saying that?
Hey,
Earth doesn't?
don't feel like I'm not strictly asking for justification for why he thinks that, but it's also a broad question to everybody here.
It's about north-south anomalies, and should there be equal parts to a sphere, whether we're talking magnetically, heat, transfer, all kinds of things. That's all it's talking about, though. What are the differences in the north and south, and why?
I've heard him talk about that before. That it's like weaker in the south, and he thinks it should be uniform on a globe, but that isn't the case for reality. I've heard him talk about that before.
Do you think I should take away from that? Because it's hard, because sometimes there's an implied, well, this is fake and made up and not real at all. And sometimes there's an implied, well, it's not doing what we thought, which are, to me, are two different things.
Are we okay? Let's talk about the brass tacks here. Because I hear all this fucking hoopla, magnetic field, magnetic declination, all this fucking bullshit. But in actual reality, are we not taught, like, the real life thing that we do is either pull out your phone or pull out a compass and look at the compass, and then in actual real reality, not Discord, like, we can do this and verify it, it points to a certain direction. So that's what we're talking about. If I'm fucking am I mistaken or no?
That's what happens, man.
I mean, yeah, we all agree that the compass does something for some reason.
Turns out there's three kinds of compasses. There's northern ones, southern ones, and some sort of hybrid fucker.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that surprised the shit out of me.
Yeah, southern ones are just weighted different.
What's the southern compass?
They're weighted a little bit different than compasses in the north.
They would still point the same direction, north. Am I not correct?
From my understanding, it would. So the compass, right? The compass is trying to align with the magnetic field, right? That's going through the center of Earth, which on a globe, that center line is not parallel to you, since you're sort of standing at an angle to it. And so the little arrow on it has to be weighted in a particular way that points.
Right. But what I'm asking is the direction that the compass, your so-called southern compass, right? This guy just said that there's a southern compass. I live in the north, so I'm gonna assume I only use northern compasses. But this guy said there's a southern compass. I asked what's the difference, and if it points in another direction. So the needle on the southern compass, does it not point to the north?
Yeah, it still aligns with the magnetic field. The difference is if you took yours that you bought in the States to Australia, the compass would it would bend down into it wouldn't appear parallel to the ground. It would angle downwards and cause a little bit of friction, and it wouldn't be particularly accurate. You'd have to if you hold a compass, you're supposed to hold it level.
It would stop floating on the surface, is what you're saying.
Basically, you'd have to lean forward with it to try to. I think you know what I'm saying.
That's something we can talk about. That's fucking interesting.
That was the discussion we were having involving SE and his point. Maybe before you showed up. I mean, I can summarize it.
Compass.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, the compass. When you bring it in the north, it points downwards. So what they do is they weigh one side of it. It's nothing more difficult than that. That's all it is.
Yeah, because if you imagine you're standing on the equator of a globe and you hold the compass level with the ground, the arrow is parallel with the axis that represents the fucking magnetic field, north-south field. And if
Yeah,
you're in the
sure.
northern hemisphere and you're standing parallel to the ground, that arrow is no longer parallel with the axis, so it points up into the sky, and the other end sort of hits the compass, and vice versa in the south.
And the weight would just to be avoiding friction of the side that. Yeah.
Yep.
Now that's fucking interesting.
Yeah, basically, no. The conversation earlier, there's some disagreements, but at least what a lot of us were saying is that if you had a magnet needle suspended inside of like a sphere or a ball, right? Like you got a glass ball, you got a magnetic needle that's like equally balanced in weight on both sides of the needle, and you got a string hanging onto the middle of it. That if you stand at the North Pole, the north side of the needle should point straight down, and that if you stand at the South Pole, the north side of the needle should point straight up to the sky. Which in their model would literally be the same direction when you think about it from like a universal standpoint, like a God's eye view. That pointing down towards the North Pole is the same direction as pointing up in the sky, standing at the South Pole. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that sounds
No, that's
right.
the part you don't get. No, it's
I
not
think
right.
I think he just got it right, man.
I think
Nope,
what would probably
that's where the
happen.
flip should occur. That's where the disconnect
No,
occurs.
that is a flip, man. That is a flip. That's the same thing. Listen, if you watch
Oh,
your
so you're
video,
saying it's a flip? Okay, then we agree.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's what we've been saying the whole time.
Listen. It is a flip.
But
When you watch your video, of a bar magnet on a table and a compass, and let's say the white side, so like the north side of the bar magnet is on the left side and the south is on the right, and you got your magnet and you got it on the left side of the table, and the white half of the needle is pointing towards the north side of the magnet. Well, you put it on the other side, it's going to point away from the north side of the magnet, but that's exactly the same direction as it was before. It flips, but it also kind of doesn't at the same time. It's weird to describe, but if you put the compass on the left side of the magnet, the white needle is pointing to the right side of the frame, and then when you put on the other side of the magnet, it's still pointing towards the right side of the frame.
Yeah, I agree. I think also that it might just
So south side is upwards.
Yeah,
I mean,
my problem with this whole flipping and everything is it's predicated on the fact that someone in this fucking room went to Antarctica or the Arctic Circle and they checked their own thing. Like I understand that there's trends and stuff. How it's moving up or it's moving down as you go a certain direction, but to say that it points straight up or straight down, like you've been there, sounds kind of like a far-fetched claim when none of us are allowed to go there.
Yeah, I mean,
let me
I'd
tell
like
you
to
another
see it.
thing that happens, Noah.
Oh.
The compass always points north, even when they go south.
Yeah, the question
I
was,
don't know if you heard that one.
have we done it? It's based on the fundamental principles of how we know they
Shout out.
operate. What would it do?
No, you don't know what it's going to do. You're just saying, you're thinking what it.
Yeah, assuming
yeah,
you know
sure.
the fundamental principles of what's
Shout
happening
out.
and extending that onto a region that you've never like seen or tested for yourself is just blind faith, basically.
Well, I don't think so. I think it's completely. It's just like it's reasonable to say that a compass from the north would do something in the south. It's the same principle.
We all have our faculties
Except,
of
except for
reasoning.
the Arctic and Antarctic circles are just completely void of life and humans, and you're not allowed to go there. So that's the big difference. Oh, and also it's like a frozen wasteland.
But that's got nothing to do with what we already know about how they operate.
You know who I'm really disappointed in? Fucking Mr. Beast. I mean, this dude's like a multi-millionaire, right? The most successful YouTube channel of all time. He does his "we're gonna spend one night in Antarctica" video. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but hotshot YouTuber, and he takes the time to say, "Man, it's so crazy. We're trying to sleep, but the sun's still up." Because apparently he went during like a 24 daylight Antarctica day, right? And it's like, well, you didn't film it. You didn't bring any like scientific equipment along. The whole thing is just a video of him climbing a mountain and his friends digging a hole in some snow and them shitting and pissing into buckets and taking it with them. So at least they got that one small part right about the rules. But it's like, man, what a missed opportunity, you know?
Dude is part of the system, bro. What do you mean?
No, I mean, I get it. It's just so disappointing that some sort, what most people would, what the majority of the population would be like, oh, Mr. Beast, he's just an average Joe, It's like, God damn, someone we might have listened to if he actually showed anything, but just what a missed opportunity. Although he did squeeze in it's so hard to sleep because the sun never sets here. It's like, oh, well, you didn't take a time lapse. I know you got talented videographers and stuff, but just nothing worth it. As far as this conversation goes and the debates, there's nothing of value in his entire video, which just like sucks. Like, God damn, should have done something.
I don't think he realized it was something worth the time to document.
Yeah,
because it's not. The vast majority of people, it's just not.
Maybe, yeah, that's plausible for sure. That he just isn't aware of the importance of this sort of material.
Well, it's not.
You do understand that Mr. Beast is mostly young minds are the ones that watch this video, right? So
Yeah,
what else is he trying? What is he trying to do? What is he doing?
He's making money, man. He's making content. He's making money.
With that video, doctrinating the minds as much as he can, because that's what he got paid to do in that video.
Well,
it's not at all, dude.
It's a little pessimistic, but
did you watch the full video? I was like 100% Globe Earth rhetoric all the way through.
Because it's a globe. It's not rhetoric.
Right. So yeah.
I don't.
Do you guys know how much this kid's businesses are worth?
Stupid.
You guys know how much his business is worth? Take just a rough guess. I didn't know about him until last week, so
it's like several million a month.
I think he had said somebody had offered him $1 billion for his channel, and he turned it down, I believe.
Yep.
That's right. That's right, Gio. Yeah, they offered him $1 billion and he turned it down. So this guy did an evaluation. One of his channels brings in $800 million a month, something like that. Anyways, when he done the numbers, apparently he's worth $20 billion.
You got to imagine that a person raking in that kind of dough gets approached by, literally just government saying, listen, you are very powerful and we really want to instruct you on what we would feel comfortable you applying your your spendings towards. Like, don't try to start your own country. Don't buy any large areas of land and try to start your own town or something, because we'll have issues with that. And well, you guys know, I mean, anyone who gets past a certain amount of wealth probably is approached by the government just for national security, even if you want to take it from the normie sense, like this person is someone with that amount of wealth is just dangerous from any perspective. It's like you could do a lot. You could hire a lot of mercenaries with that kind of money.
Mr. Beast, another Elon Musk. I mean, funny enough, the chit chat between both of them was just like over exuberant after we acquired TikTok. That so it just like Elon Musk was pretty much propped up to become one of the entrepreneurs of the for space. Same thing with Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is just for the younger minds. And yeah, Mr. Beast went out there and it's 24-hour sun. What are you talking about? That's all it is.
Yeah, I'm just saying if I was the president of a country and a 19-year-old citizen became a billionaire all of a sudden, I'd probably send my guys over to talk to him to make sure he doesn't do anything fucking crazy with it. That's a lot of influence. I mean, that's reasonable, right? If you were the president, you might want to. Oh shit! This 19-year-old just became a multimillionaire. Okay, let's go break it down for him. What we're not gonna allow him to do.
17-year-olds are multimillionaires right now.
I'm just saying. I mean, would you not, as someone trying to run a country, go have your guys talk to him?
Let's be honest though, he was probably vetted before he even listen. People probably don't even get past a fucking no. I know people don't get past a certain subscriber amount before they get shadow banned and then actually banned. The amount of fucking followers you get, and hence the amount of money you would get from any sort of social media shit, is at the end of the day controlled by the social media company. How much dough are they raking in? Where's all that fucking money going? And like, you really think this guy's real? You really think if he was saying any fucking truth, he wouldn't have get capped at fucking like 10,000 or 1 million? Like, oh, this guy's 1 million subscribers and he's telling something that could actually hurt us? Let's just fucking delete his channel. And what can he do?
Yeah, I smell fish.
Nah, I think there's lots of people with wild ideas out there with lots of subscribers.
I mean, we're talking about the #1 YouTuber of all time, just to keep it in context here.
I've seen channels with like fucking, not even fucking like a couple thousand fucking subscribers just get fucking automatically banned. Like it's fucking, and you think this guy made it, and there's no like, you think there's no censorship, dude? It's crazy. You think that this person, these people in positions of fame or whatever are not fucking vetted and fucking like pretty much like made for the fucking job? It's not a real person. It's an agent, dude.
I don't think that reality exists in this framework where everybody that makes it big is in control or being controlled.
That's a straw man.
Well, I was going to mention those guys, Dude Perfect, who, seemingly seem to be normal guys, maybe, but they obviously seem to have funding behind them the whole time because they had like huge pretty early on, they had huge warehouses. Now, maybe they just had one of their parents was wealthy or they had a connection here and there. So their parents were able to hype up their channel or give them equipment they needed to do their trick shots or whatever. But I noticed too that those guys did some video where they like went to space or whatever. What was it, on Blue Origin or one of those? And I didn't watch the whole video, but I skimmed through it, and there was a lot of weird globe rhetoric in there. These specific shots where they're like, I saw the curve. It just seemed like very scripted, and it was like looked like almost like a National Geographic level of like propaganda. And you would think if those are just normal kids, now maybe they're normal guys and they're given a script, maybe there's a couple lines they have to say or whatever it may be, but it is like, it was like just globe rhetoric all the way through that whole video. Trying to claim that these regular guys went to space and saw the curve. It was like, it seemed very scripted in a way.
I'd hope that even, I mean, flat earthers are inherently conspiracy theorists, but I'd hope that even the Globers would understand that, half the shit on TV or talk shows or reality television isn't just candid shots of people just, unscripted, just living their lives, saying whatever they, no rehearsals involved. Like we all know, everyone here, right, how artificial television is, and we should probably think the same about certain YouTube channels. I mean, it's kind of obvious, right? Like, oh, just because it's on YouTube means it's free from all of the systems that have gotten their fingers into, scripting and planning how, other, television has gone for the past, 80 years or whatever.
Right, and it may be easier to do this than like. There's one idea that they sit them down in a dark, smoky room and tell them all these things, and you have to do this, and if you don't do it, you're gonna, we're gonna do this and that to you. But that's a pretty extreme example. I mean, I'm not doubting that some people in Hollywood may have those levels of handlers or whatever else, but even with those guys like Dude Perfect, it could be a situation where they're making a lot of money, they have managers and people that are all kind of doing their PR. And managing their channel and all of that in a lot of ways. So they have sort of a whole team. And it could be that, that guys in that team, whether there is someone that's kind of part of the Hollywood network or some, connected to where like there might be like an easier way to do it where they can kind of, through editing and, edit out the parts they don't want, like, through the editing process. And also maybe just telling them like, hey guys, make sure you really accentuate, the beauty of the curvature, things like that they might not necessarily have to tell them like, hey, you got to read the script, but it might be more like, just a little bit like, yeah, kind of like they do it on TV shows and stuff, kind of coach them a little bit like, well, make sure to really, be energetic about this and that, whatever they have to do to kind of get the video cut. And the kids might think, oh yeah, we're just doing it the way to get the video cut. I don't know why I'm calling them kids. I guess they're in their 20s or 30s, but they just act like very immature. But it may be a way that they just by kind of gentle, like almost like acting coach kind of level, where they can sort of get the desired narrative that they want just through that without having to tell them too much.
You're right, because the people in the background have the script. The Nat Geo guys were showing it to me the day before Nat Geo. And they're like, here's what's going to happen. Mark's going to walk in. They're going to pretend to walk in, like shake hands, like as if they met for the first time. They're going to sit down together. Like it was scripted before, before it ever sat
And
down.
No, I'm just say that from the very start or get-go of Google, from the very inception, the CIA was involved. Google owns YouTube. Any channel that has information that somehow isn't mainstream gets either flagged, shadow banned, or banned. And then you're out here saying like, yeah, no, he just made $1 billion and he just does whatever he wants. And it's like, wait, you're saying a CIA run fucking corporation that has a death grip on fucking censorship is just gonna let whoever fucking they want to go through and get billions and influence millions of minds and have little kids? You're fucking crazy, dude.
I will say that as far as the Mr. Beast Antarctica video goes, I mean, it was a sponsored video, right? There's a whole like 3-minute segment where he climbs a mountain and then names the mountain in honor of the sponsor of the video, and it was part of the contract of them giving him $1 million for this advertising spot on his video. And of course that comes with a contract, and the contract comes with restrictions and perhaps some suggestions as well. So I mean, it's plain as day that even just the sponsor of his Antarctica video absolutely had things that he was ordered to say and do, and also probably some restrictions of what he wasn't allowed to say or do. However that panned out, no one knows besides him and whoever representative he talked to. But we can't just say he went there and made the video that he would have made on his own and did whatever he wanted to do, because he was under control, just inherent in the contract with the sponsor that he gave a 3-minute segment to, a little commercial in the middle of that video.
Right, and at that point, whoever that sponsor is and whoever's behind that would have a lot of control over the final video and what the final thing is, especially when it comes to this Antarctica sham thing. That's what I'm saying. Like, oh, these kids go to Antarctica. Oh, they're going to space. They're really trying to sell it. Oh, look at these normal people are going to Antarctica. It's definitely part of the propaganda.
What I give to be a fly on the wall when they're doing their dealings. Like, all right, I'll give you $1 million. You're gonna name a mountain, Geico, Geico.com mountain, and that'll be its official name in the books. But if you want that $1 million, you're gonna have to do this, that, the other, and also don't do this. And like you said, spice this part up, emphasize this point, talk about how beautiful whatever is, make a point about global war. I forget, but it probably was a thing. Like, oh man, look at that ice glacier just collapsed. Poor polar bears. Everybody recycle.
Yeah, but haven't you noticed that these like celebrities, ever since like fucking Jersey Shore and shit, they're always presenting them to be more like normal and like us and shit. Like that's who kind of like the biggest celebrities are, like people that people could aspire to be like and stuff like that.
Well, the YouTuber is like the highest version of that. We're just like you, man, making parkour videos in our backyard, skateboarding videos, comedy skits, whatever, vloggers. I mean, those are the people, that are like the perfect advertiser plugs.
Yeah, and I know that Mr. Beast guy makes it look like, oh, he started his videos. What was one of those first videos he did where he
Minecraft, man. That's how he started. He was a Minecraft YouTuber.
Probably, yeah. And then there was also, one where I haven't seen his Minecraft history. I mean, I don't know that much about him, but I did see one video where he said that one of the videos he got to start on or got a lot of first views was what was it? He basically repeated, or no, he counted to 1 billion or something, like in live time, like 1, 2,
Right.
3, 4, 5.
Yeah, he did do that.
But to make it, so I don't know. I mean, is he just a regular guy who just really did start on YouTube? And the thing about, well, I don't know how deep we want to go into this whole topic, but it's also just bizarre that like his whole channel is like giving away, free cars and free houses and, keep your hand on this jet for as long as you can. Like, now I know some of these are later, but it's like even some of those early videos, like where's he getting the funding to just give away thousands of dollars?
He's explained it. If you want, as far as I've seen, his best explanation of his uprising on YouTube was done on a YouTube podcast called Flagrant. Andrew Schultz is a comedian. He's the host with his posse, and he had Mr. Beast on, and he was questioning him about this. And I don't even know Mr. Beast's real name, but I'll call him Tony. Anyways, Tony, he's saying, "Oh, my parents didn't believe in me, and when I made my first $1,000 off, my first viral video, I had the philosophy that any money made for the first 5 years wasn't going towards anything luxurious. Any money I made from one video was getting put into the next video, like a non-profit sort of style of just pumping out videos." And he's like, and some videos failed, and I had to take out loans. My mom called me crazy for taking out loans to make the next video, but I took out that 50 grand loan, and and I always gave the money to my friends, because that's how all his videos go, right? Like, one of his friends is making the money as the prize. I got my four buddies here. Whoever doesn't eat the longest gets 50 grand, right? And then of course the ad revenue and clicks and the views or whatever hopefully makes up for what he spent on that, is what he said. And eventually there were some ups and downs, but eventually it worked. But like he said, for the first like 5 years, it was just whatever money made from a video was put into the next one, and that's how he explains how he's always able to give like $1 million cash prizes to the winner of some contest he makes a video about. But at that point, it's like his friends should be fucking billionaires or something by now.
Sounds like some publishers clearinghouse shit. You know, like just give money away. It just comes from somewhere. Like some sort of.
Well, he says it comes from the ad revenue of the video itself, and when the video doesn't work, but he wants to make a next one, like he goes underwater. That's when he said he took out a loan sometimes to keep the same style of content and just gambled on it.
Taking out a loan, I assume that just means like pulling out a credit card. I can't imagine he's going into a bank with like pitching his YouTube channel ideas, like showing storyboards.
I mean, credit cards have limits. You know, you gotta work up your ability to take out more and more. Your credit card has like a limit, right? So I don't know. All he said was loans.
That's it. Getting money to do stuff, but they all have like this the same manager. Remember that came out? That came out like a month ago. There's a big story about how like a lot of these big YouTube people, they all work under the same like person. They all have the same like. They're all at a stable. You know, there's a stable of like Fresh and Fit and Mr. Beast. They have the same like manager. It's probably some other people too. Maybe like Ludwig, Mr. Beast, that whole cabal of people.
Oh, I didn't know about. I didn't know about that cabal. That came out recently.
Like a Gen Z cabal of like streamers, and that came out recently. I could look it up real quick.
Of course, the story would go that like they all started independently, and then we're all like attracted.
Independently. Yeah.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Is that, like, the conspiratorial part of my, considerations is sort of like questioning whether just these normal run-of-the-mill dudes who just started making videos where they're counting to 1 billion live on camera for a 20-hour video or whatever, all of a sudden make it to being some multi, one of the biggest YouTube channels in the world. And I definitely would question whether there's not something going on that would, behind that.
I mean, look, this YouTube channel, your YouTube channel, you've basically counted to 1 billion also because you're like always streaming. So if you had put like a counter in your video, you could be like, hey, look, we're counting up to. You guys could have counted up to 1 trillion probably over a couple of years.
What's going on, Gio, with like 600 subscribers? Like, how is that even possible? Is that where it's at? Is that roundabout correctly?
For what?
Well, 600 is
the Earth Awakening's YouTube channel. I'm subscribed, but I'm like one of like 600. It's like 600? Really? Like, how is it not even 1,000?
I don't know what it is. Well, let's see. It says 442.
God, not even like. I don't know. That's just weird. Like, just organically, you'd assume that it'd be higher just because, like, you're putting out the stuff. I mean, our conversations are good. It's just, I don't know. I just feel like someone uploading cat videos, even without putting any sort of marketing effort towards it, just naturally would accumulate more. Yeah,
well, I don't doubt. We may just have been shadow banned from the beginning. I don't doubt that. It's possible. But I mean, there's like 1,600, I think, on the server. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't do anything to. I'm not like pushing it out. I'm not trying to. But I already know that it'd probably be shadow banned anyways. So
the YouTube partnership program requirements. It's like 10,000 hours of viewing over a year. So, and honestly, that's not even that bad. And then 1,000 subscribers and 10,000 hours of viewing. It's like I think he probably got the hours, just not the 1,000 subscribers. But it's like that's the part that surprises me. It's like people, I don't know, like how, like we all know that there's like millions of flat earthers out there. Several million.
Well, I know the thing with in terms of these discussions. I mean, yeah, it does seem like let's just say like within Discord, as it were, this platform, in terms of like discussing the Earth. Unless you guys know of anywhere else. I mean, I know there's like YouTubers that are doing their shows, like Bro Sanchez and others, but those are mostly like kind of panel shows. It's not necessarily like a larger kind of platform in terms of like in the way Discord is. Those are usually like he does his shows and people can come on and he has panels and stuff, like a show like Bro Sanchez and Glowbusters and other channels. So there's those, but those are not necessarily like open public forums that like the people, as it were. Those are more like usually set shows or certain guests and things. And I mean, where else is this discussion happening? It seems like Discord, and then it seems like there's sort of, I mean, of the kind of three main servers, as it were, within this. I mean, we often peak out at more viewers every day than both of the other two, sometimes combined. I mean, today I think we had like 80 or 90 people. There's like 40 in VC and 40 or 45 on YouTube. So yeah, and we have way less subscribers than both those channels and have not been up for as long as those. I mean, the one of them, they have 30,000 members or whatever 24/7 does. So
that's my question, man. Like, is there some sort of larger flat Earth like streaming or Discord community that I'm just like completely unaware of? It's like, are flat earthers meeting up somewhere I don't know about that I haven't been invited to? It's like, hey,
I think a lot of people are just not on Discord. I think a huge percentage of people don't even know about it. They may not even know we're here. They may not even know, even 24/7 or gems even exist. A lot of people. So whether they're, for whatever reason, they're just not on Discord at all. They don't even know the conversations are happening here. It's possible. Cause I know what you mean. Like there does seem to be just like almost like a lot of the community is not here. I mean, a lot are, but I mean, and where else is the discussion happening? Like I said,
that's my question.
YouTube channels. I mean, we all know the handful of them, and Glowbusters and Nathan Oakley and the Bro Sanchez and Jaronism, David Weiss, and they're doing their videos. But
what do they got? What's their like active audience like base? I mean, if Jaronism streams, right? I mean, what's he pulling? 1,000 maybe
viewers?
Yeah.
I think maybe what I've seen on Jaron, maybe like 300 to 500. But I think when they did like a debate, they might have had like over 1,000. What was that one debate they did?
Okay, if it's a real attractive event going on, maybe 1,000 or something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, Glowbusters used to get like 1,500 or 2,000 back in the day, but then seemed like they got shadow banned, something, or whatever else happened, because that, and then they ended up kind of moving to Rockfin, and then they went back. So I haven't seen really 1,000, although I think Bro Sanchez gets some pretty. He might get upwards near 1,000 on some of his.
I mean,
he might actually have one of the largest. I mean, arguably, he may, not really counting like Fight the Flat Earth and MC Toon, but I think Bro Sanchez even gets more than both of those guys. Probably sometimes both of those combined. I mean, if McToon has 300 or 400, Fight the Flat Earth, there's 400 or 500, 600, whatever it is. In terms of live viewers, I mean, Bro Sanchez sometimes I think gets 1,000 or more.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, like I'm subscribed to Bro Sanchez, and I don't need to go into my specific opinion. It's changed over time and stuff. As far as levels of respect I have. But, when I was like figuring him out, seeing, what he's doing, what he's about, participating a little bit. I mean, if he has some sort of big debate night, right? And he'll just like provide the Zoom link. It's just the same 11 guys coming in to bullshit with each other and have the same old like petty like personal attacks against each other. Like if you ever rewatch one of his like big serious debate things, it's just the same 11 guys over and over again as far as who like actually comes, clicks the Zoom link, and participates. I don't know about like total viewers and maybe like how many people are in the chat, but I don't know, man. I don't really think Bro Sanchez is pulling much at all, regardless of what his subscriber count says. I don't know, what's it like, 80,000 or something like that? That's about as large as truther channels typically tend to like cap out at, in my opinion. It's like 100K, 80K, something like that for like the big ones. There's no, we all know that there's no like truther channel with 1 million subscribers.
Bro,
Yeah,
no,
I mean,
no, wait, no. Back in the day, there was. That's what I was about to say, dude. Is back in the day, you could see a fucking truther channel get up to 1 mil, and then after they got to 1 mil, you'd see them get knocked off before 2 mil. But at some point during the shut,
1 million. I mean, who? Like, I remember that guy Delano had like 500,000. He just mentioned flat Earth, and that was like, oh my gosh, a guy with 500. I mean, who? I mean, do you know of any that have 1 million?
that fucking gematria guy had 1 million before.
Oh,
And he's-
okay. What's his name? Zachary Hubbard.
Yeah. And his shit got he had 1 million subscribers, and his shit got 1 million subscriber account got deleted.
All right, I'm gonna go to YouTube right now. I want you guys to tell me who do you think is the largest truther as far as subscriber count goes? Is it Santos Bonacci? Is it Bro Sanchez? Who do you think?
What? Just overall subs? I guess it depends on who you're
Yeah,
including. I mean, who are you-
overall subs. Just as far as a truther you respect, not some sort of fucking shield channel or something, but like who do you think that you respect has the largest subscriber count as far as truthers go? Is it Bro Sanchez? Is it some gematria guy? Is it Santos Bonacci? Who's the biggest? We need like a top 10 truther, top dog list right now. Let's do it.
All right. Well, I mean, you can go, yeah, if you want to do that. But I guess like what I was thinking, from what you were saying before, what I wanted to comment on was just like if you were alluding to this, like, okay, like just even of the people that are either questioning the globe Earth and or the term flat Earth, et cetera, and the Earth being stationary, basically like the original cosmology of all humanity, just within this whole realm, I don't really like to just label it all as flat Earth myself, but nonetheless, obviously that term has been used and so on. But within this entire realm, like what percentage of people are watching the content? That's what's interesting, like
that's a big difference between total subscriber count and active audience numbers.
and actually discussing it and working through it and research and doing it, and is what you're alluding to that like with the size of what the community actually is, are you alluding to the idea that like instead of having like if like on this server like we peak out at 50 to 80 people every day, and like I said, that's more than the other two main servers usually get. Like they usually don't even get that at all, and then often that number is more than both those combined. So like if I'm not saying we are the biggest one or anything, I'm just saying at least from live viewers, that's how it's been, how it is currently and so on. So so let's say 80 people, that's pretty small when you think about it, 80 people. But even if you add those servers, maybe one of 40 and 40, so is it 150 total? And maybe there's a couple other servers that have some people on them as well. So is it 200? So and then you think about some of the YouTubers that are doing their videos, but is the thing you're alluding to that like in terms of the live conversation of like the people discussing it, even outside of like content creators, are you alluding to the idea that it should be like, that you would think it would be more like, 800 to 1,000, regular every day, as it were, rather, like 10 times or more what it is?
I think Jeranism has a pretty decent following. As far as YouTubers concerned, I think he's pretty high up there as far as subscribers and stuff like that on a decent amount of his channels.
I'll look
And
him up right now.
yeah, so look up Jaren, and I think Crow 777 has a pretty decent following as well.
Oh, okay. So
There's that guy from.
Say, what about
stuff?
we gotta do this one at a time.
What about not YouTube? Like, there's other platforms. People have
Yeah,
their own.
YouTube's the biggest though, right?
But I'm saying.
Yeah, but I mean, like Crow 777 has a podcast, right? So there's a lot of people that are subscribed, and like his whole website and all that kind of stuff. As far as Crow 777 is concerned, I don't even know how much. I think he puts maybe the first hour out on YouTube for free, but then he has a second hour that's like subscriber based paywall kind of stuff on his own
Yeah,
website.
who knows? Unless there's any subscribers to that service here, I can't speak on that audience.
Who's bigger, a guy on YouTube who has 700 subscribers, or a guy on BitChute who has a fucking 3,000 subscribers. What does it
Do
matter?
those do those
If someone
exist?
if someone's getting more views, they're getting more views. Doesn't matter if they're not on YouTube. Like when
Okay,
Hip Hop
sure.
said Pro 777 has his own website.
But we
Who
don't know how big it
why
is. I
care
mean,
about you?
unless any of us like are a member of his Patreon or something, like have that data. I don't know. As far as YouTube goes, though, my first thought was like, who's big? Santos Bonacci. He's been around a long time. He's got 286,000, and that's respectable for just a YouTuber in general. I mean, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I know his like if I click on his channel and go to like his latest video, what's he getting as far as views? 5,000 views, and that's not even 1% of his subscriber count, right? Which kind of is what matters in a sense.
Dude,
Uh,
Awar has
Well,
40K.
What?
yeah, outreach is important.
Awar
Yeah,
has
it's have
40K.
a lot of views compared to subscribers.
So there's one thing about like YouTube, right? So it took me forever to get on to Discord, right? Discord is something where I don't think as many people are active on it, even though they might take in a lot of information. I was somebody who took in information on YouTube. I don't have a YouTube account to even subscribe to people, still don't, never have. I took in, I don't know how many years of YouTube content before I was finally convinced by people to like, hey, get on Discord and actually like talk with people about this stuff. And it's only been 2 years that I've probably, maybe not even 2 years that I've been on Discord discussing this stuff, but I took in 7 to 10 years of information without even interacting with YouTube, subscribing to a channel, any of that kind of stuff.
same.
So,
Yeah, same.
and it's
Yeah,
a
it was
whole
similar.
other like, it's a whole other level to come on to like Discord and actually put yourself out there, vocalize your opinions, have the discourse. That's a whole nother level than just like subscribing to a YouTube channel and maybe talking shit in the fucking comments. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Here's my point though. Uh, uh, live video audiences is a sort of metric I mean, I don't know. I think it says a lot. Would you guys say that like an average, over a year, right? Over a year, what's your live video audience? And I know that also like, oh, some people are busy or your fans might be living in a different country, and so like there's people who would want to show up who can't just because of time zones or whatever, right? Or work schedules or whatever. But I'll tell you, there's a channel. I'm gonna look it up right now. But while I'm doing it, uh, he mentions every video, we don't start talking about the real shit until we reach 1,000 viewers. That's just and he is a truther. The channel name is Archaics, and geez, I'm not like even trying to like shout him out or something, because I got issues, of course. Pretty much got issues with every place, but it's like, okay, Jeranism, you ain't getting 1,000 live viewers on the regular. Top, 5,000, but we only even begin talking some real shit as soon as we reach 1,000. If
Yeah.
if Earth Awakenings was waiting, and no offense, of course, but if you were waiting until 1,000 people are watching live on YouTube, we'd never get started. And okay, so it says here, so he's not even as big as Santos Bonacci, but he's got a larger live video audience on the regular average. He's got 100,000 subscribers. Santos has almost 300,000, 3 times his amount. Jeranism has 2,000 subscribers, or close to. But for some reason,
You mean 200?
yeah, 200,000 for Jeranism, 100,000 for Archaics, and 300,000 for Santos. But I'll tell you what, this guy Archaics, he's only got 100,000 subscribers, but he's got the largest live viewing audience because he doesn't even start doing anything on a regular basis, like all the time, until 1,000 people join. He doesn't begin talking the real shit. So yeah, there's all sorts of metrics to compare people on, and we probably won't. I don't know. sort everything out right now, of course.
Well,
But
when
it's
you
just
brought this up, what was the original idea of bringing it up? Like, what is it? Just like just in terms
you already
of
said it. Yeah, you already said it, Gio. It's my real question is the worldwide community of people like involved, watching videos, interested, people of this, you know, cut from the same cloth. There's so many people, but then the participation versus like the people we know that are out there. And it's like, do they not know where to go to participate? Are they like here's the thing, you know, I didn't try hard to find the places I am involved in and watch, right? They came to me. Like I never found someone out of the random. All the things I know about, the internet led me to. And I don't know if, I guess the internet works different for other people because I'd almost assume that anyone who has any like one single channel almost or like 3 channel of interest in common with me would be aware of almost all the other channels because like you know how the YouTube and Discord community is. You get introduced to everyone else. Like you know how like okay, so I'm watching.
I just think there's a lot of. I just think there's a lot of room to grow. Basically, there's immense room, and just in terms of truth discussions and a lot of topics. It's like we're in a sense, it's still in its infancy. Like if you think about even from 2015 when the Earth discussion really began erupting, you know, more than it had for quite some time, at least since before World War II. It seemed like after World War II, you know, they had it shut down, especially with all the moon landing stuff, you know, until around 2015, roughly, maybe a little bit before that as well. It was starting to rumble. But like, so let's say we're in terms of that component, it's like, you know, 7 to 8 years right now. So is this just like phase one? And we're, you know, the next 7 or 8 years will be the whole next phase two. And then,
Okay.
you know, and perhaps, I mean, yeah, I could see it taking the next, you know, 10 to 15 years in total for the whole world to realize it's not, you know, to have the whole process of the Earth not being a globe to be fully established.
Okay, I won't ramble on and rant this time. I will make my point clearly to answer your question the way I should have in the first place.
It would be helpful. It would be helpful because I started to get a bit lost in all, not in a bad way lost. I don't even mean I don't mean that I'm lost. I just mean that in trying to keep with something to respond to, it kind of starts to inhibit that.
I understand, man. I'll say what I really think this time. I just didn't have my thoughts clear before. My clear thought that I want to express is at this point there should be at least one place with an impressive concentration of people. Like at this point, enough people, you know, let me just give a number. There should be a place with 10,000 active members somewhere. Doesn't matter if it's this guy's channel, that guy's channel, this Discord, this Telegram. There's enough people out there that there should at least be one place with 10,000 active members daily. Like, why is it that no matter where you seek, the most people you'll ever find in any one place is like 80? There's not one gathering place that we all know to go to. You know, why are we so divided? Like,
yeah,
algorithms.
You know, there should be a bigger place where people meet on the regular by now. Like, how are we being kept so separate from each other?
Because if you look at somebody like that Caleb guy, right, who does the TikToks, like that dude blows up, right? He has a ton of views on TikTok. TikTok is something that not a lot of us are on, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm not on TikTok. There's people I know that are on TikTok, but most people I know that are on TikTok, they're watching like cat videos and like stupid dance things and whatever.
So what's going on? I don't know about this Caleb guy, but what's going on there? There's like 1,000 people on the daily, like
Oh,
commenting.
he's got like a million followers or some shit like that.
Is he a truther?
Yeah, he's a flat earther.
So how do you think this is like?
I thought he's had a couple. I heard he had a couple channels that got to like 200,000, maybe 300, and then it got deleted by TikTok. He did that again. I don't know how many
Yeah.
times he's done that, and I don't know how many subs he has now. But my understanding is every time he gets to 200-300, he gets nuked, and that is interesting because you look at Jeranism and Eric Dubay and David Weiss. Well, David Weiss maybe doesn't have as many as those ones I mentioned. The ones that have a couple 100,000, they all seem capped around there. It's very, and maybe that was another thing, Fundy, if you were alluding to that, like why, like I mentioned that Delano guy, he had mentioned Flat Earth and he had like 500,000 subs. And at the time, this was a couple years ago, but he did like a song and pretty good songs too. He didn't really talk about it that much, but he did some funny songs and he talked about it a little bit. And even him having 500,000-600,000 subs was like a larger channel that actually had even discussed it. I'm saying outside of like, the BBC, kind of stuff where they the total propagandized level. So why is everything capped, seemingly? Is
Well,
it just,
like I said before, I brought up Caleb. It's algorithms. Algorithms are what's keeping everybody suppressed. Honestly.
Well, I'm just saying, why isn't there a single truther any of us have ever known that's gotten to 1 million?
Algorithms.
Yeah, like
shadow banning, all of that. Simple.
Yeah, and we were actually talking about the whole like scamdemic thing and how that all went down. And I think this was the other night, and Witsit and others, we were talking about it. And I think it was maybe Witsit had alluded to this, or we both were talking about it. But it was like just like this component of like, okay, so the whole scamdemic thing, the masks and kind of shutting us up and isolating us and closing our like literally shutting off our mouths and our facial expressions from each other. All of those components that went with that, the censorship that comes along with that, it's so symbolic, like literally censoring us on the internet and putting masks on our face. So obviously the mask thing has, for the most part, passed, at least the way things are now for most people or whatever. But the internet censorship seemed to follow, pretty strong. So we were just talking about how like it seems like they have a pretty strong control over this part of life right now, the internet in particular. Now there is a lot of information still getting out, but it seems like they're able to keep it at bay, with whatever, algorithms like Napalm said, and just ways of nuking channels. Like maybe Caleb, maybe he would have 3 million subs right now, because they're not shadow banning on TikTok. And he was talking about Flat Earth and it was just blowing up. So maybe a lot of these, maybe Jeranism would have had 1 million, and maybe this, you know what I mean? Like maybe it would all be multiplied by 5 or 10 or more if there wasn't the algorithms and censorship. So we were just saying, like, even after the scamdemic, like they seem to still have a pretty good lockdown on it. But the thing is that it's not really a good thing to have a lockdown on, because that can end for them, swiftly. So it's sort of like just because they're keeping it controlled doesn't mean it really means much ultimately. But I know I see what you're alluding to, and I think there is something to be said for that. There does seem to be like they've programmed in a limit that if you're in a certain category talking about certain topics, you're just not going to get above 200 subs and whatever they need to do to keep you from going any bigger.
I have a hypothetical plan, and I think a lot of you have probably thought about this before. Like, you know what sells. You know what kind of thumbnails will get clicks and the clickbait techniques and all that sort of propaganda styles, right? Yeah. Bikinis and whatever in your thumbnails, some sort of a facial expression, whatever to title the video, right? And I have this plan. I'm probably not going to follow through on doing it, but it's something all of us have probably thought about before. What if you approached spreading the good word, truth or research, whatever, by first starting out by just infiltrating the system, manipulating the algorithms, just doing whatever it takes, trick shot videos, whatever, TikTok compilations, whatever, just to get the audience base, right? You start out it may take like 3 years, right, to just build up the audience base, and you just give you give the algorithm what it wants. You upload videos of you could even start out as a fucking like a glober, right? Just in disguise. And you get the 1 million subscribers, and then that's when, once you have their attention, you flip the script and say, guys, now that I got your attention with all the shit I've been uploading, now I want you to all pay attention to the true shit I'm about to drop on you. Right? So that, I mean, have you guys had a similar like thought? Or like, first get the audience and then start speaking the truth. Don't try to get people. Don't try to corral people by speaking the truth in your videos from day one. Work the algorithm to get the audience base, and then once you have them, then switch your content towards truth content, right?
Yeah, but then they'll just get you then. Like, you know what I mean? It would just be over quickly for you.
There's
Like,
only one way to find out. I mean,
what would be wild
no
is
one's
if
ever done that before. Besides, I don't know, Owen Benjamin in a slight degree, just by being
Right.
famous and then starting a YouTube career about being a truther. He's
Right.
the only one who's like come close to doing that.
Going back to like the Mr. Beast thing, I mean, if Mr. Beast tomorrow just did an hour-long video of a full
Right.
presentation about how the Earth's not
Right.
a globe and all this stuff, what would happen? What do you know what I mean? Could he even do that?
You tell me, man. Honestly, you tell me. What do you think?
Well, that's an extreme example, but I'm just saying that like it seems like they wouldn't. Well, see, it's interesting because I mean
It's so obvious though.
That term "flat Earth" has made it, to the mainstream. Basically, like everyone in the world like knows that term now. And a flat earther, what a flat earther is, or some, maybe in some way, just at least a generalized sense of it. But so in that sense, it's already hit the complete mainstream, but only on a very surface level. Like something like Mark Sargent goes on the BBC and does a little interview or something. Like it's only on that level, or all these other debunking things. So if somebody came out remember when we were talking about the Mr. Beast thing and all that, and then who's that guy Logan Paul? See, that was the whole thing where years ago he went to one of those flat Earth conferences, and then he got up on stage. He went up on stage, and then he did it was a whole troll thing. Yeah, and then he did a video completely mocking it. Yeah. Anyways, I remember when all that went down, and everyone was
it has reached a lot of it has at least gotten the words flat Earth into the living rooms of the average American.
A lot of young kids, that one did, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
But in a total mocking, ridiculing, ridiculous way, which is counterproductive to anything positive. But it's still on a deeper subconscious level. It's still resonant. So it kind of backfires. Like, see, I think they had to put it in the mainstream because they didn't want it to. It's like what do they say? The best way to
control the narrative, man.
To
oppose is to control the opposition.
But when I explain my tactic, my plan of attack there a second ago, I honestly do want an answer from you guys. Like, am I the only one thinking in these like sneaky manipulative ways? Like, is that just me who's had this thought about getting the audience with whatever it takes and then switching the script towards truth or content? Am I the only one sort of like sneakily like having that sort of mindset, or have you guys thought about that as well? It's just me, I guess. What if Mr. Beast's plan the whole time was to just do outrageous stuff, get tons of attention directed towards him, so that he could take advantage of that audience base to say the message he truly wants to share? I mean, he's not going to do that, but what if someone did? Like,
yeah, but you can also argue, like, even like the idea that there's larger control going on with like the media and all these things. Like, you could even argue that someone in that network, like at those, like let's just say highest levels, whatever that means in terms of the ones that, that could pull the switch, basically, as it were. Somebody in that network, whether it's part of the family lines or whatever, think about what they could do. Like, they could, release billions or trillions of the world. They could go on TV and just totally, so I mean, whether there are other people would let them do that or not, whether the other people in their network even could, but I'm just saying,
I was asking a personal question, guys. Like, I do want the answer. Like, tell me. Yeah, it's just you, Fundy. You're the only one who's even thought about that tactic. Am I the only one? Has that thought crossed your mind, guys? Like,
what was the tactic again?
The tactic. I mean, come on, man. Like, am I about to explain it for the fourth? I mean, I don't mind if you really
never mind.
Here to understand it.
Well, I'm not totally clear on it because you said it was very long-winded, so it's hard to know exactly this concise thing because you were saying a lot. So what are you saying?
I'll give it one more shot.
To build up a channel based on different content, build it up to a lot of subscribers, and then start saying truth information after it's already.
Yeah.
They'll just nuke it. They'll just nuke it. Plain and simple.
I'm not asking about how it would go. I was asking, am I the only one who's ever thought of that technique? Have you guys entertained that idea? Like, what if someone just did what if someone took advantage of the algorithms, uploaded whatever it takes, whatever topics that give the people what they want in order to get a lot of eyes directed towards your channel, and then once you've got a large audience base, then you have them, and then that's when you take advantage of the attention you have of 1 million subscribers, and then you switch it to, all right, now I'm gonna have the next video I watch, I'm gonna talk the truth, and 1 million people are gonna see it because I've already built up that audience on fucking
It's not a bad
whatever.
idea.
Yeah,
But,
yeah,
like,
but,
I
but my
feel like
question,
being
no,
like-
hold on. My
Fondy, you
question,
got to pass the mic, man, please.
No,
It's
but
much more, it's
that
much
was-
more interesting to hear like the actual conversation happening if you
yeah,
can.
but
please.
it's a yes or no though. I'm not trying to drag this out. Like I said, I don't want to repeat this for the 5th time. I'm just saying,
All right,
am I
you're just
the only
shutting
one?
down the conversation at this point.
Am I
man.
the one who's thought about that tactic? Have you guys ever thought about that, or am I the only one who's ever thought about doing that tactic? You could just say no. I've never thought about doing that before, and I wouldn't explain it again. It's over at that point.
Your
Yeah,
fan-
I
Fondy.
mean, yes, I have, but
Your fans
Okay,
would
that's
turn on you.
all I was asking for. Yes, I have. Okay.
Your fans would turn on you. Your sponsors would turn on you.
I
There's
got
that,
one
too.
answer. Yes.
Hey, Paul, do you remember what you were going to say? I thought you were going to.
I was just going to say something kind of like the opposite of that took place, right? With Joe Rogan. I don't know if you guys listened to Joe Rogan's podcast or watched him on YouTube when it was just basically him and Red Band on a couch in like 2012 and 2013. But literally, he was dropping some freaking knowledge, right? And talking about fake moon landing, all that kind of shit, right? And then once they all kind of started to realize, like, this guy has the biggest podcast. I mean, he was one of the pioneers of podcasting when podcasting first started. Once they started to realize, like, oh crap, this guy has everybody that listens to podcasts listening to him, they started directing all of his attention, right? You get Neil deGrasse Tyson that comes onto his show, and then suddenly he changes his stance on the moon landing, right? And they guided him, obviously, into a direction where it was like, the algorithm didn't push Joe Rogan out. The algorithm personally curated what he was going to say. Otherwise, they were going to take down his channel, basically. I think they gave him 2 options. They said, you can start to slightly change what you're saying on certain things, and we'll continue to help you grow into this space and make you a lot of money, or you can try to continue doing what you're doing, and we'll use the algorithms to push you out. Did anybody listen to Joe Rogan back in the day?
I did, yeah, dude. I remember, yeah, even in the earliest days of his, yeah. I mean, I was never like a big Joe Rogan follower or anything, but I mean, I always kept, kind of kept up with a lot of, just some of the. I mean, I've probably seen a very small percentage of his overall content, but back in the day, I mean, I'm thinking like when I started researching the moon landing not being legit, there wasn't too many people talking about it. Obviously, Discord didn't even exist or anything like this. And there wasn't even really much on YouTube actually at all in terms of these topics. There was only like cat videos and stuff. It was like the first couple of years of YouTube. There wasn't anything like this. And so you had to find like radio shows and podcasts and things like that. And yeah, back in those days, like I would say Joe Rogan was like kind of in, let's say at least the top 5 or top 10 that were actually talking about the moon landing not being real and other truth information in certain categories. So yeah, he was doing some good, some decent stuff back then, and having like guests on and talking about stuff. But that was like in the very early years, and then yeah, his whole journey and how that all changed.
Yeah, I think everything is very highly dependent upon the algorithms. Like I said, I don't have a YouTube account, any of that stuff. And it's like YouTube will push you some certain things. And it's like, if you click on a few of those things, that's what it's going to continue to feed you.
Yeah, I mean, I think about like what Fundy was saying too about like the building up a channel and then doing a kind of switch. I want to almost say bait and switch, although maybe a bait and switch is too harsh of a term for it because, but I guess in a way it is if you're building a channel not based on that content and then you switch the content on people. But I guess you could do it in a more tasteful way where you kind of slowly, just release information basically and just have it be kind of part of an organic flow, and just whether it's sharing your perspective or doing certain content. But I think what I think about it ultimately, Fundy, what I would say with that, I think, yeah, that's my thought. And then I think like they put people in categories, like category 1, category 2, category 3, or whatever that is. And those categories have to do with like the algorithms and the limitations. And so I would think that if you started in a category where you were able to grow quite a bit, if you then started putting out content that, that fits in a different category, they would probably just move you to that other category. And whether that means like unsubbing your subs, like let's say you get up to 800,000 subs, they'll just unsub them slowly or do other shadow banning and you'll just fall into the other category. But it is still an interesting idea. I mean, it couldn't reach people.
Optimistically though, optimistically, you've gotten yourself into the living rooms of a million people who watch your daily content, who wake up, they wake up at like for example, right? Do you guys know the channel?
It'd be interesting to be. Oh, sorry. I was going to say,
Morning?
just like the extreme example of this, like this is extreme. It would be to like get a team together of like 10, 20 people or even more, and then like research all of the most popular topics. You heard about Ranty? Ranty. He like stopped talking about cosmology entirely. He like went back to the globe or whatever, and then he completely like he was trying to do like a show with like cats, that conspiracy cats guy on like the paranormal. That apparently didn't go anywhere, or I'm not sure whether he still has it or not at all. But I don't
know about Alex Stein, man.
That direction didn't happen. But my point is that Ranty then the story I've heard is that he, is what everyone has said. He went to the Johnny Depp thing, the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial thing when that was popular, and he just started doing content on that. And apparently he made a bunch of money, or he made some money, because there was a huge viewership on that. So what I was saying is that to take the extreme of your idea, like the evil, it's not really an evil plan, but like, planning and scheming in the most extreme way would be to get a bunch of people together, like 20, 30 of very like charismatic people, research all of the top trending topics right now, and then have all 30 of those people make channels that are like focusing on those top trending things. Build those channels up to millions of subscribers. So you'd have like 10 million, 20 million in total, 30 channels, try to get each of them up to 1 million. And then have a game plan at that point, because now you got 30 million.
We're all gonna flip the switch, bro. Yeah,
that is like it's like an evil plan, but it's like an evil for good. So I don't. It's a wild.
So here's the funny thing, like
honestly, dude, I feel like that's the only way we'll ever accomplish what we're trying to do here. Honestly, I feel like we gotta fucking play the system. Use a little bit of camouflage, infiltrate places where we wouldn't be allowed according to the gatekeepers, and then switch the game plan. I mean, we know we're going to be kept in a box when we're speaking, we're wearing our heart on our sleeve, speaking our truths from our heart, openly the whole time. Like, the only way we're going to reach an audience, the level of audience that we want to have an impact on and influence on, is literally to be ninjas. We got to be ninjas here. We got to sneak in and infect it from the inside.
So here's the thing, though. They kind of control that.
That's why we got to be fucking sneaky.
I mean, I don't think it's my path, but it is an interesting idea of a way to reach people in today's world. You know, the way it is. The thing is, how many would you reach until they put an end to it? That's the thing. So let's say you had like 30 people. They all had 1 million subs. You know, doing cat videos and filling your bathtub with Fruit Loops, whatever they do. To get a bunch of subs. And so now you have 30 million subs of those people. Yeah, I mean, in theory, like, okay, let's say you have all those subs and you haven't put out any truth content, and then you would you could roll it out maybe very slowly, but it depends on like with what Napalm was saying, like how long until they just either just deleted those channels or shadow ban you or just do whatever they would do to just stop it, basically.
Okay. I want to bring up something that I don't know. I just feels like super potent as an example. Alex Stein, right, gets on to Tucker Carlson, right? Because he's dressing up in a fucking onesie swimsuit and crying to a city hall meeting, right? Goes viral for that. That's infiltrating, what do you call it? Politics, right? Infiltrates politics, gets a huge audience, and then does what? Never brings up flat Earth. Like, I mean, he could have just taken like 10, like literally 2 seconds. He's got 3 million people watching his Tucker Carlson videos. Right in the middle, just say, "Hey guys, Earth is flat. Look into it. Go to Earth Awakens."
Just oh man.
I mean, he did it. He did it. He literally infiltrated the mainstream.
But would they even let
didn't take advantage of it?
But would they even let that air? They might, because that they have a delay on it. Maybe they would just cut it before it even. But I mean, they like the term flat Earth has already been mentioned. That term just in terms, even in the mainstream. So you would have to actually have content that doesn't just say the term or like, oh, disk floating in space. Because if people only get that, they've already heard that in like the media already. So it would, even in the mainstream. So it would have to be like actual information, and then you're getting into like, time and like a presentation, content, videos, whatever it may be. ODD is another one. His channels, you didn't mention him, but he's always had. I think he's kind of probably had the most actually. ODD, over 300. I think he always seems to have more than the other main guys talking about the Earth. But anyways, but ODD's videos are longer, like full content like that. So it's what I'm saying is that to get real information out, you have to like actually have more than just a word, just throwing out.
Just a sound bite. You're absolutely correct. If you want to have an impact, that's why like if you ever even have a moment, it needs to be like an appreciable and acceptable like recommendation, somewhere you can point people towards. Like, hey, I don't have the time. I only have like a 3-second soundbite to get to you here, but this is where I want to direct your attention towards. And then that's another thing that the truther community needs to put more effort towards and deal with. It's like, if you just meet someone on the subway in an elevator pitch, right? It's like, where, like, okay, you meet someone, they seem cool. You're in the elevator, and you say, "Oh man, I know you got to go, but listen, there's a lot of things I want to show you. There's a whole world I want to introduce you to." And I'm not saying that's how you would actually say it to them. I'm just saying, this is the place I recommend you to go. And it's like, I don't like. Is this the place? I mean, honestly, it is. I'd ask all of you guys. I'd ask all of you guys.
Hold on, Dan.
If you only had time, to tell someone the YouTube channel of one single YouTube channel, what's the one that you would send them to? Like, hey, if you want to know the truth, go here.
Well, what on what topic?
Well,
there's so many different topics.
I'm not sure that should matter. It should be whatever gives them the most amount of keys to unlock the most amount of doors. That would be your. I'm not saying there's one perfect channel, but it should be the most infectious channel. Some place that will be the most. I don't know, igniting, if you know what I mean, like igniting of curiosity, to set like the best place to send them to begin with, the lobby, the entrance zone, the front door that will like engage their curiosity. I mean, I'm not. I'm just saying it doesn't matter about my explanation right now. You guys already know what I mean. If there was one place, oh, someone's in the elevator, or I just met someone and they seem pretty cool and interested in learning and becoming more wise. What is, if you only had time to say, hey, if my recommendation to you, if you want to take this further, this place, go here. Here's the link. Like, what's the place you would send them to? Is it Jeranism's channel? Is it the Glowbusters channel? Is it their Earth Awakening's Discord? Where would you send someone if you could only recommend one place to go to begin their journey?
Well, I mean, that's a big question, yeah. And it depends on like, yeah, exactly what focus of what topic. I think one way to do it that would be ideal if you have the audience, the number of people, where you can have like several live streams. So you can have one that's more of like, this has always been my vision, even with this platform, and the as when this platform is more in its fully actualized state, is having multiple live streams. Like, so for example, to have one that would be like more of a introduction basically to various information or topics, and you could have different ones for different topics, as well. And that would be a more of a stream where you could have people like, like either like a smaller panel in some of those, like 4 or 5 people that are like, answering questions, talk, from the audience, new people that have questions, want to come in, and of course have the cordial and civility and respect and good moderation and all that, so that it can be a good environment where new people can feel, really comfortable to be able to come in and actually ask questions, and even to be able to be vulnerable, to admit like, oh, I just want to hear more about this, or, without being attacked and ridiculed and all that. So to have a good environment. And if you had like, if that was like a panel of like, whether it's a small amount of people or even larger, but a small amount that would be like hosting it and running it in that sense, to where, they could be, just answering questions or just giving information and, just, et cetera. And so that would make sense on the more kind of introductory level for people who are like either brand new or just curious or wanting to hear what it's all about, what's going on or what the information is, to have that available. And then to have other live streams that are more advanced, as it were, and, going deeper into various topics and components. And then there's all the wide range of those, having, whether it's more debate style or discussion style and all of those components. And if you have it set up that way, because like the way this particular live stream is, it's usually not necessarily introductory stuff. Like, if people didn't know much about like the cosmological discussions and so on, they might just be like, what are these guys even talking about? Because there's a lot of really advanced topics that are discussed here. So would I just send a brand new person here? I mean, that's a question. I mean, yeah, I would, in a sense. It just depends on what they're looking for, but because I feel like the way this particular live stream is right now, it's more the people that have been in it for many, many years, and there's new people as well. And it's kind of just right now, it's kind of just like a one size fits all, as it were, because the size of the community is really only currently about one live stream. I mean, we, could potentially do 2 at times. And we've done 2 and 3 in the past at times, but as we know, this particular community has kind of a certain number of people that are involved. So that's why this is kind of like a one size fits all. But yeah, I think in terms of sending people, if you could, to have multiple live streams that are very well run, that are, solid panels that are introductory and advanced in multiple topics as well, in those topics, like, whether it's the earth, religion, spirituality, health and wellness. I mean, all kinds of different topics that you could have introductory and advanced ones too. And that would be because at that point now, you even getting more to where I could recommend it openly to everyone, to, in the sense of if they have any interest, like it'd be cool to be able to have that, to where I would know for sure that that if I send someone who's pretty new to everything, that they could not only be treated well, but also be able to actually get some good kind of beginning information, in a digestible form. I mean, ODD's videos are really good, man. Those are for like an hour video that walks you through everything. His are really good. just in terms of like that kind of thing, like watching a 30-minute or an hour video in terms of an introduction. But doing it with live streams, I think, is very engaging, and I see that this being the future as well. Like, I actually think people are going to be watching less videos in the future and doing more live streaming.
Yeah, so it's interesting you were bringing this up, right? So one of my coworkers, like his side of the business has been slow this past week, and earlier this week he was asking me, he's like, "Hey, we talked about Antarctica in the past. Send me something about Antarctica so I can watch a video or something like that." And I was like, "Oh shit!" Right? I feel like most of the time, if somebody wants information, it's like I almost feel like I have to be that point guy to curate certain things for certain subjects, right? There's no just one size fits all. Here, go to this place.
Right.
Click on wherever, you know what I'm saying? So, and the best one that I can think of to just send somebody who's new somewhat to the topic, knows about it. We have discussions about it on a fairly regular basis, so he's not a complete noob. But I sent him to, Taboo Conspiracies video on Antarctica. Sorry, we're closed. It's not the best. It's not all the information. It's a lot of the information. But then there's also the mix of a lot of talk about anti-flat earthers this, anti-flat earthers that, where it's like the average person that's just coming into this conversation isn't going to understand somebody talking shit about anti-flat earthers, right? So it's very difficult to have one sort of one-stop shop. Here's where you go for all of your truth information. Just click on the sidebar depending on the topic that you want. 24/7 curates a decent amount of that stuff within some of their stuff on the server. The server does that as well. But people that aren't on Discord, where do you send them to give them the basic information? I don't know if there is a really good one size fits all, one stop shop kind of truther, flat earth mix kind of thing,
I hear you, and there's so much variety. It's interesting the way that there's so much uniqueness and there's so much challenges as well. I think within a lot of just in terms of these some of the communities and information and just the let's just say the sensitivity, as it were, of the how the implications of some of these truths are so massive to where it seems to almost have like a more limited engagement in a way, but then that engagement is like more potent for the ones who are engaged in it, perhaps, or just has accelerated potency at this time as well. But yeah, I know what you mean with that. I remember, like, what is it? Eric Dubay, History of Flat Earth. That is a good one. One of those good, just like hour introductions in terms of flat Earth, like, that terminology and his kind of, with like Robotham and he does mention the ancient cosmologies and, some of all the, how does the sun set, and goes through a lot of, so that was one that I think it's Eric Dubay. History of Flat Earth was the title of it. And it's pretty good. Have you seen that one? It's quite good. But that was one that could be considered, is something that I did send some family and friends, but Eric Dubay has, let's just say people react to him in a intense way. He seems to have something going on to where he engenders quite a bit of like resistance and something going on there. So I know what you mean, man. Yeah, it's hard to be able to just recommend like any one thing to someone, knowing that there's so much more nuance than what that one person may or may not be saying.
Right. And for my buddy, he like had a specific topic, right? And even with him having a specific topic, it's like difficult. It's like, I don't know. I've taken in hundreds of videos on Antarctica, and it's like, where do I send somebody that says like, hey, give me some more information on Antarctica? It's like, man, there's so much of a base that you have to build to certainly understand most of where I'm going to send you. So where do I even start? Right.
Exactly. Well, that's why, like, if there was like the type of live streams I'm discussing, which also could be recorded. And if you have like a set panel, like let's say it was, just name any, I'll just name 5 people in here. If it was Dan, me, you Napalm, SE,
Me.
Elbow, Jesse, whatever it would be, it's 5 people, 6 people, 7. And if there's a specific game plan of what you're sharing and the cohesiveness of the information, I think it'd be really cool to hear like those types. And then the thing is, it could be live, like going through topics. But let's say like we all compiled all the best information, or that we can, that has the widest range. And then, like I'm saying, bring that together, do videos like that, and then also those videos can be saved for later. So like, how would you feel? Like what would be ideal? Because I'm kind of thinking what in my mind would be ideal. Like if you could send a friend or family member, if they ask like, what's going on with Antarctica? I've heard there's, what really are all the components, within it. And if there actually was a video that you knew was like concise enough, and from people you knew and trusted, maybe even you're involved in it as well yourself, so you can validate, make sure the information is all aligned with your own level of discernment and level of curation, as it were, like you mentioned before, like curating the content, and in a digestible way that was actually of a quality that you appreciated, and so on. And would that be? What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's tough, right? Because everybody takes in information differently, and something that might resonate with me, whether it be a speaker or the way that they present visually or within their audio, I feel like everybody is so different on how they take that in. And a lot of the stuff that is discussed within these realms is, like you said, it's like paradigm shifting. It completely tears down a lot of the foundations of what people thought they know or think they know, right? So it's very difficult to really figure out how somebody's going to take in that information and then where to send them to best digest that information. And just to give examples, some people really take the delivery of a Nathan Oakley or a QE very well. I'm not one of those people, right? So am I sending somebody to a space that is something that is best molded to the way that I take in information and things that are pleasing to me to be able to understand or relate or really enjoy or have be entertained by the information, but somebody else isn't going to have that same experience? I don't know. It's very difficult. Hopefully you understand kind of what I'm saying there. Like, I'm not going to send somebody to Nathan Oakley, but I might send somebody to a place that I find more appealing, but they might be more receptive to Nathan Oakley. Does that make sense? It's hard to judge that.
There's that too. Exactly. There's like people's personal taste and how they even receive information. And yeah, absolutely. Like yeah. I mean, when I think about like, okay, so yeah, I'm just trying to think about this concept of like, because if you recommend something to someone or if somebody asks you for more information on it, like, do you feel like that information represents you, or do you feel like it's possible to just be able to recommend something, share it, and be like, hey, I came across this, I have my thoughts on it, but hey, here's the link, or here's the video, here's the content producer, or whatever it is, check it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, are you necessarily responsible for how they perceive it, or do you feel like you are, in a sense?
Yeah, I do feel like I am. Like, I have to like almost preface when I send something to somebody. It's like, hey, I don't necessarily agree with all of this. Maybe not the way the person represents this, but there's some, what I'm saying? Like, I have to give a preface to everything almost, But I feel like that's kind of the realm that we're in, or the spaces that we're in, it's very difficult to throw somebody into the deep end. Like, it's very hard for me to figure out where do I start somebody on their truth journey that I've been on for 20 plus years. You know what I'm saying? Like, what is going to pique their interest? Where do I even go? Where can I even give them some sort of start in a direction that they've never, or, you know, direction down a path that they've never even thought about going down, or they're just now thinking about it. And, you know, I don't want to send them down the trail that's over and above their comprehension, and they're just going to get worn out too quickly and decide they don't even want to walk the path, you know?
Yeah, and it's a lot of very deep questions. Because yeah, like recommending something to someone, I actually do think has like spiritual and karmic, you know, implications and ramifications in a sense. Like, for example, in a more like in just like in the a slightly different category, but like let's say somebody has never ever been involved in an ayahuasca ceremony, but they would like to, like they feel called to working with ayahuasca, for example. You know, where do they go basically? You know, so then there's this deep question of like, you know, kind of if someone were to actually recommend a particular, you know, group to work with, like a particular connection in that way. So that's like at a level where now like you're actually like, you're referring someone as it were to, you know, an entire like group who does ayahuasca ceremonies, and what is the quality of the work they're doing, you know, because there's like, in my viewpoint with it's like there's like shamanically aligned medicine work, and then there's like things that are more on the sorcery side where it's not actually the true like usage of the plant. Like the sorcery has there's other, it's basically like not the real thing. It's like fake. It's like it would be like a fake ayahuasca ceremony essentially. But anyways, I'm not trying. Don't have to totally go into that whole topic. I'm just saying it just reminds me of like it's just a different category, because what you're talking about is recommending like a channel or information or some further, you know, pathway for them to walk down. Whereas, you know, what I'm referring to is like a pathway for them to be able to work with medicine at that level. And I feel like there's a lot of like spiritual responsibility when it comes to that, you know, especially, you know, in that case, you know, what experience they would have or what they're even consuming. Is it even the right thing? Is it in the right environment, the right people, the whole right setup? And you could actually, you know, in that case, you could, you know, refer someone to something that could actually end up harming them, you know, if it's a harmful,
right.
So yeah, it's a lot of like responsibility. Could it even be said for like truth content, if you sent them to someone who was giving out false information, or, you know, there's like, yeah, that would be kind of the comparable thing, or doing some other conduct or something that would be problematic, or, you know, false information or deceptive or whatever other things that might be out there.
You think that's what went wrong with me when my flat earther friend sent me to Mark Sargent?
Oh, is that where you started?
That's where I started.
Oh my gosh, that explains everything. It all makes sense now.
No, I used to send emails into his daily show, and he'd read them on the air and answer them and stuff.
Okay, yeah. Was that when he did them with Karen B, or before that?
I don't know. I'd never heard of Karen B till much later via other channels, so it was either before or after. He might have steered in a different direction at that point.
Yeah, so that was the one your friend recommended you, basically.
Yeah, he told me to check out Mark Sargent. He said just put it into Google and you'll find it, and I did.
Yeah. All right. Well, then, I mean, okay. So, but what other content creators within the Shape of the Earth discussion? I mean, did you just stick on him, or did you? I mean, did you look at everything else, or?
I mean, I Googled a lot, but he was really the only really prevalent one with lots of videos in 2018 that I actually was able to find.
Oh my God, dude! There's hundreds, if not thousands, man. I mean, I can send you so many links of to channels talking. I mean, There's tons. I mean, they are harder to find though. That's the thing. Yeah, if you're just like YouTube searching, yeah, you're only going to get Mark Sargent.
Well, this
Because
was
the
in
rest
20.
of it's all misinformation. You're not going to get ODD and all this Eric Dubay and all these other. You're not going to get all those. So
Well, this was in
Jaron,
2018.
all right. Well, there still was censorship happening then. That was actually when it all started. Or well, depends on what year exactly, but they started clenching down more.
Yeah,
Morgal was the first one to say, "How come nobody sees my shit anymore?" Nobody was getting his notifications.
Yeah,
of course.
They did that to him. That's what they were doing. Yeah, exactly. That's when like Google took over, basically. When they
I
bought,
remember he was one of the
took
first
over.
ones to cry out loud, going, "What the fuck? Something's wrong. I can't find my own shit when I type it in."
Of course.
Which actually is sad because we all know his struggles, and I think he was making money on his channel, and then his channel not them shadow banning him. I think perhaps was some component of him, in his challenges he's had.
Of course, since then I've seen lots of different content creators on the topic, but that was what I was able to find in 2018 when I first was introduced to the topic.
Yeah,
It's a great intro. Flat Earth Clues is a great intro, really.
You're a fan?
A lot of people that swear by it as the first thing they saw.
Yep, I remember when those came out. Actually, yeah, like I remember when he didn't. Because I was involved before he even existed, as it were, and then he started up his channel and basically came out with those. He released them in sections. So it was like a first one that was the first couple clues, and then a week later it was like the second one. It was like a series of them. I remember, yeah, like watching them when every time he posted them, the first ones. But he kind of came after others, and he kind of started coming in and trying to get on the interviews and things that the other guys were getting on channels.
I feel like Matt Powerland was kind of one of the first to start hitting on it, but there may be people before him. Not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could be said that if just to make a general kind of like a bit of the lineage, yeah, it seems like you're right. Yeah, like Matt Powerland did. I was kind of on that early spark of it, and then Eric Dubay. He was really pretty much the first one that really started putting out content for the most part. Because the way that he kind of does. I don't say this in a necessarily critical way, but it is kind of what it is. It's almost like a book report where he's kind of just like reviewing other people's work and then putting it to videos and stuff. Yeah.
He basically, if you have a problem with Eric Dubay's early stuff, you have a problem with Robotham, basically.
And yeah, William Carpenter and yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All the Wardlaw Scott and all the ones that he's quoting and exactly. Yeah, because you're right. I mean, almost all of it actually is other people's work when you think about it. I mean, he does have some of his own ideas on things that I know he's written about and has content on, but especially recently he's done more. But yeah, those initial videos, he was pretty much just getting that information out there.
I haven't taken in his content in probably like 8 or 9 years. Actually, I don't know, 7 years maybe. Like once there was all that weird stuff going on, like I don't know, he's dressing up in drag and doing things against Patricia, and there was this whole like. I stepped away from all of that stuff. I was like, this is weird infighting characters. There was
it's like crossfire character assassination stuff. Yeah, they're trying to like assassinate each other's character and call them shills and stuff. Yeah, he got into that stuff for sure.
Like Orphan Red obviously played a character, and then there was like, was it Sergeant that dressed up like a knight or something? And there was like Mr. I don't know. There was weird I don't know.
On
I
Patricia
just
Steers, that dude with a mask or whatever, that one.
yeah.
Like Patricia Steers'
Yeah.
first videos
I don't
were
know.
very different than her later stuff. Like it changed. Like her initial videos were like almost seemed more like a meme kind of thing. Like it's a total joke. Like they had this dude, yeah, they had this dude with like this huge like almost like a Darth Vader mask. And it was all like a
It was like a
character.
night kind of thing.
Yeah, it was like a caricature on kind of like conspiracy, but just making it look really kind of just goofy. Whereas later she kind of, I guess could be said, got more serious in a sense and began actually kind of doing interviews and stuff and actually kind of having it be like a, try to be like a cordial discussion with the person and stuff, ask them questions about their work.
Yeah,
And
I
stuff.
thought the person in that mask was always like Mark Sargent. I just assumed that that's
Oh yeah, I mean maybe it was, dude. I know. Like, was it? Yeah, that's a question. Well, but he didn't really.
I don't know.
Yeah.
There was
Oh,
weird
my
shit
God.
going on then.
And then they did shows together. Yeah, I remember those. Like, I would even listen to some of those live because back then, there wasn't that much live content. So, like, if it'd be like Mark and Patricia, and then like a lot of other people would be in chats and chat and stuff. But yeah.
Jonathan from Jersey. That was Mark's first partner on the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just remember because Matt Powerland and then Eric Dubay started putting his content out, and there were others too. There were several others like in the wave with Eric Dubay. That's the thing. Eric Dubay is not really like. I think he thinks he's the first, and he wants to be or whatever. Like he does seem to have some kind of megalomania thing going on where he wants to be like the guy who is like the one true one who released this information or whatever. Like he seems to have that, but. I think the truth of it is that that's not necessarily the case. I think there were actually several that kind of all came together. He just happened to, he has a really good speaking voice, and he did put a lot of the content together in a really good way that was digestible and he was innovative in that way. But he it's not like he stood alone. There were several other channels that like had already been talking about a lot of these things and that were like percolating, all kind of simultaneously. But he was kind of the biggest first. He was the biggest though at that time, I would say, and kind of the one that got the most coverage.
Yeah, I feel like. So did Matt Powerland actually do photorealistic paintings for NASA?
Dun dun dun.
I mean, did he claim that back in the day? Like, I can't remember. Did he ever actually claim to be that, or did he just dance around that, like allude to that, like, hey, like I did this as a job, now I'm coming out and I'm starting to release this information?
He made the claim.
Did he actually make the claim back in the day?
Nobody's ever seen his work as an artist anywhere else.
Well, I mean, the guy obviously does artwork. Like his channel back in the day, you could see him doing artwork. Like he's
you could see him playing guitar too, if you know
Yeah.
what I mean.
Well, no. He's obviously not. He was horrible at that, but you could tell that he was just like he was an artist, right? Artists are fucking weird. Lots of them, very weird. So there's things that hit with artists, and then artists that think that they can do certain things, and everybody's going to understand that concept. Like people might understand and realize, like his painting, or I know he used to do a lot of like epoxy floors and stuff like that. Like he was obviously good at that shit. And interior painting, like artistic design, like all of that stuff. But sometimes artists think like, oh, well, I'm an artist and I have this brain that works in this way so that I can let me play a guitar because the way that I think it's coming out is going to be something spectacular, right? Like eccentric people sometimes go a little too far into realms that they shouldn't be dabbling in. Let's put it that way.
Well, I would say that's interesting. I mean, okay, so I would say from my understanding of it, with everything I've heard and seen from his story and everything, and now I'm not even saying that my recollection of it is exactly precise either, but I'll say kind of what a compilation of my general sense of it. When he first was doing his whole thing, it seemed like it was kind of almost like he was selling it like it was true. And as far as he as kind of recollected the story, it's this thing where he was like, he claims he was at like a party, like this really like high level party. I forget if it was in LA or New York or wherever it was. And because he was an artist and, who knows, he had whatever kind of level of connection to at least get to that party. And he was there and he just said that there were like these, I think he was saying they were like somewhat younger people, like maybe in their 30s or 40s. And they were all like dressed really well or whatever. And, that he kind of got to talking with them and they started telling him stuff like, I forget all the details, whether they said the earth was flat or the moon landing's fake, whatever it was. Like they basically started telling him this stuff. Now this is his story of it, as far as I'm, repeating, and that he was like, blown away, like, oh my God, that kind of thing. And then basically that they like kind of offered to him, to like do paintings for NASA or whatever, like as part, like they gave him his card or whatever, they exchanged numbers kind of thing. And then, as far as I remember it, it was sort of like, but he never went and actually. Well, it was a little bit of a gray area. Like part of the kind of, if you want to call it a shtick, part of the shtick was like, well, did he really do it or not? Obviously, in that sense. And then I think there was even a narrative that like he did do it, but then like he got out of there or something. I'm not sure. I think there were a couple different things like that. But then later, in the later part of his kind of thing, when he was doing more of that guitar stuff in his big studio and stuff, he was more like, it seemed like alluding to like that was a shtick, basically. Like it was, that it was like kind of a character in that sense. So I don't really know if it's even clear. I don't even have the end. I don't know for sure. I don't know if Dan or I know Jaronism like met him a couple times of, and whatnot. But so, yeah, I guess that's like kind of my general sense of it. And then it seems like that in the later years, it kind of seems like it was more seemingly like that. I'm not sure actually, whether all the information has claimed to have come out on that or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like most all of those original characters I found interesting.
Dubious?
But I found them all to be characters.
I mean, I think Eric Dubé is an authentic guy. I don't think he's an agent, in my opinion, in my full analysis of him. I think he definitely has like a messianic complex, just
I disagree
in that sense, but I don't think he actually is involved in that way.
The only reason I would disagree is because I feel like once he started to get a following, he got a big head about himself. He thought that he was Mr. FE, right? Like he was the first one. He was slow dripping the information that he was taking in and obviously plagiarizing almost from other people. Then he started to do this whole campaign to paint anybody that would be looking into the information as racist and white supremacist. And I think to me, that's what tipped me off to like, maybe this isn't as genuine as he leads it to believe. The whole Europe for Europeans videos that he was putting out where it's like, I see what's going on here. I don't know if you remember that whole phase of his.
Which part? Sorry, I was listening. I was listening, but also multitasking, and I wanted to hear it more clearly. If you don't mind repeating it.
Yeah, all good. Like he basically had this run up of slow dripping plagiarized information from a lot of people from the past, right? Like we had mentioned before. And then once there was some steam and some following behind that, he started to slip in this whole, and this is the reason why I think there's some control to that. Slip in this whole Europe for Europeans, this whole white supremacist, nationalist kind of thing to it, to paint the whole movement as, oh, you believe in this, the person who believes in that is this guy, he's the leader of it, and he is putting forth this information, so therefore we can paint you as this type of person.
All right,
Like,
yeah, I'm following you. So what was the white supremacy stuff? I know there's the stuff with like you know, he did the video on World War II and Hitler and all
Yeah.
that. So I know there was
No,
that
like
part. Are you talking about something different? I mean, I haven't followed like all of his work, you know, like you were saying, I haven't watched his videos in years, but I mean, back in the day, I definitely saw a lot of the core ones that basically were, like you said, giving the you know, a lot of the writings of others basically that he was just you know, doing audio for.
Yeah,
Like
so
audio readings, basically. I actually have his book, and it's just all like other people's work, basically.
right, which is fine. Like standing on the shoulders of giants, curating the information, like that's fine. Just don't try to take credit for it all yourself. Like whatever, we're all probably guilty of that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, yeah, he does have a whole thing with that. I know what you're saying. So wait, what is the white supremacy stuff though? That doesn't really ring too much of a bell. Although I know that he probably has gotten into some, I don't know, like shadier territories perhaps, and some of the stuff he's done that, you know. But what is that part? I don't know about
it
that.
was a brief stint, right? He came out with, like, I literally stopped following the minute he put out this video that was like, it was a song and like basically a propaganda video that he put out, and the song was like about Europe for Europeans, basically, right? Like this whole Europe is for Europeans, like this whole white nationalist kind of propaganda video that he put out, and it was kind of completely out of left field, but he started blending that in, and it wasn't very long, and then it kind of pulled that back. But the minute he put that stuff out, I was like, okay, this is obviously trying to get people moving in some sort of direction, or to paint people that might be involved in this conversation as a certain way, right? Or at least give people the reason to say, oh, you're into this. Well, people that are into this are also into that. So therefore you are this kind of thing, which leads me to believe that he's not maybe as genuine as you may think he is, I guess you could say. I don't know.
Well, I'm not necessarily saying, I mean, genuine meaning like his, I mean, there's different definitions of genuine. I was just saying, okay, so like in the idea of like agent or not agent kind of thing, he either is like a civilian dude, meaning he was born somewhere in a hospital, he has a birth certificate, he went to a, you know, high school, he went to wherever he went, he grew up in a family somewhere, you know, in that way. That would be, I would, you know, if you want to use that term civilian or something, meaning, you know, and then there's like, the other category of like, you know, like an operative of some sort, like an agent, someone who actually is in some network or a family group or a secret society or the CIA or the FBI, whatever number and range and spectrum of possible groups, J-Trig, God knows what else, that they could be, you know, dipped in there somewhere and then doing things, you know, in a obviously purposeful fashion. So, you know, operative versus non-operative, basically. So I was just saying in terms of what I think of Eric Dubay from all my, you know, just kind of read on him, I don't think he actually is an operative in that way. I think he is a civilian guy, but he does seem to have like some very controversial things that he does. You know, his I don't know if it's, I mean, are they antics? I mean, yeah, he like dressed up like Patricia Steer. See that when he did that, I remember I had sent his history of flat Earth video to a few people, like family and friends, like back then. I remember I linked it to him, and then Eric Dubay did that where he's dressing up like Patricia Steer, like a woman, and doing all these like, basically just trying to like, you know, just kind of like roast her and make fun of her, basically like this character assassination thing. And when he did that, I was like, oh man, like, you know, if anyone else, I would recommend that, you know, any of his content to, you know, if they come across that, you know, so, but yeah, I just don't think he actually is an operative. I think he's just a civilian guy, but I know people, you know, might have different ideas on that.
Yeah, but there's just like, there's enough of those little kind of things where it's like we were talking about before, where do you send somebody for the information to where they're not going to get something like that that's going to give them an idea that whatever, we're all crazy.
My channel.
Yeah, I don't think we send people there, but
I mean, Eric Dubay is like, he's like a vegan. I don't know if he still is, but he was like a vegan for years. He's like a yogi dude. He like, you know, I've seen like some of his videos where he's just like literally doing yoga in the park or whatever. And yeah, I just get the vibe that he's a regular guy, but he does seem to have like with all due respect to him, I'm not trying to necessarily talk poorly on him, but let's just say formulations within his ego are seems to drive him to, attack others and do certain things. Like, I don't know about the white supremacy thing. I've never actually heard necessarily of that. I don't think I've seen any content that I could think
It was
where he has
weird.
that. But I know
It was
that there was
weird.
the Hitler stuff, and some of that stuff I kind of think people took wrong the other way. Like, I mean, you could argue that he was trying to link that to the shape of the earth in that way, but he was basically just questioning that event too and being like, what was that about? Is that really what we were told? And was Hitler really kind of as the one that they painted him out to be, and anyways, yeah. So, but yeah, I haven't seen the white supremacy stuff, but yeah, he's definitely a character in his own way.
Yeah, it was just a very distinct video that I recall. It was like just a few minutes, and it was a song, right? And the chorus was like Europe for Europeans, right? And it was just what seemed to be a string together propaganda piece. Maybe he ripped it from somewhere else, and he's sort of on board with that kind of thing, or if it was just intentionally placed there. I don't know. It was so out of left field and so awkward for it to be presented that literally, like, I completely stopped watching his content after that. But I don't know how long that video stayed up or how long it lasted, but I just kind of felt like.
But the phrase he said is Europe. What does that mean exactly? Europe for Europeans? Is that or what is that? I don't know.
Yeah, it was a whole song.
I remember he did those, he did songs for a while, like raps and stuff. He did a whole album, I think.
No, but it wasn't him. It was done by somebody else, and it was like basically along the lines of ethnic supremacy, and Europe should be only for Europeans. There should be no, ethnic mixing kind of thing. It was just a very out of left field. Why are you putting this on your channel, and why does it seem like this is a pieced together propaganda thing that, I don't know, maybe you look at this on your spare time, but why are you putting it onto your channel to put it on the forefront of what your followers should be taking in? It was just very weird and awkward. And I'll have to try to see if I can find that video. I don't know if he's still has it on his YouTube. Does he even still have, like I said, I haven't been to his channel in years and years and years.
Well, I mean, in terms of the idea of him being some kind of operative, the thing is that I hear you on that, and I know he does say some controversial things, and people have different viewpoints on him, but I mean, his overall impact has been, I mean, he got a lot of information out there to people at a peak, at a kind of the perfect timing, basically, in like 2015 and 16. Like, I actually give him props for what he did in that sense. It's pretty awesome, and being able to get the information out there like that, and his overall impact was like waking up, I would say even millions of people. And even though he is controversial and all of that, as far as I can sort of see, it just doesn't seem like he's actually pushed many away in whatever negative antics he's done versus all the people that he's helped to come across this, information that he brought to the table, or that he kind of, others basically. So I'm just saying, like, if he's an agent, it's really an abysmal operation, because it didn't really do much negative and did mostly positive.
I agree. He put out a lot of good information from other people previously, but it's also like, I don't know.
You know what I always thought was weird with him, though? One of the things that always made me question, like, just what's going on with that is his book. It's called The Flat Earth Conspiracy, and it has a picture of like ships that are like sailing off an edge with like water falling off the edge. I was always like, dude, he specifically says, like, no, we're not a disc floating in space. You're not going to sail off the edge. He always says, there's a bound, there's like the shoreline of Antarctica. Like, he doesn't say, but on the front of his very book, it has ships sailing off an edge. Like,
Yeah.
is he memeing his own book? Is he trying to put a joke on like, you know what I'm saying, dude? Like, just think about that title. Like, it's just like literally ships falling off an edge, and it says the Flat Earth Conspiracy. So it has it has flat Earth and conspiracy all in them, and it's boats sailing off an edge. Like, if you didn't know that this actually is true, just looking at the cover, you would think that that was an absolute joke book. You know, like you wouldn't even think that that's even close to the truth. So I always just wondered why he did that. Like, he's specifically talks about how he does not think Earth is would have an edge to sail off, yet he puts it on the cover of his book. That would be like if you did a book and just like put like a disc in space on the front. It's just like,
Right.
what?
Like, why would
Is
you do
this
that?
Mark Sargent's book you're talking about? I'm not sure which one.
Hey.
It is Mark Sargent's book?
No, Eric Dubay, The Flat Earth Conspiracy is the name of the book.
Oh, okay. So you're kind of like, I guess I was a little behind in the conversation because it sounded like you were kind of backing him as not controlled opposition, but then what you just said confused me. Is you saying that maybe that is
no,
kind
I
of
was saying
fine.
I don't think he is, but then I was saying that part of his like that does that's worth scratching your chin on.
Yeah, as are a few other things. But yeah, I came in when you were actually the last thing I heard was when you were saying something about how it doesn't make any sense that if he was an agent that he did more positive than negative. And of course that, goes along with my theory that they do plan on telling us that the earth is flat and using it against us at some point, which is why they have to have controlled opposition that are, 1 foot on the pedal and 1 foot on the brake, not getting too much attention. And then, at the same time, bringing the truth through to whatever degree they're allowed to, but in small increments.
By the way, that's the cover of the book. It's like literally a ship like sailing off the edge of the earth.
Right.
I mean, that.
Yeah, that's weird.
I mean, to me, it still doesn't mean it still doesn't mean he's a complete operative, but it shows that there's some intention there that doesn't seem authentic.
Yeah, it's a hard read too because the Hitler stuff, I think, it sounds like he really does. I mean, in fact, there's information out there that does back what he's saying, a lot of what he's saying about the deception we were given about Hitler. So, it's like all the truth forward. If that you're going to tell the truth, why, hold back on some things? But it did effectively make him very easy to write off for anybody that is unfamiliar with who he is. That's all they have to do is Google his name, and he's, speaking out as like a Hitler fanboy, and that like the credibility goes down the drain whether he's telling the truth about that or not. So you even have to question whether, him deciding to do that was part of the formula that would allow him to stay. And I saw that a lot of that with IPS too. It was almost like he admitted it at some points where it was like, there's some disinformation here that I'm going to talk about, but that allows me to talk about everything else. Because it's like that you almost like have to have in your bio things that make it easy to write you off. So then you can, say what you really think about other things. It's weird. Same with Mark Sargent, some of the antics that he's done. They call him out for like the commercial that gets it, people at least hearing about flat Earth, but at the same time, it makes them look a little silly. And the same thing with the, Behind the Curve film, like a perfect example. It could have buried flat Earth and made it look completely ridiculous, but it didn't do that, right?
I would say it pretty much did. You talking about the Netflix one? It was a hit piece. It was definitely a hit piece.
It was a hit piece, but it wasn't
whole thing was
like
designed
it wasn't a burying. I mean, they were like regular people. Maybe they live with their mom or they have some quirky, but it didn't make the whole thing completely ridiculous as it could have. You know, it's kind of like the 1 foot on the brake, 1 foot on the pedal. Like it's introducing the information, and they know people need to laugh at it to begin with before they can accept it. That's just the way the formula has to be, and I think they eventually plan on using it against us. I mean, that seems far out and maybe a stretch, and I hope that's not the case. But as far as the conversation earlier, I was going to add that it's like we're in the sweet spot right now. Like if they ever are forced to absorb it, I mean, we have to assume they have a contingency plan if too many people realize that we're not on a spinning ball, that they're going to use it and absorb it and then make it what they want to make it, right? That's coming if we are successful, ironically. They're going to use it. So it's like, that's almost like the last thing we want. So like our success is our demise in a lot of ways, because and like what Fundamental was saying about getting more attention and having more people, you know, go one place. Like if there were more people in here trying to talk, it would suck. It's already hard enough to get a word in edgewise sometimes, you know. Like the amount of people is perfect. In fact, I'd argue. And that if we ever think that just the masses, like everybody figuring it out, is going to change something, no, I think that yeah, it's going to change something, but that's probably because that's what they wanted, and it'll be the perfect way for them to absorb it and then make it the truth that they own, and they act like they're telling us, and then they're out upon their psyop or whatever they plan on doing after that, which would be a lot worse than what we have now. Maybe, I don't know. I mean,
All right.
I don't think Obama mentioned it for no reason, and good press is bad. Bad press is good.
I don't know what topic we're on because that was a lot. What's
Well, I'm saying that the basketball players talking about it, Obama talking about it, it introduced the idea for a lot of people to at least look into it. But I mean, once you think it's a possibility and you're a real truth seeker, you're going to find out if it's a real possibility, and there's going to always be the sheeple that are going to go along with the mainstream, and they know that. So I don't think that it becoming like the majority finding out is going to be necessarily what we want, is what I'm saying. Because then they'll use it. They'll give us the fake flat earth with all the pseudoscience attached to it or whatever. They, you know, then we'll be arguing with them still. Like, no, yeah, it's flat, but it's not what you're saying.
I just we're talking about Eric Dubay, and I just pulled up. I saw one of his other. I think this is his new book called Flat Earth FAQ. And on Amazon it has, like, you can see the first couple pages. I was just going to read this first line. It's like a little paragraph here. It's pretty well written. I don't know whether if he wrote this. I just read it quickly, but I just wanted to read it because it's pretty good. All right, it says, "How do you know the Earth is not a spinning globe?" And this is from Eric Dubay, Flat Earth FAQ. I think it's his new book. All right, it says Flat Earth has been denigrated, derided, and disparaged as being the most crackpot of all conspiracy theories, marginalized, mocked, and ridiculed for centuries for being an ignorant, ancient, unscientific worldview. But the facts of the matter are far from what you have been told. When thoroughly examined and diligently researched with an open mind, any skeptical, critical thinker will find it is actually the tilting, wobbling, spinning spaceball Earth promoted by NASA and taught in schools that is truly ridiculous and unscientific. The following are 20 ways anyone can prove for themselves the Earth is a level stationary plane. It's actually not as well written grammatically, but I was just saying the concept of it. Like, it's pretty true. Like that beginning part, flat Earth is, it's just that's a interesting little summation of it.
Well, that's also my point. Like, I think it's such an obvious thing once you actually look into it. Like, anybody using common sense, sorry, ballers, anybody using common sense that is open-minded will realize that we're not on the spinning ball if they look into this. That's my opinion, right? Unless they're just total, like, math fanatics or just locked into that or whatever. It's really hard for me to understand how most, like, that anybody doesn't realize it. But regardless of that, I think it's too obvious for them to just tease at it with things like Obama saying we don't have time for a flat earth society. Like, people like the NBA players that are mentioning it, those guys don't say things they're not supposed to say. Like, why is that being introduced into the mainstream? Why are there commercials like talking about it? Why are there, like fake moon landing stuff like right out in the open in commercials with men on, like astronauts on wires, and cartoons depicting like the firmament breaking, and all of these predictive programming things are put out there in the mainstream. For what reason? They wouldn't tease at it because it's too obvious once people look into it. Unless they
Because
plan
you're
on using
forgetting
it.
what
That's my
you're forgetting what Obama also said. Not only did he mention the flat Earth on 3 separate occasions, he also said that if you flood the town square with just a right amount of misinformation that appears to be true, and then nobody knows what to believe, you don't believe in any institutions anymore, we've won.
I'd like to see that quote. I don't remember him saying exactly that. Is that just paraphrased?
That's pretty close, but yeah,
I
paraphrase.
remember him saying, if someone says the earth is flat, that's newsworthy. Like, what? That's not like, that's a promotion for flat earth. Saying that it's newsworthy?
There's 2 politicians that have talked about flooding the town square with misinformation or information that would just give enough credibility to, get you to question the other information that you know. But yeah, he's 2 of them. Justin Trudeau said it. He said that if you feed it more shit, it just sort of becomes this animal, right? Implying that the town square is really not put all this
So you're
information
saying that when people lose trust in the institution as a whole, then they really win because people don't know what to do, like they don't have any stability.
It's all about putting that person in the paradox. Yep.
Yeah, that's how I like we were talking about Mandela effect earlier, and that like is a psyop that I think they have a hand in on even a grander level than maybe we might expect. But yeah, this whole idea, like, and there was a conference out in LA that I think really defined that. It was called Question Everything, right? And then Flat Earth was a part of it, but it was also Mandela effect and everything else that might be questionable. And I think part of the grander scheme might just be for people's idea of truth to be so malleable and so unimportant that it doesn't matter if the earth is flat, because there might be lizards running the country or whatever it is. It's just like make it all one big thing, make people just give up, and whatever they're telling me is what I mean. I don't know what the fucking truth is. We are in a different timeline, and Mandela effect. All these things that just make people disassociate and underappreciate reality having any kind of solidity to it. So then
Where are you
virtual
getting this
reality
from?
will
Like,
seem just
is this like your opinion, or is it where is this coming from?
my
Are you saying is this your thought of what someone's been doing, or I'm not clear? I'm just not even clear on what you're saying, man. To be honest,
this is my opinion of what I think, why I think they are putting some of these things out there, like Mandela effect. All these
okay.
things are
So,
kind of
and you're saying that
saturating
they
people.
like who's the they then? Like you're saying like some
The
like
people
operatives
that
or
convince
whatever?
the world that we're on a spinning ball, whoever they are.
Okay.
Yeah, those people
Well, it's
are
like
also trying to saturate our idea of truth, so that the truth of things that are maybe more significant and important, like the Earth not being a spinning ball, are just as good as as all these other psyop things that they're putting in there. And you can just detach from this reality. It doesn't matter if it's flat or round or anything, because we might be in a different timeline. So why does any of that matter anyway? It's like the complete indifference that they want.
Ronald Reagan said this in his speech. He says, if you obey your senses, you might end up thinking the Earth is flat. What he
Oh
said
yeah,
in
I remember that.
speeches.
Yeah, that's huge.
Well, it's just interesting in the sense that there's an acknowledgement there in those words. The acknowledgement is that there is your senses and there's something beyond your senses. And so the theory of the ball is essentially a representation beyond our senses.
Yeah, that was actually, since you said that, that was in this Eric Dubé book. Since you just said that, I'll just read this one thing. His first thing is common sense, and it's exactly what you're saying. It cannot be overstated or overemphasized. The most important thing to realize and obvious ways to know that you are not on a spinning ball is your own common sense and lived experience. You have always and will always experience yourself as living right side up on the motionless earth with the sun, moon, and stars revolving over and around you. This is a common sense of what everyone in the world personally experiences every day of their lives. We are taught to believe otherwise, however, many things completely contrary to our own common sense and experience from a very early age. So yeah, that common sense is foundational. And yeah, I could imagine that he would try to use that in the rhetoric in a way to kind of twist it, make it seem not significant, because they often, it's like the, looks so real or it looks so fake, it's real kind of thing. The way that Elon Musk, they kind of do those little inversions in their in the kind of scripts and some of those some of the kind of, when you talk about people like Obama and these kind of the ones that are reaching those masses, yeah, they're doing little black magic mind tricks, trying to like just suppress it more and make people just ridicule it more, basically, and just think it's not significant. Because like, oh, if you just followed your senses, you think the earth is flat. Oh, but we know it's a globe so much, haha. But in reality, it's like, yeah, that actual sense is the actual truth. They're like saying it and then just trying to twist it, basically.
No, what it is that they tell you the truth. It's just you end up believing the fantasy.
But they don't really tell the truth. They tell a deceptive version of a ridiculed version of it to try to suppress it.
They'll slip it in there. They'll tell you that they have an issue with the inflation. They'll tell you that there's a discrepancy between all of the theories of gravity. They don't hide it. It's only in this debate room do maybe the Globers take on a personification of white knighting their model in a way that is altruistic, right? And in reality, they don't want to question that, or it just becomes maybe just I want to win a debate rather than actually just talk about the progression or evolution of their model. The point is that they will come to terms whether it's beyond their senses and then make an admission to that, right? So do they make an admission that it's beyond their senses but it's still a sphere?
Yeah, that is virtually the mainstream story, is that it's beyond your senses and it's a sphere. Yep.
But they have lots of inference, right? That the planets are round. There's orbits of these planets. They're circular motion, right? And they're all spherical. And what would the odds be that Earth isn't spherical, right? So their inference is not like illogical or even evil. It's just where they position the Earth and all of that. And if the Earth is not in the center and unique to its location, specific, then it's the antithesis of that, which means it's not, ordained in creation. It is some other sort of philosophical metaphysics described with mathematics.
Yeah, I would just because the reason I was going off on all of my, possible future absorption of flat Earth is like if Eric Dubé was controlled off to some degree, then we have to consider like how big, or even more Sargent or some of these other people, what's the reason for doing that? Like is there some kind of like long-term plan to tell us the Earth is flat to use it against us? And so we have to start thinking about those things as possibilities that we could also have like maybe plans to thwart as well, right? Somehow make sure that doesn't happen, or make sure they don't like get out in front of it and start like they've done with some of these, silly things that, straw man us. Actually, Jesse's in here.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
I know
Jesse
I
Gordon.
heard you share your. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
Well, I was going to say Jesse Gordon had an interesting response. I remember, and I was looking for it in our DMs because I asked him at one point, what does he think about why it is that so many people are, convinced that it's not a spinning ball, and I think it was like something about the controlled opposition side of it, which from a baller standpoint I thought was interesting. Do you remember what you said, Jesse? What your response to that was? I couldn't find it in our DMs. That I don't know if you erased it or not, but you remember what you responded to? If you're still in here, like I think it was more like putting it out there as like an untruth that they pay people to try to push, for whatever reason, to get people like disassociated from reality or something, maybe. I mean, if you really thought it was a ball, that might be your take on it, is what I'm saying.
Well, they already have people disassociated with the globe. That's what the whole globe is. I mean,
well, no, like if you thought that globe is reality, you might think flat Earth is a psyop, right? To get people like not focused on the real truth of everything, they're just like distracted with this idea that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's what
And
the
that's
and the Flat Earth Society played a certain role in that. Yeah, they just try to ridicule it, mock it, denigrate, all those things. Like in that, I was looking at that little preview of Eric Dubé's book, and I read that one part. Yeah, all those denigrated, disparaged, just mocked and ridiculed and scoffed at. Yeah, they try to make it like that. But in terms of what you're saying, I hear you. I know that you shared this before, so I know you have the perspectives involved in those ideas and stuff. So I hear you on that. My personal viewpoint on it is that I don't think that the Earth not being a globe was ever pushed by the people lying about the globe. I think that they've always wanted to keep it as suppressed as possible, which is why once they got control over the Federal Reserve after they sunk the Titanic, World War I obviously happened. And then out of World War I was like Einstein. And there was actually quite a bit of discussion about the Earth being, a stationary plane and the term flat Earth as well, being planar and all of that. Like I have a bunch of these old maps, like Earth as a plane and et cetera. So, and those were in the 20s. So it's still seemingly being talked about quite a bit then. And then, because they still didn't have like a picture of the globe or anything. So what could they really sell people on? Just tell them like, oh, we swear to God, it's a globe. Look at this drawing. Like, what can they really do? So in terms of convincing people in the 20s, it still was probably a little tough, even though they were pushing it. And then, you have the Great Depression, which really changed the world, obviously, in all those ways. And then right into World War II, which we know that was absolutely. And then out of World War II, Werner von Braun and NASA. And then they had, the control they had at that point. And then, of course, the 1960s. And then the moon landing thing. But at that point, they had suppressed the Earth being a stationary plane so heavily, just almost eradicated it entirely. All they had was like the Flat Earth Society website or whatever, they had that up. They always had the Flat Earth Society to kind of push away any people that might even consider it. So they've had it like locked down in a pretty heavy way. And I don't think they ever have wanted to push it or anything because I think they want the globe thing to be so ubiquitous, in the way that it is who knows if they're going to do a fake alien invasion or what other possibilities in terms of the globe narrative and all the space narrative and everything they're already doing. And I think Math Powerland and Eric Dubé started putting out, but it wasn't only Eric Dubé and Math Powerland, there's several others as well. And then, many others. And I think they've really, I think at the beginning, they probably were like, well, okay, a little people might talk about it a little bit, but it'll probably just still stay small. Is probably what they assumed. And I think it just blew up way quicker than they thought it would. Like it was just catching on quickly, in a way. And I think even at that point, they kind of let it fly for a bit. They're like, well, let's just kind of monitor it. And then they threw in some of their guys. I do think there are some operatives in these content creators. So they threw a couple of their guys in to kind of at least just be in there. But even those guys they threw in didn't even really do that much damage. They just kind of floated along, but I mean, that's all debatable or whatever. But so they did throw a couple of their guys in. And then they just did the internet censorship, it seems like. They just tried to slam it as much as they could. And then they had to put it in the media a little bit to try to kind of be like, because since it was blowing up, they had to kind of re-instigate the ridicule. Like, put it on the BBC, put a Netflix movie, do a couple of these things to kind of like remind people, oh yeah, that's just a joke to be laughed at. It's just a mockery. It's just a joke, right? It's just to try to, like when some of those like where it's in like a commercial and it's just like, or something like that, or it's on some news station and it just seems quirky and goofy or whatever it is. So they've always kind of tried to keep it to that level on any big mainstream stuff. And then they've done all these censorship that they could. And I think they've done just enough censorship to kind of not make it look suspicious that they're just totally wiping it off the internet, because that would actually bring more attention, but just enough to kind of keep it limited from a lot of new people that would be looking into it.
Right. You might be totally right. And I'm not saying I think I'm like, I know it's going to happen. They're going to do the outer ponder psyop and make that the UFOs and reveal the big truth to match the Bible, and it's going to all work in their favor. But if you were them at this point and you realize that it's too late, too many people know, it's only going to grow, what would you do?
Well, yeah, no, that's a very interesting point, and that's what's going to be coming in the future to see how this is all going to play out. Yeah, exactly. You're right. There's those ideas too. Like, do they have? I mean, for example, let's say that amongst this community and even the expanded community, that over the next 5 to 10 years, we actually are getting a lot done to where we have, let's say, a lot of very solid tests and measurements and additional things. And if it's to the point where it really is unrefutable, then there's going to be no stopping the information. I mean, especially once the tests are able to be even validated and replicated. And although it's going to be interesting to see all like the emotional resistance and how that's all going to go down and the financial. So yeah, there's a lot of big questions with that, but
don't you think that they,
like, let's say you're the guy,
absorb it?
just to end what I'm saying, let's just say you're the guys pushing the globe. If there are like absolute measurements and it's getting out there to the point to where, they don't have a choice at that point, they're going down.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's an interesting kind of narrative.
Then what will they do? They'll absorb it and say and act like they're telling us the truth about it and say that they were protecting us from the outer ponders and whatever else they decide that would work for their new narrative.
Well, I've always thought they
I
could try to
think
do
they
a thing where
may
they try to throw like an image of themselves that is unsavory under the bus, and then just come back like a wolf in sheep's clothing. You just come back with new sheep's clothing. Is
Right.
what they would try to do. But the question is, will they be able to accomplish that? Because the cat's out of the bag. I think the globe is how they've controlled the people. So once the globe goes, their control goes with it.
Well, yeah, but then they have all the new opportunities for this new paradigm to control us in other ways, is what I'm saying. With the outer ponders, with the the reinterpretation of the Bible and starting to persecute people for religious ways and religious contexts, regardless of how much truth there is in the Bible, they could use that to their advantage again. Start dividing people according to their beliefs rather than their one belief in the globe. In air, like UFOs with directed energy weapons to have us controlled by with like real-time gods that's just them acting like they're the outer ponders, all kinds of stuff.
Well, what I was going to say is when you think about it, let's just say you take the world as it is today, like right now, with all the institutions and systems and police and roads and public buildings, the whole thing that we have today, cities, all this stuff. If you were to just overnight have everyone realize, let's just say if everyone knew for sure the earth wasn't a globe, then like the next day there would obviously be a tremendous amount of people being like, okay, who's in power? What's going on? Who's pulling the strings? How did this happen? How did they get the globe into all of our schools? And there would be obviously enough humans that would absolutely want justice and to see what's going on. Now, I'm not recommending any violence against these people that have done the globe lie or anything like that. I'm just saying, and I'm not recommending some huge violent revolution or anything like that. I'm just saying in general that people would be like knocking at the doors, like what's going on. But what's interesting to then think about, there's then the possibilities. There's then like, in my mind, there's like two, I'm just making it very dramatic the way I'm saying it right now, obviously just caricaturizing it. But then there's like two possibilities. Either the people in power now stay in power, even though everyone knows the Earth's not a globe, and then they have to figure out how to like throw that under the bus and create some new system and make it look like they're the good guys and they came to save the day. I mean, even what is Elon Musk's new AI GPT thing called? It's called Truth GPT. So I mean, they're already doing it. So it's like, yeah, if they kind of try to lead, we're the truth and we're the okay. So that's one possibility, that they just, like I said, like a wolf in sheep's clothing. They throw away the old globe clothes and they just put it, new clothing on under some kind of different cosmology. That's one possibility. But then there's this other possibility, which of course to me is the more positive one, the more interesting one, and happens to be the one I think is our actual destiny, is that, the people, as it were, actually get our sovereignty back. But then what would that look like? Would there be new people in control? Would it be a new group? Would it be more like separate groups, like that people would have different cities that they just want to have, and then they have the rules within their own cities and people are just not messing with each other? Would it be some new group? And if it was a new group, would it be some new, quote unquote controllers? But could they be good people, like a government that's actually built on transparency and honesty, have actual good people? Because I'm not against governance in a way if it's like of like high integrity and it's healthy and good for everyone and fair and balanced and all that good stuff. I mean, there's those ideas too. So yeah, like if entities take over, who are they and are they good? Or yeah. So
well,
it's a lot of questions.
It may not be necessarily all good or all bad. I mean, just like the people that are in control now may not be all good or all bad. It's just that they feel like they're God. And they give us and take us away and don't do all bad things and don't do all good things, but they control things, right? And that's their MO. and they may give us this fake revolution and have people, screaming from the rooftops that are also them, that are shouting for the truth, just like we are, saying all the right things, asking for all the right things, and then we may even be it may even seem like we were given this sovereignty or whatever that we were demanding, but it may be, again, like it most likely be somewhat of a wolf in sheep's clothing, with these contingencies that we're not aware of, and smart cities that we have to be in now because the air inside the firmament is contaminated, and all these other things that can go along with that truth. That they probably had many, many meetings of a lot of these people talking about possibilities and what they plan on doing, if they didn't plan on that from the start and roll out flat earth for that very reason. I'm just saying we're in the sweet spot. I mean, I think the common man finding out about this may not be what we want. We're gonna have flat earth taco stands, and they'll commercialize it. It'll just be sickening. I mean, like the greatest thing about flat earth right now is you can figure out who's cool amongst 20 people, because it's not a mainstream thing. You realize that these people are paying attention to something that's not mainstream, and so those are the people you want to hang out with.
I think there's definitely going to be the shift, but I just don't think, like, what I would say is that the current community, like, as you know, I'm not a huge user of that term flat earth. I think it's interesting and I have used it at times, but I don't even think that's going to be the terminology ultimately in the future. It's not necessarily going to be like that everyone's like, oh, the earth is flat, haha. Like, I don't even think it's quite going to go down that way, like that the term flat earth will be the thing, although it's definitely part of the history and a major part of, it's already what's in everyone's mind. So in that sense, it is, but I just don't think that it's going to be like some huge, you have like the Copernican revolution, as they try to claim it, the heliocentric. Like, I don't think it's going to be called like a flat earth revolution necessarily. Like, I don't think that term is necessarily going to be how it's integrated. But the thing is that those of us that are going through this now are, in my view, like, we're the ones that are like going through the mental processes, the research, all of these components, thinking about it, going through all of this. And they'll also be the ones that are going to be doing the testing and research and those components of it, and the information continuing to get out there as many people are doing so. And that process, like, once it's okay, what I'm saying is, once it's established, and okay, here's the final part of it. Once it's, in my viewpoint, once it's established enough within enough of the human population, like the ones that are the more, the sort of quote unquote professionals, and the ones in these various fields, as it were, of science, and also those of us that are discussing and talking about it. Like, but we're kind of the minority. Like, if you took all of us right now, as it were, the ones actively really engaged, and then all of the scientists, if, as it were, out there, it's still a pretty small number when you think about the masses. And my main point is to say that the kind of revolution, as it were, of the earth not being a globe and being, stationary and all of that, and what comes after this, is not necessarily going to be that everyone is going to be waking up to it in a way from like 0 to 60 waking up to it. It's going to be something where, like, their outer world is now not telling them it's a globe anymore. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it's not that they all are going to necessarily go through their own entire, like, awakening journey. If for probably the masses, it's more going to be like, oh, like, the globe was false and now it's this new thing. And then they'll just believe that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like they won't necessarily all go through a whole process, although they will, though, because then there's the question of the creator. There's a lot more questions, of course, that do come up. So there will be some process. Maybe I didn't even word that exactly the way perfectly, but I was just trying to say that, you know what I'm saying? That, like, a lot of people are just going to come they're just going to come along after it's shifting on the larger scale. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people are just going to shift right with it. And some probably won't even shift until that's the case, until it's like the actual more.
I've seen some of these YouTube channels pop up lately that are really supporting the idea that they're going to reveal something about Antarctica and the ancient ancestry that's been covered up, and make it seem like a discovery that's leading them to this information. And then, some of these other things that they include in that narrative may lead to the outer ponder / alien invasion, control, whatever presence I mean, I think that if they're gonna, if they may have to reveal a big truth to get everybody on the same page for this, alien invasion / outer ponder ancient ancestor psyop that they end up running on us. That might be the key, is to reveal some big truth like flat Earth, for it to really be like a worldwide event that everyone accepts as true. And a lot of flat earthers don't even know what to think at that point, because at least they're not telling us we're on a spinning ball. But there's been some YouTube channels.
Yeah, so you're kind of
seems
just
like
speculating on what their agenda, like that they might
Yeah.
try to do all that or something. I mean,
Yeah, whether they rolled it out or not, they have a contingency plan, and it seems like there's some signs that that's the direction they're headed, whether that was the plan from the very start or not.
and what would that
Like
be?
the truth map, like the
What
truth map that
what
you're
are the
talking about.
signs that they would go towards anything like that in terms of
Well,
revealing
there's
about
a
the Earth?
couple channels I'll put in, like a YouTube channel that I've seen popping up, like that are like, massive find in Antarctica. Here's like the proof that there's civilizations that have lived there and been there in the past, and
Yeah, but that's
and
already been a thing. Like outside of the Earth topic, that there's been I've seen that on like George Norrie and stuff like that.
they've hinted at it, yeah, but now it seems like it's being embraced by a little bit more of a mainstream effort, and like the truth app by Elon Musk. I think Trump's platform was called Truth something as well, right? It's all about like truthers. It's like the truthers are they're gonna co-opt the truth movement, is what I'm saying, and they may even include flat Earth as it, because it's the strongest point amongst the truth population. That's undeniable once you look at it. It's such a great vehicle to use. They never let an opportunity be wasted, is what I'm saying. And there's so much attention. I mean, like, we spend like every waking hour talking about flat Earth, most like, or everything that surrounds flat Earth and that idea. There's nothing more addictive than flat Earth for people that realize they're not a spinning ball. So they're definitely going to try to harness that in some way, is all I'm saying. But that's not it. Whether they planned it from the start or not, that's probably in their contingency plan. And then we won't know at that time who to trust, because it'll be mainstream people talking about it. And it'll be like, okay, well, what goes along with this guy's idea? Like the Alex Jones talking about 9/11, like, okay, so he's telling us about 9/11 and he's on the mainstream. He's also saying that, this or that people can straw man. And, no, I'm just saying that it's definitely controlled opposition. It's too big of a truth to just play at and put in cartoons and have Obama mentioned and basketball players mentioned if they didn't plan on possibly having a contingency.
Well, I mean, just because a basketball player, you're talking about flat Earth, you think he's an agent just because he said that? I mean, that guy
I think
seems
that
like he probably heard about it, and Shaq
maybe,
talked about it.
maybe.
I mean, you're suggesting that there's like a conspiratorial way in which all of these things are planted or whatever?
Possibly. I'm just saying possibly. I'm not saying I think that necessarily, but if I had to guess, I'd probably guess that.
I mean, I don't see any indication of them like pushing like even that term flat Earth at all. Like they seem to just they do like sprinkle it in there a little bit, but I don't see any indication that they're like wanting that information to actually be discussed. If anything, it's the complete opposite. It's being like censored and shut down at every front. Anything that makes it public is like pretty heavily kind of within like for example, like my older brother, who he's definitely a globe earther. I've mentioned him because I've talked to him about this topic quite a bit. And like any stuff he has seen on the like flat Earth, as it were, in the mainstream, has only reinforced his bias that it's an absolute joke and it's just totally to be ridiculed. The only thing that's made him think is me, basically, actually talking to him and actually, the conversations I've had with him. Anything he's seen in the mainstream, including that Netflix documentary, like none of it has given any legitimacy in his eyes whatsoever. It's just been it's completely just, you know what I'm saying? So for you to say that they have this huge plan to like release it and support and put it out there, I don't see that being. I'm not trying to like.
You may be right. I may be just like so involved that I think that there's like, or maybe giving them too much credit, like that they've got this like, ulterior motive with the, even some of the people that we're familiar with being, presenting the truth for, some kind of ulterior motive or whatever. Maybe that's true. And I'm just saying, if it ever does pop up in the mainstream in the way that I'm talking about, and they start talking about the Earth being flat, and then considering it and making it something that the mainstream people are considering, then we should start to worry. It's not a good thing. If it goes
Well, yeah,
away.
because the conversation was going. You were talking about like the idea of them admitting it basically at some point, or
Yeah.
and then the question of would they have to or not. I mean, my sense of it is they're just going to try to ride the globe until the wheels fall off. Just run it into the ground as hard as they can, and then who knows if they have like an Agenda 2030 thing or a World War III, or who knows what other if they do some possible like the idea of a fake alien invasion / World War III. Who knows what? I mean, those are all just wild speculations, essentially. Because, and I would hope those things don't happen, because that sounds terrible if it was actually war on that larger scale. But they are insane, and I don't doubt that there's not going to be tensions in the future as well. Because as it's like this parasite is still, unfortunately, in effect, in humanity right now.
Doesn't the Bible talk about a great truth being revealed?
Well, I just think if they lost the globe, they lose everything they have, and they would have to scramble to try to maintain power at best. They would have to scramble like crazy.
Well, that's why they would get out in front of it and own it before that happens. That's all I'm saying.
I think the damage is done. Like, how if you do something so bad, like that, what is like in a movie where it's like the oh yeah, okay. Imagine like a criminal dude who like takes a bunch of people hostage, and he's doing all this crazy stuff, and he's like holding these people hostage. You know how like if it's all kind of falling apart for him and it's not working out, hostage escapes, another one escapes, like the police are knocking on their door, whatever it is. You know how like there's that thing where
he just throws the pieces off the board.
Yeah. Or like in some of those extreme cases, they like, commit suicide or whatever too. Like it's like this extreme, like just go until it completely falls apart. And my only point to say that is that with the way that the globe is right now, like they were very bold with it, and they've pushed it really hard, and they made it so bold that they got even intellectual people to believe it. And that there's a lot of like pushback for that. And what I mean by that is that when you do a deception to that level, the way this level, the way that they have, when it unwinds, it's like you can't put the pieces back together. Like they're not, you know what I'm saying, in the power structure. I don't see them being able to. But I hear what you're saying. Like the idea is that they could try to have some co-opting thing, or try to have some planar stationary flat Earth type cosmology that they would then have some other story linked with, or try to throw them, like I said before, throw themselves under the bus and try to have a new face or whatever. But I just think that this lie is so like foundational, to the point to where it is foundational to where they got this level of control. And like I said, they even have like PhDs and intellectual people believing it. But the kickback to that is that once it unravels, like they're not going to be able to, I don't think, maintain like any level of stability of control at that point, because like once the trust has been lost, and that sense of that the authority is the authority. Once that's not the case, and like, oh my God, the authority is just a wolf in sheep's clothing, or was just a fake thing. Like there's no way that they could rebuild that reputation. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I would see that their power structure would just dissolve along with it. Like it dissolves with the globe, essentially, because the globe is the mind virus. It's like one of the cores of the mind virus is that it's keeping people thinking that the authority is the authority. And if that foundational thing that they've pushed as their Copernican revolution for at least 150 years, I mean, it's not even 500 years, or definitely not thousands the way that they claim, I don't think. But even if you want to say from Copernicus, from the Copernican revolution, call it 500 years if you even want, even at the extreme, even though I don't even think that's accurate. But I'm just saying, like, it's the Copernican revolution. All of science is based on these new understandings, and the globe and NASA and going to space. You know what I'm saying? It would be just a total annihilation blow to their whole system. With all that being said, I would just in the spirit of speculation, I would not be surprised if they do have probably multiple plans, as in terms of, if a lot of people become aware of a lot of truth very quickly, And when it comes to the Earth, yeah, I don't doubt that they do have some kind of a plan if they have to. But I think they're probably going to try to make moves before that happens, and that's kind of like almost like the race we're in right now in a sense, if you want to see it as a race, but of just kind of people becoming aware of these things while they're also trying to roll out whatever the future events are going to be. We just did the whole scamdemic one. Seemed like that didn't really end the way that they wanted it to, is my sense of it. So now it's like, what are they going to do next? I think
I think there's maybe some
hopefully it'll just
probability.
go towards the more peaceful route, and they'll just kind of lose their own footing rather than us having to really do much. I think that'd be pretty
But
cool.
why would they let that happen, though? I mean, wouldn't they want to get out in front of it and put a wolf in sheep's clothing in to act like they're telling us the truth?
Well, it's kind of an interesting like thought experiment. Like, what would you do in this scenario with what they've set up? Meaning, imagine it's like a chess game. You got your chess pieces, they have their chess pieces. One team, as it were, is like just team humans, like the actual people, as it were. The other team is this like group, basically, whoever they are, that are sort of the controllers, whatever terminology. And are they even human at the highest levels? That's a whole nother question. But obviously there's humans involved, but whoever they are in that sense, the controllers and the kind of running these narratives, the corporations, the big pharma, all of it, the big media. So like if it's a big chess game in that sense, like they did the scamdemic, okay, they did that move. And then the humans responded in some way. So now the humans moved to, so like just in the spirit of just like experimental speculation, like in that sense, like, because the thing is, dude, whatever they do could backfire at any point, and any step they make could have unintended consequences. So it's, even though it seems like they have all the power and control, like I think it's actually on a very weak foundation of what they actually have.
I would love to think that's the case, but I don't suspect that that's the case. I think that they have like they're grandmaster chess players that are way out in front of it, playing 20 moves ahead of the game that people even suspect. That's what I would think, just because they've convinced the world that we're on a spinning ball, and it's the same people that are trying to one up the psyop that preceded, and in a very elusive, very underhanded, very unassuming way, like you would never think it possibly, is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But I mean, even that, I think there's credibility to some people think that the pandemic and some of this, the more aggressive moves that they've made is because of the flat earth or some of these other things coming out, and like maybe that was a reaction to that, because it did kind of shut people up and get people like more interested in whether they're, going to die from whatever the jibby jab's going to do to them or not. And maybe they're not even allowed to talk about that at work or on the internet. So it's like kind of they've worked to a certain degree to shut people up, even though it woke a lot of people up at the same time. But if it ever comes to that point where there's like the Overton window's about to be smashed, what are they going to do? Something, they'll either have to do something like aggressive again, that'll be like throwing the pieces off the board, or absorb it and act like they're telling us the truth, and then sell us a bunch of lies to go with it. One or the other. I mean, there's not enough allowed community of people that would be able to communicate with each other and stay on the same level with each other about what's being said and what's not being said, and whether we should accept this new truth or not. They still have like even a major portion of the alternative media controlled by whoever their operatives are, most likely. So they could give us the truth and then act like they're giving us this golden age, of this new truth age. And that's what a lot of these things seem to indicate with like the Trump truth app and Elon Musk truth app and all these other things that are like, and now the truth, they're selling us the truth. And that's like the big new commercial thing, is to tell us the truth about this, and then they'll make it like, what they want to make it. And it won't be the truth
I
at
just
all.
think that's going to be tough. That's like if you're the dude, you're the criminal guy that's holding people hostage, and then your shit's falling apart, and the cops are coming in or whatever. That would almost be like going to the cops and being like, like opening the door and being like, "Hey, how you doing? Yeah, oh yeah, things are great here," and just totally pretending, like just selling it as if that all didn't happen.
Well, I know, but I mean, that's what they do. It wouldn't be surprising if that's what they have to do at this point, whether they planned on doing it or not. That's what they're going to have to do. I mean, they're using the truth already. They're saying like even with like Trump coming in, it's a perfect example. Like we knew there was fake news, right? But him coming in, he totally co-opted the idea of fake news by making it all about whether they're telling the truth about him or not, and calling it fake news, and then still, like, driving the narrative that they want forward through him, and then co-opting the idea of fake news. They'll do the same exact thing with this, and in fact, in the long run, that's going to be the demise of real news of any sort on the the alternative platforms, because the obviousness of the fake news will be the reason that they may have to militarize the internet and say that nobody can give their opinion because it might be fake news. It's like they always work that way. They're like, oh, we're giving you the truth, but then now that we're giving you the truth, we declare what the truth is, and you can't even say anything because we're like, there's a law against fake news, and it's almost like they put it out there in an obvious sort to be taken down for not the reasons that we would hope. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to be like doom and gloom or black pill or anything, or saying there's no hope, but I think that right now we're in a sweet spot. And
Yeah, I
called
it dark pilling the other day.
Yeah, I don't mean to be that, but I'm saying it's more like a positive pill. Like, it's better that we just are happy with that. We're realizing that there's the lies, but if they start absorbing it and trying to tell us the truth, then we're going to be worried. So ironically, flat Earth going mainstream is the last thing that we really want, in my opinion, because that's them doing it then.
Okay. I don't know. I'm not really there's could be different narratives, but I think the truth is the truth. And it's the opposite of, like you were saying, that if they try to, if a lot of truth stuff started coming out and then they try to co-opt it and they try to be the truth or whatever, now they're saying they are the truth. The thing is, it ultimately comes down to like this larger process, in my viewpoint, of humanity discerning truth on a larger scale, like even on like a larger spiritual cyclical scale of on collective levels as well, like through the ether and the interconnected fields, like just in terms, because what I'm saying is that if they just try to say that the earth is not the globe and then try to redo something and try to make some other narrative, if they're going to just do another deceptive campaign, then that would kind of just be similar to the globe in that way. Like they're just doing more lies. And if people are actually coming to truth on a stronger scale, then another batch of lies is not going to do the same as it did previously. So it's like pulling the mask off the wolf or whatever, and seeing, pulling the wolf, the sheep holding off the wolf and being like, oh, that's a wolf. And so if the wolf just says, no, I'm just kidding. No, really, I'm a sheep. Come on, just forget that you saw me under this thing and just I got a new batch of clothes or whatever. Like the people are now like, oh, well, we've seen that you're a wolf, dude. You can't just pretend like, you can't just put another fucking hat on and pretend like you're a sheep.
There's a large group of people that would agree with what we're talking about right now. Like if they ever try to absorb flat Earth, we shouldn't trust what they're saying at some point. If they're saying the Earth is flat, then we should really be suspicious of why they're saying that. A large group of us aren't going to say, well, yeah, just accept it because now they but they'll make it seem like we won, and that'll be the thing we really have to work to see through. They'll make it.
I mean, that is, to me, like, I'm not trying to call you dark pilling or say you're dark pilling, but to me, that's like the darkest possible outcome of this whole thing that I could think of. That like that the truth would come out and then they would just jack it and just get everyone with some other lie. Like that is so.
But why wouldn't
that would be such a bummer if that
then if you're saying come out, like the truth coming out, like it's announced in the mainstream, then that's them announcing it. That
no,
means
but my thought is that it would not be them. No, it would be like the people that are.
Well, the people
there's
don't
a lot
have
of potentials as to how that could all go down.
No, the people have no control over what's said in the mainstream whatsoever. So how would that be possible?
Well, I mean, okay, how about the idea, like there was like the claim of the Copernican revolution, which I think was really just them doing wars and then forcing their narrative. It wasn't really an actual. It's not like back during that time, like everyone was blown away by Copernicus and they all just thought they were in a heliocentric system. It was like, but they sell it as that, obviously. And then they try to claim that it was a revolution of, the modern mind and all that. But, but if that all is actually just a narrative and so on, that is false as well, then what about the idea of people coming to truth, becoming more aware of a lot of things, including the earth and a lot of other components about things, that it would be like an authentic revolution in a sense, where people are actually coming to further awareness, and there's actually, like, I think this has happened in cannabis, for example. I mean, years ago, there was so much stigma and, oh, cannabis just burns your brain out, all this misinformation and horrible fake science and all of that. You know, this is your brain on drugs, and they're, frying eggs or whatever, all that crazy shit. And they put like marijuana, the cannabis, like they put that like in with like heroin and cocaine, and they convinced a lot of people of that for decades. Whereas now there's been this, like, there's much more awareness and information and, knowledge, and obviously the legalization and the medical uses and all that stuff. So that, to me, there's a component of that is an authentic form of revolution, where it actually is done by a lot of people actually standing up, going to their, local authorities, and then doing the testing and getting the grants and doing all that, to make it, in a good way, to where cannabis is now more available for people that, are, could be helped by the medicine, and so on and so forth. So,
Well, but it's the perfect example of that, because there was a lot of organic qualities to that movement, but it wasn't until they realized that they could co-opt it and then use it for tax purposes, and probably GMO the crops, and make it hard for independent people that are actually making the really good stuff to ever be able to profit or even get arrested for doing it, because now it's under the government's control. And it's the same kind of thing. Like, yeah, it's legal and more people are aware of it, but is the stuff that you're buying from the store really the stuff that you want to be smoking compared to what you would have grown at home? So, I mean, there's still that contingency. I mean, there's going to be like that. I'm not saying that flat earth isn't organic. There's an organic quality that does have an effect on it, but when they absorb it, they're going to commercialize it and make it useful for them in the same way they did the marijuana.
well, that's the bigger question, though. Will they even be able to? So, like, in my viewpoint, the shape of the earth and the earth itself is so massive. This is like the actual entire realm system that we're in this sense. It's so big that it was the globe lie was able to get people so deceived, to have this level of control, to have all this injustices and these imbalances of finances and all these, just the modern world craziness part of it, the part that's just totally out of balance with nature and all of that. And I think the globe is what even allowed them to do that. So if the earth not being a globe is naturally in a process of essentially like unwinding from people believing it and being that and what components would need to, what tests and experiments and continued things need to be done to have that all happen. But if that happens, like the global system run by the globalists, if the earth isn't the globe and that whole thing dissolves, will whoever is in power, will they even be able to maintain their position? Is it even possible?
Well, why wouldn't they?
Well, because the globe system is what is giving them their control in a sense. It's related directly to where, like, it's the globe thing that is giving them it's like it's the main deception, in my viewpoint, that has created this like modern man, the current modern man, as it were, like this industrialized revolution, whatever you want to call it. There's many other components that went into it. I mean, but it's like the whole, it's like, like you have a football team, like, oh yeah, go Tigers or whatever that's the baseball team where I grew up in Michigan, the Detroit Tigers or whatever. So like, if you got everybody being like, go Tigers, you got everyone being like, go Earth, we're on the globe. And then you have this whole deceptive matrix basically built around it. If that dissolves and people realize, oh my gosh, like it is a wolf in sheep's clothing, it's, the emperor has no clothes kind of thing. At that point, everyone's like, dude, we're not going to be ruled by this emperor anymore. Like he's just been exposed.
Right. That's the utopia. That's the idealistic, hope that we could all somehow come together regardless of what they say. But again, if it's in the mainstream, that means they're using it and they're going to make their own narrative around it.
But I'm saying they will have lost their mainstream by then. They will have lost that.
How would that ever be possible? Because they'll just say, yeah, the earth is flat. People will click like and go on, with their other videos they're watching or whatever. Like, they may just like, they're going to control the narrative regardless. They're not going to give that up. They're going to find a way of dealing with it. I mean, to think that they wouldn't would be ridiculous.
So I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from, because you are like, you're very driven on this topic. Like, are you like rooting them on, or are you trying to like
No.
wait? Are you trying to like feel like you might be able to open other people's minds to be aware if it does happen, to like be on the lookout, or are you trying to
Yeah,
like
that's it.
what
That's it
is
exactly.
what is
That's
your
it
like
exactly.
overall?
If it's ever, I think it's ironic that, it seems like there's an unspoken goal that we're trying to get it out to the mainstream. But if it ever goes mainstream, that's when we should really be suspicious, because that means that they're going to try to control that narrative. And there's no answers that we have that we can say, okay, yeah, the Earth is flat, but we don't know how big it is, or how far it is, or if there's outer pounders or any of that. All of those things are questions we can't answer. So they could just fill in those blanks, and people don't know whether to trust that or not. Because it's not like we can give those answers. So they can just make up this whole new narrative that would be even possibly worse for us, or whatever it's going to be is probably what they're going to do regardless of what we do
Well,
or what.
to use that term flat earther for the moment, like if you think about a flat earther, now I know there's many that would maybe be associated with that term, whatever it may be, but if you just kind of like, I'm just to try to um, verbalize what I'm saying. If you were to take like whatever you're like a quintessential sort of flat earther, but somebody who actually has done a lot of research, maybe done some of their own tests and observation experiments, done their own like deep soul searching on all those layers, and they really are solid on, level is level and all of these things, that they're very, very solid on that. And then you take a group of them, 100 or 1,000 or 5,000. How difficult is it to control them? You know what I'm saying? Like, you think you could just throw another narrative at it? Like, no way. Now, maybe one could argue, well, no, because there's still other deceptions that they could be. So there could be other arguments on that you could say, no, they could still be deceived or whatever. But I guess what I'm just trying to say is that it does seem to me like that in general, flat Earth, that term, and people that have come to the conclusions about the Earth being stationary, being planar, etc., are very, very not easily controllable. Like not getting jabs, not going along with the next government thing, not going along with the mainstream narrative thing, being in general very questioning of governments and all that stuff, the auto hoaxing, all those different terms. So I'm just saying that like if there's more and more people that have that level of solidity of like Mother Earth, who they are, at least that foundation, that they're not spinning, and that they're, just that alone. And whatever that leads to, that there is a creator, that this realm is, it's a realm, all the different things that could come along with that. I'm just saying, if people in that position are very, very, like probably the least likely to just be swiped by a whole nother false narrative of something, And
Yeah.
so my just point is to say that if in this what we're talking about, if there's more measurements and tests and things in the future that more and more are coming to the conclusion of that, then now the globalist people, they have even that much harder of a group of humans to control. At this point, it starts to become like trying to herd cats.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. It's like either at that. So if that ever happens to that point, and it has actually, I say it has happened. Like there's enough people now that we're not going to buy anything that they're saying, right? Regardless if they say it's flat, even like we're not going to buy the outer pounder invasion if they say it's that. If they say it's outer pounders coming in with UFOs, we'll just a lot of us will say, yeah, it's probably just them acting like it so they can control the narrative, right? There's people that
Yeah,
are
but some people could go with it though. You never know.
yeah,
Yeah, I
some
know.
people could. So I'm just saying, like, there's going to be a group of us, or the people that are just introduced to it, that don't have any kind of like deeper understanding of how they, manipulate reality with these big swings and like, the new narrative and, and how they try to like fulfill the prophecy. And they've got a lot of people, in the Bible Belt that are thinking that we're in the end times and, this revelation that they could give us as this narrative could also be fake, is what I'm saying, even though it may be real in some ways. Like people realizing the Earth is flat may just be like the platform for the new psyop that'll have all these other things that go along with it. That I'm just saying, I hope everyone doesn't go, oh yay, we won, and accept that, because it could be another way of them acting like I would even say there's never really been a real revolution. It's always just seemed like a revolution. It's the same people acting like the old system got dealt with, and there's new system now is the one to trust, and they'll probably do something like that because it's too big of a realization for them not to get in front of. That's all I'm saying. It's too threatening for them not to try to have some contingency plan in their back pocket, and there's signs that they already have that going. That's all. I'm not trying to be black-pilled, but I think we're at the sweet spot.
That's what I was
We
asking you.
don't
Like,
need them
are you
to
like, because it almost sounds like you're rooting them on, or almost like kind of
Not at all.
excited about them. But it sounds like
Not
that.
at
But
all.
are you actually? That's why I was asking. Like, are you saying it because you want to wake others up that they could do it, or are you
Well, I'm
saying
saying
that, like,
no.
that
I'm
you're
not. Why would I?
excited
Why
that
would
they
you
might
say I'm
try it?
rooting them on? I'm saying don't trust them no matter what they say. Just like you're saying. Like if they start saying it's flat, it's not because we pushed them to that point. It's probably because they have a contingency plan. They plan on selling us along with it. You know, like it going mainstream isn't because they couldn't handle us. It's because they decided to co-opt the movement. That's what we should expect, knowing them. Wouldn't you think? And there's a group of us that now will never buy any of that, whatever they're going to try to sell along with it. So those are that's where that's the thing that I'm just trying to maybe, put that out there, is like, this is what I think is going to happen. And there's been little signs along the way that have kind of supported that idea. And now we've got a bunch of new YouTube channels talking about like ancient ancestors in Antarctica, and ancient aliens has been like a big part of the narrative for a long time. And it's all kind of like, seems like it's going that way. I'm not trying to say, I'm right or wrong, but it's either that or they have to find a way of like, throwing the pieces off the game board and doing something really aggressive to deal with that. Because if it's like you're talking about, where people aren't buying it as a whole, then what are they going to do? They're going to have to do something aggressive, like some kind of World War III type thing, to make people, just not even think about these bigger truths or whatever. So it's like they'll have it their way, one way or another. And I'm not saying there's no hope, but I'm saying we already won. We already won because we've normalized the conversation, right? But for it to go mainstream, I think isn't us winning. I think that it's at the right level. And I guess I was inspired to come in because Fundy was talking about like why isn't there like like a YouTube channel with 1 million views talking about this and all these other things. Like if it's ever a popular thing, and the normie is a flat earther, that's gonna suck. If flat Earth ever goes mainstream, that's gonna suck because they'll make it their narrative then. That's all I'm saying.
I think it's already mainstream.
Yeah, to some extent.
I get people in my yo, what's up? I was also inspired to come in tonight, but I don't want to just hijack. So what's up, guys?
No, I've been talking a long time. Go for it, bro.
Well, I just saw something really trippy about the Mandela effect. That kind of freaked me out. You guys know what mandalas are?
Yeah.
Mandala, yeah.
Yeah,
I always
mandalas.
joke about that. I always say, wasn't it the Mandala effect?
Well, you know what a mandala
it's
is,
the
right?
Mandala effect. Yeah.
Those drawings that are supposed to bring about change in the world, and you like focus on them and they change things. And the whole Mandela effect is all about like little changes.
Interesting.
Well, what if it actually is the Mandela effect? And that all these, well, dude, seriously, check this out. You know the I Pet Goat video? You guys know about that?
Well, I was going to respond like the definition of a mandala. Like, are you talking about like from Sanskrit, which means like a circle? But I mean, these are like geometric, like usually like in spiritual practices, it's like a geometric configuration of like different symbols, and they're used for processing like energies within oneself and for like one spiritual journey and in different ways. I mean, what you were referring to it as something that could change something, or what did you mean by that?
Okay, well, I always learned like, because I had to draw mandalas when I was a kid in school for like cultural or whatever, and like you make your can't even get it right. You make your mandala, and you're supposed to like meditate over it and like bring about change. Now, I don't know if that was just like my teacher like putting some law of attraction stuff into it, or if that's the actual thing. But I was also taught that lotuses were like used as a inspiration for mandalas. And in this I Pet Goat video, there's a scene where you've got this figure that looks like Christ, and he's on a little boat, and he's sailing through the water towards this iceberg or whatever. But as he's sailing through the water, all these lotuses start popping up, and all these fish start jumping out of the water into the boat. And I don't know, I guess it's kind of a stretch, but if you would consider the lotuses as mandalas and the Mandela effect, all the little Mandela effects that we're seeing are the effects of someone's mandalas. Because I would assume if mandalas are like a thing, they can be used for good or evil, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm not explaining it very well.
Well, it sounds like so. It sounds like you're almost describing it like a Ouija board or something. Is that what you're kind of like as like a black magic tool or something to try to like manipulate something? Is that what you're like in that type of sense? Or?
I'm not saying that there's like the elites are like drawing mandalas and they're like, you know, that's how they're changing things. I'm not sure what they're doing. Well, all I'm saying is I never gave. There's two like genres of conspiracy theory that I really try not to touch on. While I do like both of them very much, I just don't have much to say about it because I've never really seen a clear call to action as far as like knowing that it's happening. But now there's like a connection between the two of them, and the two things are the Mandela effect and these I Pet Goat videos, which there's two of them that have come out, and they're really creepy and mysterious, yet they seem to have like accurately predicted events in history since they've come out. And a lot of people say that the events that are predicted in these videos are still playing out. And I've always shied away from like some of the numerology stuff, but I don't know. I'm seeing something there that I didn't see before. So.
Right on. Nice, dude. That's interesting. Yeah, I haven't. My Pet Goat, is that like a game? Wasn't it a?
No, it's just like a little YouTube video. I'll send it the link in the chat if you want to check it out. I think they're like 10 minutes long each or something like that. But yeah, let me see if they're still on YouTube.
Well, there's a couple things that come to mind with it, like this. This My Pet Goat is a grade school level reading exercise composed by American educationalist Siegfried Zig.
I'm sorry, it's the letter as in Icarus. I Pet Goat. Here, I put it in the chat.
All right, yeah, I don't think I've seen this. So you're saying this is linked to a Mandela effect?
Whoa, wait. Was My Pet Goat the book that George Bush was reading?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that was a connection either. That's pretty creepy.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So there you go.
But then there's I guess My Pet Goat is what it seems like from Michael Moore's movie, like Fahrenheit 9/11. It's like My Pet Goat, and then I don't know if that's. Well, I'm just wondering why it's my versus the, because the Wikipedia page for it is the Pet Goat, which is this. That's the thing that George Bush was reading. I just don't know why somebody say My Pet Goat. Either way, I don't know, but yeah, the book is. Oh, it says right here. Oh, it says. Public attention to the pet goat first came to the fore with Michael Moore's 2004 documentary Fahrenheit 9/11. Though the film incorrectly gave the title My Pet Goat and called it a book. Within a few weeks, a blogger named Peter Smith tracked down the correct name and origin as a reading exercise by Engelman. So it is just it's the pet goat, but I guess Michael Moore just called it mine. He just mislabeled it, is what they're saying. But yeah. So then this thing that this is not related to that though?
I'm not sure. Maybe it is now. I'm not even 100% sure. I'm like, I literally saw this thing and I was like, wait, hold on. Those are called mandalas or mandalas. And then I was like, starting to put stuff together. I don't know. I've been trying to make content. I have been making content. I've been doing okay, and it's just like hard to get ideas. I've been trying to make like a conspiracy content channel, and it's hard to get messages to people. It's hard to get people to wake up. Holy crap! Like it's easy to make like a piece of content about something that everybody knows about and that they're already pissed off about, and they might send it to a friend who's maybe on the fence, and it might change a couple minds. But like flat Earth, for instance, like getting the average person to like sit down and figure it out, to unlearn all the bad information. It's tricky. You know who the Sackler family is?
What is it?
The Sackler family?
Not sure that I do.
I would like to tell you about the Sackler family. It's an American family who founded and owned the pharmaceutical companies Purdue and Mundipharma. Some of the members of the family have faced lawsuits regarding the overprescription of addictive pharmaceutical drugs, including, OxyContin. They've also got connections to fentanyl production. Well, yesterday,
that's terrible.
The Sackler family won an immunity lawsuit from all further opioid lawsuits in exchange for a $6 billion opioid settlement. So they can no longer be held accountable for the deaths that they've directly contributed to, if not outright caused. And just to put it into perspective, every year, 100 on average, at least Google's telling me, 106,000 Americans die from opioids. Now that's mixed. That's like legal use and illegal use.
Yeah, that's terrible. Imagine sitting at the family dinner and just knowing that that's what you're doing in the world. That is just terrible.
Yeah, it is.
It's like you all get together. They have like a nice big turkey dinner, and they're all sitting there like being like nourished by the food, and then it's just like, what is fueling us right now? Like, oh my gosh, just annihilation of people's health.
Well, I'm looking at pictures of them, and these people look like they would probably be like sipping blood out of like these weird plastic bags at the table. And it wouldn't be like a family dinner table. It'd be like some creepy, like black glass, fucking demonic looking table. I don't know. I can't really see too many like, I don't know. When you do horrendous shit that is inhumane, it dehumanizes you in my eyes. I'm looking at lizard people right now. I'm looking at their pictures right now. These look just like cold-blooded killers.
Do you got any concrete evidence for lizard people?
For what?
Lizard people.
Do I have concrete evidence for lizard people? What's your standard of evidence? What's your highest standard of evidence? Just so I know what to tell you.
The bar is pretty high, else I would already believed in it.
I'm sorry, it's really hard to understand what you're saying.
The bar is pretty high. Else I would have already believed in it.
I'm sorry, that didn't answer my question.
Well, pictures can be edited as well as videos.
Okay, so you probably don't believe in the moon landings then, right?
Exactly.
Right. My concrete evidence, I mean, if your highest standard would be just like you having to experience lizard people, I obviously can't present that to you. And since you've already told me that videos and pictures can be edited, it's like I'm not going to try to dig any kind of evidence of that nature.
Just give him your best shot, man.
All the things that lead me to believe that there could be some sort of like reptilian entity living here amongst us, it was video footage, some of which I can't find anymore. I think the fact that if you if you go to YouTube right now and you type in lizard people, you're probably going to get hit with a fact check immediately that it's some sort of conspiracy thing, like please don't believe in this type of bullshit. And that's kind of a dead giveaway as well. I've experienced things in my life that cannot be explained purely in the physical realm that we understand. They cannot be explained without something else, something that is beyond the physical, beyond the natural. And because of these experiences, I'm much more open to the idea that there could be entities such as like lizard people or whatever. I'm not going to die on that hill. There's definitely better hills to die on, but yeah.
Well, it's pretty interesting to look at in like Europe and like in like England and like where like a lot of the like seats of power are with like the Queen and a lot of their like architecture and their castles and in their masonry. There's a lot of like reptilian like creatures that are like made from like sculptures and like even the fronts of their castles, they have these huge like pillars and they'll have these like either like they're like reptilian looking kind of gargoyles, some of them. And then you look at like the Vatican and how it's like the if you look at the Vatican from above, Vatican City, like it looks like it's laid out like a snake, like a reptilian snake. Like there's like the head and the shaft and all the different parts. And then they do use a lot of other reptilian like symbology. There's like, you know, like the idea that the NASA logo is like a snake tongue. There's so many other connections with, in terms of the symbology of a lot of what it's, you know, it seems like the idea, like whatever this like cabal or cult or secret societies, you know, Freemasonry, there's all these kind of possible conceptions of who, you know, they might be in that sense. But there does seem to be like, even just from what they put out, a lot of reptilian and snake imagery and symbols. And it seems like it's like part of their architecture and like their whole, it's like they're repping in a sense for like some kind of reptilian lore. There's like there's a lot of reptilian lore in their
well
symbology.
said. Yeah, no, that's that you hit it right there. Reptilian lore. It's all throughout the elites and like satanic worship and stuff. They talk about dragons and stuff.
I wonder if it has to do with the story of Adam and Eve.
I'm sure it does.
I think that there might be something to it, but there must be more.
Yeah, there's also the whole connection with venom as well. I mean, the word virus actually comes from, originally the etymology of it is actually venom. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, actually, that's funny. I learned that the other day.
Yeah,
I've been going down the cancer is parasites rabbit hole. That's been blowing my freaking mind.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, and well, that's a very interesting component, just in terms of like what parasites really are, like like parasitology, along with demonology, how demons and parasites are correlated. That's a deep topic.
Oh yeah, I could do that for hours.
Go. We gotta go dark, but we might need to bring a candle, bring some light for that journey, because that's a dark one. Some deep stuff in that. Yeah, dude, it's intense. And then like mind control as well, like parasitology, demonology, and mind control.
Well, yeah. I mean, toxoplasmosis affects people's behavior. That's like well documented. Crazy. Anyone can experience it. You just travel to a country that has a really high level of toxoplasmosis on the population, and then hang out there for a while, go to the bars, check it out, and then go somewhere where it's nice and clean and people don't have that. And you'll notice the difference. It's insane. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've been wanting to like one of my dream jobs. This is definitely would be one of my dream jobs because you could do it from anywhere. Would be to read people's stories that they've, sent me. Like, hey, this happened to me. I don't really want to put it out there myself, but I want people to know what happened to me, and if it ever happened to anybody else, stuff like that. That would be so fucking tight. Kind of like an Art Bell. I could have people call into the show. What a fucking dream job that would be, right? It's like, and so right now, from what I've been posting, I've totally fluked this. I have 4,024 followers, and I just want to start being consistent and just like putting something consistent. I'm sick of these like low energy memes. I want to do like interviews or like podcasts or something. I went to Target today to see if I could get any like reactions, and then I totally chickened out. I wanted to go and get every single piece of Pride clothing, like the children's gay clothing, and go to the cash register and have them like ring it all up, and then have them put like the purchase prevention or the loss prevention like insurance on all of it, and then just be like, yeah, I forgot my wallet, and walk away. Just like waste their time. But I don't know. I didn't want to fuck with somebody that badly today. Also, that's more like it's more clickbaity, just kind of like a prank. And I wanna spread information. I want to change people's minds. Or no, I want people to make up their own minds by having the information presented to them. That's what I want.
Yeah, man, that's awesome. That's very noble quest, and yeah, fairly either presenting or it's like curating a journey for someone in a sense. I'm not saying it's not, you're not like, I don't mean curating their whole life's journey, but just curating like, something that you could offer them. We were actually talking about this earlier. Yeah. Like in terms of like, we were talking about how, like if somebody in your life, like friends, family, whoever it may be, if they're interested in something, just take any topic, the truth about Antarctica, the truth about the Earth. Well, we don't know the full truth about Antarctica, but what is out there, information. We were talking about that earlier, or just health or certain herbs or nutrition or all so many different topics like water purification. There's so many different ones, and to be able to like recommend something to someone, like give them a place they can go. And then we were talking about like, are there any that, channels or kind of places or platforms that, that we feel, one feels like they could, be able to recommend, like really be like, yeah, check this out, and feel solid that once they get there, they're going to get, information that you would feel, like that you would be aligned with, them receiving.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are starving also just for a little bit of validation. No one's gone on the news and said, "Hey, all you people that didn't get stuck, that didn't get that stick, you go ahead and pat yourselves on the back." All the people that lost their jobs, all the families that lost their businesses, nobody came to save them. Nobody came in and swooped in and like helped them out. It was like either they bootstrapped it or they lost everything. And wherever they are now, they just want to like sit down and fucking scroll through some reels or like just consume a little media to take the edge off. It might be nice for them to be validated, like, yeah, you made the right decision. I mean, I don't know, seeking validation, I guess, from fucking social media, that's kind of retarded. But I wasn't trying to say something retarded. I was trying to say something meaningful. I kind of lost it. It's okay. I don't know. Everything's gonna be okay. You know what I mean? It's like I've been doing a lot of research. Like there's some really great ways to detox from anything that you might have put in your body over the last 3 years. And like there's a lot of people that are looking for that information. I would like to be able to spread that in a way that's creative and not going to get me like deplatformed. I don't know. I want to see people healthy and happy, working together.
Yeah, man, for sure. It's a big task. It's like the work of it's like we need to like I would say in a sense like what's gone on in the last, let's just say 100 years. I mean, there's a lot obviously of angles of, especially looking at an entire 100 years, a ton of stuff that's happened on multiple levels, but at least in terms of like some kind of main agenda seems to, in my viewpoint, have like a very fracturing effect. Just like fracturing people from nature, fracturing from their emotions, from their families. I mean, nowadays they're fracturing, there's agendas fracturing people from their gender in certain ways. All these different narratives, fracturing from what's healthy food wise, what's healthy to how to spend our time, financial addictions. I mean, there's just so many different layers and levels of like fracturing, versus what could be considered like a healthy human, existence, as it were, like just being like balanced and healthy and happy and connected to nature. The things that are like, in my viewpoint, like foundationally human. And it seems like there's been the transhumanism and almost like dehumanizing, all these different agendas. So it just makes me think about like that fracturing has happened in, through deception, through disconnection from nature, through toxins in the environment. There's like a million different ways. And the question is it just going to keep going that way? Like just get more and more fractured and worse and worse and worse? Or is there going to be a shift to something better and some level of breakthrough in a positive way? So that's what's interesting to think about in terms of like, to me, it's interesting to think about that and the paradigm shift potentials and the transformative potentials that could be at play as well.
Well, I think it goes one of two ways, because everything that you just described are like, those are all huge red flags, massive warning signs that your civilization is collapsing. And, I live in California. I live in Southern California. And you're always kind of thinking about, oh man, we're so overdue for the big one, the big earthquake. But as a civilization, we're overdue for a collapse, in my opinion. It's, you've got all the signs. We've got the, we're supposed to have the most technology that we've ever had. Yet in some of the most advanced cities in the world, you've got drug addicts and homeless people and insane murder rates. It's clown world. It doesn't seem sustainable. So I don't know. I think it could go either way. But sometimes when you make a big mess, it takes a long time to clean it up. So I don't know how long it's going to take to clean this mess up if we decide to, just get the gloves, and the scrub brushes out, and collectively deal with this, so to speak.
Yep. I know, and it's multi-leveled, and just deception alone that has people like fully immersed within those. So yeah, it's a lot. But when I think about like the idea, let's say of like a creator that's absolutely just creating this entire thing, and even has as part of the creation has been the globe deception and all the other things that have gone along with it in this current time period. And if then what is the next cycle? What's the next phase? Like,
oh, what comes after forever?
Or what comes after this one? Yeah.
That's how I've always put it in my head. Like, let's say that, God experiences God experiences everything that happens from the beginning of creation when he spoke the world into, creation, all the way up until, like, from my worldview, rapture, we all go, the, Revelations plays out entirely through, like, what comes after that. It's like, okay, we're with God forever. So, like, what comes after forever? And it's just a funny thought.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I mean, people talk about the idea of the globe being, hundreds or even thousands of years, but I don't really think that's the case in terms of people believing it. So it's really like 100 years at best, 150 at most. And even 150 is pushing it in terms of, the amount of people. Like even back in the 1920s, like they didn't have any pictures of the globe. So why would people really believe it at the end of the day? It's like, well, you just have to picture it in your mind. Like, we swear to God, it's a sphere and there's water stuck to it. And people are like, maybe they see a drawing of it, but it's kind of to really convince people of it. I don't really think well, anyways, but I guess just what I was going to say is that, like, let's call it a 150-year cycle. But like, are we ending that cycle? Is in your viewpoint? Like, are we in the couple decade period, basically, if you stretch it out the full amount where the whole thing's unraveling? Or do you think they're going to maintain it and then just keep their power and then things just, or do you think it could, it goes the other way, it goes worse and they do some new world order thing? Like, what do you think about that kind of, like, what's in the, that word anima mundi, like kind of the world soul, like what's the kind of world soul expression direction that's coming if you were to put on your Nostradamus hat and tell us what you think is on the way?
Yeah. So over the last, I would say, like, I don't know, 20 years, what I would consider like the supernatural or like the spirit realm or whatever has been seeping into our reality in various forms. People are, a little more psychic. They've got their intuitions, their senses are just a little sharper. They're experiencing paranormal stuff. People are seeing things in the sky that we didn't normally see. There's a lot of really weird activity going on. Some people would say, "Oh, that's just because everybody's got a camera now," but I would argue that it's actually ramping up this type of paranormal activity. And so as magic is now creeping into the world, you also have this technological advancement that rips you away from the magic, that keeps you glued to a screen and ordering junk off the internet and just completely living a totally materialized lifestyle. And it's, in my opinion, it's like evil's way of using something that is incredibly convenient and useful to us to tear us away from noticing all the magic that's entering into the world and being able to take control of your natural abilities and becoming the best version of yourself. And I think it's going to get to a point in the very near future where so much magic is entering into the world, so many people are waking up, that they're going to have to do something so big to try and snap everybody back into line. And it's going to be along the lines of something that would prove magic wrong, that would destroy the supernatural. And I would think that would be like a Project Bluebeam type event where they bomb a bunch of cities and they put some holograms in the sky. And they used directed energy weapons to make it look like aliens are just fucking us up. And that immediately just blows out of the water all, like a very specific type of what most people would consider to be like fantasy, the idea that this world is a realm and that there's all this mysterious paranormal stuff going on. And if they prove aliens, if people see things getting blown up, a lot of the flat earth arguments are going to go right out the window, because I just think people would respond to their homes and their cities being destroyed in an incredibly traumatic way, just way stronger than any FE argument. It would make it very, very hard to tell. I mean, right now, we're just like, yeah, guys, we never went to the moon. But in the very near future, we could be like, yeah, those weren't aliens. That was our own government bombing us with directed lasers from the sky. I mean, how's that going to fucking play out, right? I don't know. That's all I got.
Can I chime in here, Flat?
By all means.
Okay, cool. So a few minutes ago you said, your current worldview, revelation, rapture, etc., etc. How do you, in the scheme of the revelation narrative, a couple of questions actually. Number one, how do you factor that into that revelation narrative? And then I'll get to the secondary thing afterwards. But yeah, like how because I kind of, what you said, I can see it as well. Like theoretically, that technology exists, and if that is the path that these the powers that shouldn't be are on, yes, they could, unleash something like that on humanity, locally or globally, or realmly, or however you want to look at it. But how would that factor into your overall worldview?
Yeah, I got you. 110%. You ready for this? So I've thought about this. If I was an evil genius, which I'm not, but I do have a big imagination. If I wanted to trick the world and I had unlimited resources and I had all the governments at my behest, I would simply start indoctrinating the world population into a one world religion. I would start unifying all the religions, and I would start getting that cooking, getting that rolling, right? Then I'd initiate Project Bluebeam. I'd bomb the hell out of a bunch of cities. I'd make some super dope, very realistic holograms in the sky. Maybe some great CGI of aliens like killing and eating babies or something. I'd post that all over the the news. I'd have mainstream media paint pretty much the worst possible scenario right before people start like there will be some looting, but I'll have like National Guard and military ready to like, keep society in line. And just when things are about to get really bad, I'm going to have the head religious leader of my new one world religion basically say that God told him that there's going to be a miracle and everybody just needs to pray. And then I would simply turn off the holograms, miracle achieved. Now everybody believes in my one world religion. And I think a lot of people would be fooled by that, which is pretty much all predicted in Revelation. There'll be an antichrist. They'll initiate a one world religion. They'll perform miracles that will deceive even the most elect. And yeah, that's how I do it. That's how I think it'll be done.
Yeah, and you're right. That would legitimize your religion overnight. And maybe you are an evil genius. But so now the second part of my questioning to you is: so we have this book, the Bible, which has a last book in it called Revelation, which spells out chapter and verse, point by point, what's going to happen in the last days and what the devil's going to do and what man's going to do and who's controlling what, and then ultimately what happens. Okay, so this guy, the devil, you would think he's fairly intelligent, given that he was what is described to be before the fall. He's fairly intelligent. So why on earth, when the whole thing is laid out in a book in hard copy, which he can sit down and read today, why would he follow that plan, given that plan leads to his ultimate destruction and damnation for eternity? Why would he do that?
Do you know why he was originally? Do you know why he was originally cast out of heaven?
Yeah, I very much do. But if he's reading, like, he can read it in real time today. John wrote it nearly 2,000 years ago. So if he sees all this unfold and he can see that it's written there, why would he continue? Like, I would go, I'm changing my plan because this one I'm in the shit. So I'm going to do something different.
I can tell you.
God can see the beginning from the end. So God's outside of time. I get all of that. But even if the devil's not outside of time, he's sitting here like you and me in 2023, and he can read that if he does this, he ends up in the shit. So why would he do it?
Well, first of all, it's pride. He thinks he can. It's the same reason that he got kicked out of heaven. It's pride. And even if there's a little part of him that knows that he loses in the end. Have you ever met somebody that was so incredibly self-destructive that no matter who tried to help them, they would just kind of like bring them down into the mud with them? And they were just like so toxic. It was just terrible. Well, as time plays out, the devil is claiming plenty of souls. I don't know if you've looked around in the world today, but there's a lot of people that are, from my worldview, are probably not going to make it to heaven. And that breaks my heart. It breaks God's heart. And but it makes the devil fucking come. And he's just furiously masturbating to the thought of as many fucking souls joining him in eternal damnation as he can get a hold of. Is a sicko, dude. He doesn't think like you and me. He's blinded by pride, and is so incredibly hateful that even if he knows he's going to lose, he's going to take down every last human soul he can because he hates us. He hates the fact that we have the opportunity to live with the everlasting creator forever and ever and look upon his face and be loved by the one that created all of this for us. He created you. He knew you before you were born. I mean,
Yeah, I know the narrative very.
Sorry,
very well.
yeah, I was starting to preach. I wanted to backpedal on that. My bad.
You don't know who you're chatting with, so it's all good.
Fair enough.
Yeah. No, look, I personally, I would respectfully struggle to agree with that wholeheartedly. That, even the most narcissistic psychopath on earth, if he knew and could see that his plan was doomed to fail, I think he'd change his plan. no matter what pride's one aspect of personality. There's many other, it's a manifold thing. So yeah, I just find it something I struggle to, I wrestle with it in my assessment of the whole thing, that this guy has had this book for nearly 2,000 years now, saying, okay, if this is what you do, this is where you end up, and this is how it turns out for you, and yet he just keeps doing it. Like, you'd have to have an IQ of 35 to do that.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I think my only rebuttal really logically would just be to like hammer in the fact that this wasn't just pride, like, oh, I'm gonna not pay my friend back, or so. I don't know. This wasn't petty pride. This was pride in the face of the ultimate creator. Like, there is no other more proud act than what was done there. And honestly, like, I'm of the belief that the Bible that we have today is incomplete. And that bothers a lot of Christians, but I just don't think it's possible. I'm sorry.
I'm with you on that, 100%.
Yeah. There's no way that the Vatican hasn't like pulled stuff out. We had like over 1,000 years of just. Anyways, you get it. And due to that fact,
there's also a lot of it which is intentionally mistranslated in order to achieve an agenda. Old Testament and probably New Testament as well, but definitely words are intentionally mistranslated in order to purvey a seamless narrative of this monotheistic Israeli history, or Jewish history, which was not the case. It's so tampered with. It's not funny. But sorry, you go on.
No, I completely agree with you. My only point to that would be there are known unknowns to this whole revelation question. How does it all play out? Why would the devil do what he's doing? There are things that we just don't fully understand. I don't know if you're familiar with the book of Enoch.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you're familiar that a lot of when God is doing things, when demons are doing things, when Jesus or angels are doing things, it's very legalistic. There seems to be some very like hardline rules. Like when the angels came down, had sex with women, creating Nephilim and Enoch, it says that they made some sort of like pact. So there might be some legal aspects, like I don't know, like what you would call that, like heavenly legalistic aspects to Satan and his whole deal with wandering the earth, understanding the Bible, how his part will be played in the end. Yeah, that we just don't know. So yeah. I think the most important thing is like, oh, go ahead.
Oh, just quickly, like something that puzzles me, and I've only thought about it in the last 3 months, is from Adam to the flood is 1,500 years, give or take a bit, and from the flood to the end of the Old Testament is 2,500 years, give or take a bit. So it's 40% before the flood, 60% after the flood, roughly. And yet, of the 931 chapters of the Old Testament, there's only 6 of them that are pre the flood. So how do you get 6 of 900 accounting for 40% of the story? You see, there's so much missing, and I've not found any mainstream Bible literalist kind of guy who can give me any kind of reasonable explanation for why the Almighty, who allegedly put this thing together, would have us know nothing about 1,500 years other than I created a couple of dudes who had a couple of kids, one killed the other, a bunch of guys lived to be really old, they all pissed me off, so I flooded and killed them all. That's the first 6 chapters paraphrased, and that covers 1,500 years. because Genesis gives you no real knowledge of the whole Nephilim story other than, they were around the place. So how is it that if the Bible is the handbook of life, as it's, preached to be by so many, why is it that at 1,500 years of the alleged historical timeline is just kept secret from us?
That's a really important question, and I think the answer is like a little crazier than I can explain, but I'll give it my best shot if you bear with me. Or do you subscribe to any of like the mud flood or like the Tartarian or lost history narratives?
Ancient civilizations. Yeah, I do. Yep.
Okay. Well, there's a, what's it called? I think it's called the amillennialist perspective.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of that before?
Yeah.
So it's basically our timeline is all fucked up.
Yeah.
It's actually not 2023. Christ actually died way sooner, or way closer to our time than we think. There's a massive chunk of our timeline missing because we have already gone through the first part of Revelation, and we are now in the 1,000-year reign of the devil, where the devil reigns for 1,000 years. We are at some point in that 1,000-year reign, and we are literally like just about to be at the end. And that one kind of, it's a little spooky. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah, I've not heard it, but that's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. Basically, like the rapture happened years ago, probably in like what we would consider the 16th or 17th century. And we're probably about 500 years into this 1,000-year period of time where the devil has been let loose for one final time. And as to why that happens in Revelation, your guess is as good as mine. But that would explain a lot.
So that doesn't make sense to me anyway. Why would you release the guy for another 1,000 years? That's one thing that makes no sense whatsoever.
One of those legalistic things that I would attribute that up to some sort of like weird heaven law where like maybe the devil gets another chance. I don't know. I have no idea.
Let me ask you this: do you think that the Yahweh of Israel, Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, do you think he is the same God as Jesus? That in part of the triune Godhead.
Yeah.
Or do you think that Yahweh character? Okay, so if there's three in one, and Jesus said, "If you've seen me, you've seen the Father." How do you reconcile the Jesus, even though that's not his name? How do you reconcile that character against the pillaging, murdering, slaughtering, legalistic, raping, stealing, kidnapping, enslaving Yahweh character of the Old Testament? How do you say that they are the same person?
Yeah. The way I reconcile it is I just kind of I'm not trying to be like blasphemous to anybody listening, but I try to put myself in God's shoes. I created Adam. I created Eve. I wanted to walk with my children. This fucking snake in my garden fucked it all up. I had to cast them down because they sinned against me, and that's not good. I'm a God. I'm a creator of everything. I gotta keep my company tight, and we'll try again in thousands of years once humanity has fucking learned. And so here's what I'm gonna try and do. And I do what I do. I do the flood. I see a lot of bad, nasty shit happening. I see my angels fucking around. I've got issues in my cabinet. In my council. There's some issues in heaven. It's not it's not perfect, obviously. And then I go down. I go down to just settle it. I'm getting sick and tired of the Nephilim, and I'm getting sick and tired of the idol worship, and I've created this entire earth, and people are literally down there just like fucking goats and like murdering and raping each other, and I'm trying to like guide them to something higher, to a better way, and nothing is fucking working. And honestly, my whole opinion of the entire Christian narrative is God was just like, all right, I got to let this play out. I can't just snap my fingers and end it all. The consequences would be too great for all these souls that I've created, and I love them, and I don't want to do that to them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give them a way out, and I'm going to let the whole thing just run its course, and then maybe we'll try again after a couple of forevers.
What if the devil wins?
Well, then I guess I chose the wrong side, but I'd rather lose with my morals than win without any.
Yeah, I wasn't saying you should feel like a loser. I was just saying, what if the Bible's wrong and the devil's already won or whatever?
Then I guess, nothing matters, right? I can just go do whatever I want.
Not necessarily.
Well, I don't try to make up my own rules, and I'm pretty sure the devil says, "Do what thou wilt," and that's never worked for me.
That was a man. It was a man that said that.
Oh well, I'm pretty sure he worshipped the devil or something like that, right?
Sure. People that worship Yahweh have said government is ordained by God. People have said crazy shit before.
Right. Yeah, I think that is pretty crazy.
Yeah, absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
I was talking to some guys here the other 2 or 3 days ago on that. Government is ordained by God. Yeah, but what about Stalin and Pol Pot and Idi Amin and Adolf Hitler and Mao Zedong, who killed tens of millions of their own people? That's ordained by God the Creator, is it? I don't think so.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, I have kind of seen it through like a karmic lens, as like if you look at Christian societies or societies that were founded on like that were started by Christian people, like they're doing okay, like Europe, they're doing all right. Got a nice standard of living there. The places where Christianity has arrived in the more recent times, like South America, parts of Asia, yeah, it happened through conquest and colonization, and boo-hoo, that sucks. But they're literally way happier than, like, if you compare them to Americans who are all hopped up on like SSRIs and antidepressants, whatever. Like these people, they might have a lower standard of living, money wise, but they're definitely happier and healthier.
Colonized where the citizens are given just enough autonomy to think they have autonomy, but in truth, they're simply slaves living within a system that's handed to them that offers them some benefit, but their education system, their government, their judicial system, every part of their society that they live in is actually controlled by some puppet master somewhere else. But they give them just enough toys and trinkets and freedom to think that they've got a good life. But they actually don't.
Amen.
Hey,
no, my definition.
Wait, are
of
you
this,
an awake? Are you an awake Aussie? F evangelist.
Who's asking me?
No, because most Aussies aren't awake. You seem to be very aware of how government works in Australia.
I've been awake
Most
since the early 90s, bro. Don't worry.
What's that?
I've been awake since the early 90s, so I'm
Well, that's
well
really
into
good.
being-
No, I try to school Aussies all the time in Discord and online. They call me crazy and call me conspiracy theorist. So yeah, it's good. Good to see.
Yeah. Sorry, Flat. Go ahead, buddy.
I lost my train of thought. What were we talking about?
Colonized and how Christian nations are doing better than the rest.
Yeah, I was kind of saying that, wasn't I? but I've just kind of noticed it. I would say, like, in America's case, things were going kind of well for a little bit, maybe. I'm a little biased being an American, but obviously, if there were any initial blessings that we received as like being pilgrims coming over, starting a new nation, and it wasn't just like some front for the Dusty Indies Trading Company, that blessing has run its course. America's, I think it's spread enough democracy for one lifetime. And
you mean like a blessing from Yahweh? Is that what you're talking about?
yeah, I think that it was a massive blessing.
Yahweh only ever claimed to be the God of Israel. He never claimed to be the God of anybody else.
Well, yeah, that's what. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm operating off of the idea that we are under a new covenant. That was, there was the old covenant between Yahweh and the Jews, and the Jews, Yahweh came down and they just killed him. So when that happened, new covenant, God is for everybody. God wants all the souls, not just the Jews. And the Jews can still go to heaven. Isn't that crazy? They fucked up so much, and they still get to go to heaven. I don't get it, but I'm not God. Like I don't.
So I'll give you a new interesting perspective, which in John 8:44 is what you'll know the verse where Jesus is arguing with some Pharisees and some Jews, and paraphrasing it, he said that you serve your father the devil, right? So he's told the Pharisees and these Jews that their father is the devil. So what would these Pharisees and Jews have been following and enforcing? It would have been Mosaic law handed from Yahweh to Moses at the burning bush. And then they claimed to be descendants of Abraham. And he said, you're not descendants of Abraham because I've come to you and spoken the truth and you want to kill me, which makes you not descendants of Abraham. So you could make an argument that Jesus is, these guys are the son of the devil who are enforcing Yahweh's covenant, not the sons of Abraham, who Abraham's covenant was not with Yahweh because Yahweh's name hadn't been revealed until the time of Moses.
So I'm sorry. What's the question?
Well, looking into.
Oh, just when you talk about I'm saying Yahweh claimed to be the God of Israel. When he met with Moses at the burning bush and allegedly took them out of Egypt, and then for the rest of Old Testament times, he's saying, I'm a jealous God. You'll only worship me. Yada yada yada. It was all at Israel. That wasn't said to you or me or France or Japan or anywhere else. All of that instruction, all of that law, all of everything was given to Israel. Now Jesus comes down, or Yeshua turns up, and was another thing that he said too. He said, which of you, if your child was hungry, would you give them a snake? Right. So what did Yahweh do when the Israelites were whinging and bitching about being hungry in the desert? He sent serpents and snakes to bite them. So isn't that interesting? An interesting metaphor that he uses, directly pointing out what Yahweh did to Israel back in the desert when they were on their wanderings. I just don't, there's little tidbits in amongst it where I'm not sure Yeshua's totally in line with the things that Yahweh did.
Right on. Let me ask you this, because I've noticed some inconsistencies too. I totally understand where you're coming from. Are you the type of person that throws, in this particular instance, throws the baby out with the bathwater, or do you try and?
I'm always sitting around trying to figure out the true bits from the manufactured and convenient bits. There's truth in there, 100%. There's truth in there, but there's a lot that's come to us with a purpose or with an agenda attached to it.
Absolutely. let's say you're a devout Christian and you believe everything, that the Bible says to the furthest extent that you can, given the knowledge that you and I have talked about, regarding inconsistencies or whatever. You're still on board 100%. And you just saw somebody get hit by a car. You just saw somebody get hit by a car. They're about to die. You're standing over them, and they're like, "Dude, I don't know God, and I think I'm going to hell." What would you tell them in those last moments to try to get them into heaven? Would you tell them about all the inconsistencies in the Bible and talk about the Vatican libraries and Yahweh versus Yeshua? Or would you just give them the quick, just accept Jesus, and then it's done?
Okay. So my question to you, and this is not, I'm not trying to avoid it, is if that guy is lying bleeding out on the side of the road, and he cries out to God the Creator, do you think God the Creator is going to turn his back on him just because he doesn't use the name Yeshua or doesn't know the crucifixion story?
No way.
Is that
I'm
the
not.
kind of
No. I'm not a sacred namer. I don't do that stuff. That's silly. That's insanely silly. I operate under the principle that God can read all of our hearts. If you want to get to know the Creator of everything, He knows that you want to do that, and He will provide a way for you to do that.
That's right. I believe he is arms wide open to anybody who seeks him. And I struggle with the verse, where people claim, "Oh, Jesus said nobody comes to the Father but through me." Right? I think that has, number one, either that verse has been misinterpreted, because he may be standing at the door that gives access to the Father, but this whole narrative that unless you confess the name of Jesus and that he died for you, I'm not on board with that anymore. I used to be, but I don't believe that if the Creator of all things, in which and through which we all exist and have our being, who is all loving, all good, all graceful, all forgiving, just because you don't say the prayer the right way, sorry, buddy, you're burning for eternity. I don't buy that at all anymore.
No, neither do I. Not for a second.
But that's the narrative that's punted, as you know. That is what's punted. And I say, well, what about the poor little guy who lived in the Himalayan mountains, who was a goat farmer in the year 752, never heard of this Yeshua character, doesn't know anything about him, just had his family, loved his kids, raised his goats, did everything he could according to his conscience as best he could, tried to be a good man, knew there was a God, looked at the sky and thank God for the harvest and all that sort of thing. And then one day he gets run over by a buffalo. What? God just turns him away and burns him in hell for eternity? That's absolute garbage.
Yeah, I have a good answer for that. And it actually has to do with the line that you quoted, that no one comes to the Father except through me. Jesus has also said that he is the truth, the way, and the light. And I'm not trying to play like crazy word games, but I would say that one aspect of truth, the sister of truth is love. And bear with me here, right? Love is a fucking crazy thing. I'm not talking about infatuation or the honeymoon phase of a relationship. I'm talking about true fucking love. Love for a child, love for a spouse, love for a family. The things that people do for love, are absolutely insane.
Love for money.
Sure, yeah. But one thing about love is that there's an element of truth there. That the love can be relied on as surely as the truth can be relied on. And I think if you've exercised love in your life, I think that's one way to know the Father personally. Because I've also struggled with that. Like, what about the people who live on an island? They've never heard the name Jesus or whatever, what happens to them when they die. And it's, I mean, God created everything, so I'm sure he created a way for that to happen too.
Yeah, that's right. So it's, yeah, I mean, you get your hardline Calvinist, Southern Baptist, Reformed theologist, whatever you want to call them, and they'll tell you, no, that guy, he'll burn in hell because God knew him from the womb and knew that he would never come to know him. All this, that ain't the God that I want to be believing in. If he's that hardline, he just creates billions of people to burn in hell and just selects a few. That narrative's just got too many holes in it. That's what I like. If you look at the Old Testament was fashioned in the time of Hezekiah and Josiah in order to direct power and influence to the Jerusalem temple, the Jerusalem royal family, and then you fast forward a few hundred years, and then you've got the New Testament that's handed to us by the seed of the Roman Catholic Church and the Roman Empire. Both of those controlling entities aren't exactly benevolent and trustworthy, in my opinion, who have fashioned and handed us this canonized 66 books that's apparently the inerrant word of God. I doubt that he'd use them as a vehicle to get his inerrant word to us.
Yeah. Well, I think that at one point in time, it might have made sense for God to use a book. I mean, well, God used a man, and a man used a book. A man wrote a book. Many men wrote books, right? I don't know. I guess in the end, we'll see, right?
Yeah, that's right. We'll see. The other quick point is how was Christianity spread across the world for a fair chunk of hundreds of years? It was by the Roman Catholic Church and the Spanish and the Romans, and they did it at the end of a sword, and they went into Mesoamerica and South America and wherever they went, and they found the local shaman and the local tribal leader, and they killed him, and they burned all of the ancestral narratives, or they confiscated them and sent them back to the Vatican. And then they said to everyone else, "Will you convert to this religion, or we're going to kill you if we killed him?" Doesn't exactly sound like the doctrine of Jesus, does it?
Well,
no,
no,
actually,
but
that's not entirely true. The Catholic Church was not doing that edge of a sword. I'm not
yeah,
saying
they
there
were.
wasn't back conquistadors.
Dude, the Catholic Church was absolutely doing. You should read a book called Martyr's Mirror.
No,
It's a
you'll find the Franciscan monks in Florida. They just set up shop, and they built their monasteries, and they just converted the people naturally. They had no guns. And
do you know much about the Inquisition?
What about the Inquisition?
Do you know anything of the history of the Inquisition? You know anything about it and how it operates?
Hold on. But before we get too off topic, I just wanted to respond to this whole narrative here, because you're absolutely right, in my opinion. By using the sword, Christianity was spread through bloodshed, and people were absolutely forced to do that. But just keep in mind that just 50 years before Christianity became the state religion of the Roman Empire, Christianity was the slave religion. And just a few years before that, it was completely banned. You weren't even allowed to be a Christian. And what had happened was Christians were becoming very, very powerful, and they were starting to fuck with the Romans' power. And so they co-opted it, in my opinion. They absolutely co-opted it. They wanted to band all these different people together. So they made it the state religion. And it was used as a weapon, 100%.
No, they weren't. Look, Catholicism was not spread by the edge of a sword. You'll find that with the local Mayan tribes in Mexico, they weren't running around cutting people's heads off, converting them to Christianity. They wouldn't do it.
They did have swords.
They didn't. Yeah, and also in Canada, they didn't do this. That they set up missionaries and they traded with the native people, and they gave them medicines and food and
And blankets with smallpox.
Yeah, that all happened as well.
Okay, that was in. That's actually not proven. This whole smallpox narrative.
And the
And
residential
that wasn't done
schools.
by the churches anyway.
Hold on. Let
The
me
residential
ask
schools
you.
and the mass graves
Yeah.
of Native Americans.
Let me ask you really quick. Are you a Catholic? I'm assuming you're a Catholic because you're kind of defending them.
Well, I'm a historian first, but yeah, I am baptized Catholic.
Oh,
But
That's fair. What do you think
and the
about the
thing
Pope
is-
today? The current
Okay,
Pope.
look, the I don't understand what change of direction happened in the past 30 years. So,
it's it's a great study.
30 years. You're saying
when you look at-
Catholicism. Hold on. I'm sorry. 1 second. I just want to finish this
Okay.
line of questioning with him. Are you saying that Catholicism was like totally legit and very wholesome up until 30 years ago?
okay, all through history, you've had bad popes, good popes, reasonable popes, and exemplary
And bad popes.
right? So
Bad popes.
these people are usually removed from power eventually by whatever. Okay. Now this is if you
Why
study
do we
the,
need
the
a
history
pope?
of popes.
Why do we even need a pope, dude? I mean, I'm sorry.
Well-
the whole Catholic religion to me is very idolatrous. It seems
Yeah,
to
okay.
be just another way to
I get
co-opt
it.
a very, very. Yeah. Okay.
You were just discussing a few minutes ago about Christianity, right? Then all of a sudden you've just flipped it on its head. Now you're anti-Christian. So this is
No,
dangerous.
Catholicism is not Christianity, and yes, it is dangerous. The stakes are very high. Getting it twisted and getting people to start following a pope, especially today, that's telling you to do absolutely abhorrent things, saying certain things are okay, permitting certain types of behavior, validating certain types of behavior that are completely self-destructive and completely antithetical to Christ. That's dangerous.
You're going
Now,
to
having
have
said that, it's not all bad. It's not all bad. Let's just throw that in there. It's not all bad. It does. The Catholic Church does some good things, does charitable things. There's plenty of Catholic people who are lovely people, who are good-hearted and have good morals. But we're talking about the institution. So let's not personalize it down to the faithful follower. It's the institution that has. Yeah.
No, thank you.
No,
That was
but
I wasn't able.
We don't.
Yeah.
Okay, it's like any institution, right? They really have no authority over you. They just they'll teach moral direction in the scripture and stuff, but overall, they're not overbearing on people and how to live their lives. This is a misnomer, and it's trying to scare people away from Christianity, because all this is one big movement, anti-Western, anti-Christian, right? So they lump it all together and say, let's destroy all this. So I'm just saying, you've just got to be very careful on what you say, and you've got to understand who's pushing these narratives, right?
What about the Inquisition?
So obviously,
I want to just point out though, it seems to me that Catholicism is kind of like a sacred cow in your worldview, and the whole point of Christianity is, there's only one sacred thing, right? That's the Lord. And so when you start having this sort of emotional, I'm sorry, I don't mean like that's not a slight. I'm not throwing shade at you, but when your reaction is the way that yours was towards somebody attacking an institution, not an individual, and not an entire religion, but simply an institution, you might want to ask yourself, am I holding something to a higher standard than it needs to be held?
no, but there's no Christian teach or no Catholic teaching anywhere in history where they said go out and start killing brown people and converting them. They never taught this. This was individuals who were acting on themselves, or they were greedy, or whatever.
Okay, let me just share. Can I share something with you?
The racism is a secret teaching. It's not
So
taught to everyone.
Man, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but here it goes. So I am part Native South American, and I have pictures of my great grandmother, who was taken out of the jungle by Portuguese Catholics and married off to my great-great-grandfather. And I am the descendant of somebody who was literally taken out of their home by a Catholic and created, and my family's been Catholic ever since.
Yeah.
Not a secret.
This is this mentality that these institutions are using to attack Christianity as a whole and Western governments and institutions.
No, I'm
So-
not. I don't get it twisted, dude. I am not attacking Christianity. I am 100% on Team Jesus.
Catholicism.
Okay,
is
honestly,
controlled
if you had a tribe in the jungle, right, and men started messing with you and trying to take your women or kidnap your children, do you really think those Amazonian men are going to sit there and go, "Oh yeah, fuck you, yeah, congratulations, steal my wife"? They would have been fucking attacking these motherfuckers, right? So
look, this happened in the 1800s. I don't know.
It would have been a worse scenario. Like in Australia, they say this about the native Aboriginals, right? Oh, the church did this, and the colonial office and the settlers that did this. It's total rubbish. There's always been white people and settlers and Aboriginals living side by side, and there's always been interracial mixing, and they've always
Dude,
lived
I
peacefully.
100% agree. It's totally possible. It's totally possible that my great-great-grandmother was just like, dude, fuck living in a hut. I want to go hang out with these people. They got like boats and
And
shit.
they got
I
jewels
get it.
and horses, and they
Dude,
got
I get it.
nice, and they got wealth, and they can go fishing on the weekends to get food.
Progress.
You said, "Oh yeah, I want to live in a fucking tree in a bark hut, or I want to live in a nice house and have sex with big tall white men."
They're converted.
Maybe it's like a perversion type thing, you know?
Dude, you're totally right. My great-great-grandma could have just been a floozy. I don't know for sure. But what I do know
would
is
have
that
had
the Catholic Church did conquest. They did do a little bit of conquest, all right?
You know, I'll tell you a story. When the conquistadors were moving through Mexico, right? The women used to chase them through the forest and demand sex from the Spanish conquistadors because they believed they were gods, and they believed they were massively tall men, right? 6 feet tall with swords and shiny armor, and and they had big horses and shit. They think, fuck this, look at these short ass Mexican man. I want that guy there. Just imagine if you went to an island now as whatever race you are, right? And all these women are strutting around naked and they're beautiful, right? You're going, fuck, I want to have sex with her, right? This is what I'm saying. This whole idea that we were killing these people is bullshit. Okay, here's another example. Just imagine you were a farmer, right, out in the desert, and you had your wife and your kids and your little helpers on the farm, and you had cattle and sheep and horses, right? Do you really think you're going to wake up on a Monday morning and start shooting the Aborigines? Right? No way. They're going to come back in the middle of the night, cut your fucking head off, and burn your house down, right? They used to go up to the Aborigines and say, "Do you want to come work with us? Do you want to learn how to ride a horse? We'll teach you how to bake." Right? And there was a system they had going. I don't believe the Aborigines were that cowardly. They wouldn't defend themselves. No.
When you've only got a spear against muskets, that suddenly makes you fairly compliant. I agree with you.
They're a hunter-gatherer tribe. They used to.
Yeah, it's a
They would
one-sided
sneak around in the
narrative
middle of
that's
the night and they'd
told.
cut your head off.
Okay.
100%.
Anyway, boys, I gotta go. It's been a hoot talking to you. Flat. Thanks for the chat, buddy. Take care. All have a good one.
Yeah, man. Peace.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 1:20 in the morning for me. I got to get up in like 5 hours and go to work.
No, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. All this perversion of history needs to be stopped. And they say, "Oh, it's because of that," or "You believe that." I said, "No, I know how people operate. It's
I agree
bullshit."
with you, Bartek. They did use force and swords, but they also used religion and progress to convert people and help
Yeah,
people.
it wasn't okay. Honestly, some of those tribes how lived in North America and South America, it wasn't a very nice place. They were into cannibalism and pedophilia and sacrifices, and they were into weird shit. And you'd be like going, "Guys, forget that. Come and join us. We'll build your house and shit. We'll teach you how to farm. Oh, we'll go cotton. You can harvest your cocaine. We can do this and do that,
Even
A lot of them said, fine, it sounds great.
keep all of your voodoo. Even you just have to get into Mary a little bit.
Well, that's a good argument that they actually married their beliefs into the church. They didn't agree with it, but but
Catholic
look,
Church
okay,
is
I
open
get
to
some
that
bad
kind of
things
stuff.
happen, but I think the majority of it was good because the populations are still there. South America, Central America, Australia, and Canada. There's Indians and
total-
natives run around everywhere.
For me, it's a
So
total
I don't-
paradox that Catholicism progress helping the world and also converting them to Abrahamism. It's a total paradox.
no, I don't believe Christian men run around the jungle killing people. I don't. There's none of this been taught anywhere.
No, some people resisted though, and then the Romans applied force.
Yeah. Remember that movie that came out years ago called Papillon? Papillon? About this. It was this movie about a prison in French Guiana in South America. Never heard of it? Papillon?
No.
Okay, look it up. I'll see if I can spell it. Papillon is Spanish for butterfly, right? Came out in the 1960s or 70s. And it was about prisoners that escaped from these jungles, escaped from these prisons in French Guiana, and they met up with Native American tribes, South American tribes, and they started dating all the women there. Right? This is what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand. This whole hatred against everything is just not right. Anyway, I'm going on a bit. Someone else can talk.
What's the haps, people? You there, Smoke? I light the candles at your sweet 16. Fuck. Released 1959. And Neil Sedaka was born in 1939. So he was 20. Not terrible. Apparently he came out as gay anyway. Maybe not. It was 1959. But I'm sure he's performed it as like a 60-year-old. Oh, fuck, daunting. Get up. Come. Meow.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Check, check. Mic check, mic check.
Separate hit.
Not much. Watching this dude who did a debunk of the Israel to Crete video. I'll tag it. There you go. Post it, Terry.
I'm watching Hannah on Netflix.
Nice.
Badass kid trained for combat and death.
Yeah.
Not much of a childhood though.
Mm.
She's not playing with dolls or anything. No. Got her like hunting deer and stuff.
Nice.
Physical combat. You seen the movie?
No.
You don't watch movies.
I do, just not very often.
You let your kids watch TV?
No, no one watches free to air. They're into like TikTok and that sort of shit. Yeah, don't actually watch any shows.
Do you mind that TikTok is owned by China? Maybe they're looking at us through their iPhone.
Yeah,
Or
I
sitting
don't. I don't have
recording
TikTok.
I don't know, recording our voices or whatever, or like
Yeah.
pictures.
Yeah, I don't have TikTok. I will not install TikTok.
Your kids?
Yeah.
You just said your kids are on TikTok.
Yeah, I do not install TikTok.
Okay.
Everywhere. Shit. Good night.
What?